The Murray Bookchin Reader. Introduction. In the aftermath of the Cold War, in a world that glorifies markets and commodities, it sometimes seems difficult to remember that generations of people once fought to create a very different kind of world. To many, the aspirations of this grand tradition of socialism often seems archaic today, or utopian in the pejorative sense, the stuff of idle dreams. Others, more dismissive, consider socialism to be an inherently coercive system, one whose consignment to the past is well deserved. Yet for a century preceding World War I, and for nearly a half-century thereafter, various kinds of socialism, statist and libertarian, economistic and moral, industrial and communalistic, constituted a powerful mass movement for the transformation of a competitive society into a cooperative one, and for the creation of a generous and humane system in which emancipated human beings could fulfill their creative and rational potentialities. People are ends in their own right, the socialist tradition asserted, not means for one another's use, and they are substantive beings with considered opinions and deep feelings, not mass-produced things with artificially induced notions and wants. People can and should throw away the economic shackles that bind them, socialists argued, cast off the fictions and unrealities that mystify them, and plan and construct deliberately and consciously a truly enlightened and emancipated society based on freedom and cooperation, reason and solidarity. Material aims should be secondary to ethical concerns. People would have rich, spontaneous social relationships with one another, and they would actively and responsibly participate in making all decisions about their lives, rather than subject themselves to external, authoritarian control. After 1917, a general enthusiasm for the stunning accomplishment of the Bolshevik Revolution pervaded almost all sectors of the international left. So much so that the humanistic ideals of socialism came to be attached to the communist movement. In the 1930s, young American intellectuals growing up under Depression conditions, especially in the vibrant radical political culture of New York City, cut their teeth on the version of socialism that the communist movement taught them. Their minds, brimming with revolutionary strategies and Marxian dialectics, their hopes and passions spurred by life-endangering battles against a capitalist system that seemed on the brink of collapse, they marshalled all their abilities to achieve the century-old socialist ideal. Tragically, international communism defiled that ideal. It committed monstrous abuses in the name of socialism, and when these abuses became too much to bear, the show trials of 1936-8, the betrayal of the Spanish Revolution, and the Hitler-Stalin Pact, hopes that the communist movement could usher in a socialist world were shipwrecked. Many radicals, reeling from these blows, withdrew into private life. Others accommodated themselves to the capitalist system, and in varying degrees, even to the point of supporting the United States in the Cold War. Still others, who still remain on the left politically, turned their attention to more limited arenas, aesthetics or new class theory or Frankfurt School sociology. Meanwhile, outside the academy, what remained of the Marxian left persisted in small groups, defying the prevailing consensus in favor of capitalism and accommodation. Among the young intellectuals who had emerged from the 1930s communist movement, relatively few responded to this failure by attempting to keep the centuries-old revolutionary tradition alive, by advancing a libertarian alternative to Marxism, one better suited to pursue a humane, socialist society in the post-war era. It is a distinction of Murray Bookchin that in these years of disillusionment, disenchantment and retreat, he attempted to create just such an alternative. Born in January 1921 in New York City to Russian Jewish immigrants, Bookchin was raised under the very shadow of the Russian Revolution, partaking of the excitement that it aroused among his immigrant and working-class neighbors. At the same time, from his earliest years he imbibed libertarian ideas from his maternal grandmother, who had been a member of the Socialist Revolutionaries, a quasi-anarchistic populist movement in Tsarist Russia. In the early 1930s, as the United States plunged deeper into the Depression, he entered the communist movement's youth organizations, speaking at street corner meetings, participating in rent strikes, and helping to organize the unemployed even as an adolescent, eventually running the educational program for his branch of the Young Communist League. After breaking with Stalinism, initially in 1935 because of its class collaborationist policies, the so-called Popular Front, then conclusively in 1937 during the Spanish Civil War, he turned to Trotskyism and later to libertarian socialism, joining a group surrounding the exiled German Trotskyist Joseph Weber in the mid-1940s. His earliest works were published in this group's periodical, Contemporary Issues. In the meantime, Bookchin was deeply involved in trade union organizing in northern New Jersey, where he worked for years as a foundryman and an auto worker. Due to his family's poverty, he went to work in heavy industry directly after high school. In whatever factory he worked, he engaged in union activities as a member of the burgeoning and intensely militant Congress of Industrial Organizations, particularly the United Automobile Workers. During the 1930s, Marxian precepts had seemed to explain conclusively the Great Depression and the turbulent labor insurgency that arose during the decade, seeming to challenge the very foundations of the capitalist system. But Marxist prognoses about the 1940s were glaringly unfulfilled. These predictions had it that World War II, like World War I, would end in proletarian revolutions among the belligerent countries. But the proletariat, far from making a revolution in any Western country under the banner of internationalism, fought out the war under the banner of nationalism. Even the German working class abandoned the class consciousness of its earlier socialist history and fought on behalf of Hitler to the very end. Far from collapsing, capitalism emerged from the war unscathed and strengthened, with more stability than ever before. The Soviet Union, for its part, was clearly far from a socialist society, let alone a communist one. Far from playing a revolutionary role during the war, it was actively involved in suppressing revolutionary movements in its own national interests. Finally, American industrial workers, far from challenging the capitalist system, were becoming assimilated into it. When a major General Motors strike in 1946 ended with his co-workers placidly accepting company pension plans and unemployment benefits, Bookchin's disillusionment with the workers' movement as a uniquely revolutionary force was complete, and his years as a union activist came to an end. The revolutionary tradition, he concluded, would have to dispense with the notion of proletarian hegemony as the compelling force for basic social change. With the consolidation of capitalism on a massive international scale, the idea that conflict between wage labour and capital would bring capitalism to an end had to be called into serious question. To his credit, Bookchin, faced with these dispiriting conditions, nonetheless refused to relinquish his commitment to revolution. Rather, the revolutionary tradition, he felt, had to explore new possibilities for creating a free, cooperative society and reclaim non-authoritarian socialism in a new form. Anarchism, whose history had long intertwined with that of Marxian socialism, argued that people could manage their own affairs without benefit of a state, and that the object of revolution should be not the seizure of state power, but its dissolution. In 1950s America, in the aftermath of the McCarthy period, the left generally, especially the anarchist movement, was small, fragmented, and seemingly on the wane. Yet anarchism's libertarian ideals, a stateless, decentralized society based on the communal ownership of the means of production, seemed to be the basis, in Bookchin's mind, for a viable revolutionary alternative in the post-war era. Moving decisively toward this left libertarian tradition in the middle of the decade, Bookchin tried to free anarchism of its more dated 19th century aspects and recast its honorable principles in contemporary terms. Quote, "The future of the anarchist movement will depend on its ability to apply basic libertarian principles to new historical conditions," unquote, he wrote in 1964. Quote, "Life itself compels the anarchist to concern himself increasingly with the quality of urban life, with the reorganization of society along humanistic lines, with the subcultures created by a new, often indefinable strata, students, unemployables, an immense bohemia of intellectuals, and above all, a youth which began to gain social awareness with the peace movement and civil rights struggles of the early 1960s, unquote. Even as he embraced the anarchist tradition, however, Bookchin never entirely abandoned Marx's basic ideas. In effect, he drew on the best of both Marxism and anarchism to synthesize a coherent hybrid political philosophy of freedom and cooperation, one that drew on both intellectual rigor and cultural sensibility, analysis and reconstruction. He would call this synthesis social ecology. Even as Bookchin was moving toward an anarchist outlook, the American economy of the early 1950s was undergoing enormous expansion with unprecedented economic advances that catapulted even industrial workers into the booming middle class. It was not only military spending that propelled this growth. With government support, science and industry had combined to spawn a wide array of new technologies, suitable for civilian as well as military use. These new technologies, so it was said, seemed poised to cure all social ills of the time, if not engineer an entirely new civilization. Automobiles, fast becoming a standard consumer item, were promising mobility, suburbs, and jobs, giving plausibility in the eyes of many Americans to the slogan, "What's good for GM is good for America." Nuclear power, it was avowed, would meet US energy needs more or less for free. Indeed, Lewis Strauss, the former Wall Street investment banker who first chaired the Atomic Energy Commission, predicted that electricity from nuclear power plants would become too cheap to meter. Miracle grains would feed humanity, and new pharmaceuticals would control formerly intractable diseases. Petrochemicals and petrochemical products, including plastics, food additives, detergents, solvents, and abrasives, would make life comfortable and provide labor-saving convenience for everyone. As for pesticides, as environmental historian Robert Gottlieb observes, they were, quote, "being touted as a kind of miracle product supported by advertising campaigns, better things for better living through chemistry, by government policies designed to increase agricultural productivity, and the media celebration of the wonders of the new technology," unquote. Most of the American public welcomed these new technologies, seeming to agree with the director of the US Geological Survey, Thomas Nolan, that the new technological resources were inexhaustible. It was just at this moment of collective anticipation that Bookchin audaciously suggested that an ecological crisis lay on the horizon. "Within recent years," he wrote in a long 1952 essay, quote, "the rise of little known and even unknown infectious diseases, the increase of degenerative illnesses, and finally the high incidence of cancer suggests some connection between the growing use of chemicals in food and human diseases." Unquote. The chemicals being used in food additives, he insisted, in The Problem of Chemicals in Food, could well be carcinogenic. The new economic and technological boom, despite all its rosy promises, could also have harmful environmental consequences. Little environmentalist writing existed in the United States in these years, apart from neo-Malthusian tracts that issued dire warnings about overpopulation, like Fairfield Osborne's Our Plundered Planet and William Vogt's The Road to Survival, both published in 1948. Although a conservation movement existed, it worked primarily for the preservation of wilderness areas in national parks and showed little interest in social or political analysis. The existing literature on chemical pollution, for its part, was silent on the driving role that modern capitalism was playing in the development and application of chemicals. So it was that before most Americans even realized that an environmental crisis was in the offing, Bookchin was telling them it was. Even more striking, he was already probing its sources. Quote, "The principal motives for chemicals," he warned, "and the demands imposed upon farmland are shaped neither by the needs of the public nor by the limits of nature, but by the exigencies of profit and competition." Unquote. The use of carcinogenic chemicals was rooted in a profit-oriented society. Profit-minded businessmen have produced ecological disturbances throughout the American countryside for decades. Lumber companies and railroads were permitted a free hand in destroying valuable forest lands and wildlife. Unquote. Bookchin had not only rooted environmental dislocations in modern capitalism, he had found a new limit to capitalist expansion, one that held the potential to supersede the misery of the working class as a source of fundamental social change: environmental destruction. Amid the McCarthyite intolerance of all social radicalism in 1952, it required considerable courage to write and publish a radical social analysis of environmental problems. Not only did Bookchin write such an analysis, he advanced, albeit in rudimentary terms, an anarchist solution to the problems he explored, calling for the decentralization of society to countervail the looming ecological crisis, in passages that presage the marriage of anarchism and ecology that he would expound more fully 12 years later. Quote, "In decentralization exists a real possibility for developing the best traditions of social life and for solving agricultural and nutritional difficulties that have thus far been delivered to chemistry. Most of the food problems of the world would be solved today by well-balanced and rounded communities, intelligently urbanized, well-equipped with industry, and with easy access to the land. The problem has become a social problem, an issue concerning the misuse of industry as a whole." Unquote. For almost half a century, this assertion of the social causes of ecological problems and the insistence on their solution by a revolutionary decentralization of society have remained consistent in Bookchin's writings. He elaborated these ideas further in Our Synthetic Environment, a pioneering 1962 work that was published 5 months before Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Unlike Carson's book, Our Synthetic Environment did not limit its focus to pesticides. A comprehensive overview of ecological degradation, it addressed not only the connections between food additives and cancer, but the impact of X-radiation, radionuclides from fallout, and the stresses of urban life, giving a social elaboration of what in those days was called human ecology. The freer political atmosphere of the 1960s allowed Bookchin to express more clearly his revolutionary perspective. His 1964 essay, Ecology and Revolutionary Thought, the first manifesto of radical ecology, overtly called for revolutionary change as a solution to the ecological crisis. It advanced a conjunction of anarchism and ecology to create an ecological society that would be humane and free, libertarian and decentralized, mutualistic and cooperative. In its range and depth, Bookchin's dialectical synthesis of anarchism and ecology, which he called social ecology, had no equal in the post-war international left. The first major effort to fuse ecological awareness with the need for fundamental social change, and to link a philosophy of nature with a philosophy of social revolution, it remains the most important such effort to this day. Social ecology, drawing on the multiple domains of knowledge, traces the roots of the ecological crisis to dislocations in society. As Bookchin put it in Ecology and Revolutionary Thought, quote, "The imbalances of man has produced in the natural world are caused by the imbalances he has produced in the social world." Unquote. This inextricable relation between society and ecology remains a pillar of social ecology. But social ecology has not only a critical dimension, but a reconstructive one as well. Since the causes of the ecological crisis are social in nature, we can avert the present danger of ecological disaster only by fundamentally transforming the present society into a rational and ecological one. In this same 1964 article in Toward a Liberatory Technology, written the following year, and in many subsequent works, Bookchin described his version of the truly libertarian socialist society. It would be a decentralized and mutualistic one, free of hierarchy and domination. Town and country would no longer be opposed to each other, but would instead be integrated. Social life would be scaled to human dimensions. Politics would be directly democratic at the community level, so that citizens can manage their own social and political affairs on a face-to-face basis, forming confederations to address larger-scale problems. Economic life would be cooperative and communal, and technology would eliminate onerous and tedious labor. Bookchin would elaborate and refine many aspects of this society and the means to achieve it over subsequent decades. But its earliest outlines were sketched as early as 1962 and developed in 1964 and 65. Here, Bookchin also proposed that an ecological society could make use of solar and wind power as sources of energy, replacing fossil fuels. But at that time, renewable energy sources, solar and wind power, were subjects of some research and experimentation, but they had essentially been abandoned as practical alternatives to fossil and nuclear fuels. Nor did the existing environmental literature pay much attention to them. Not only did Bookchin show their relevance to the solution of ecological problems, he stood alone in demonstrating their integral importance to the creation of an ecological society. Quote, "To maintain a large society requires immense quantities of coal and petroleum. By contrast, solar, wind, and tidal energy can reach us mainly in small packets. Except for spectacular tidal dams, the new devices seldom provide more than a few thousand kilowatt-hours of electricity. To use solar, wind, and tidal power effectively, the megalopis must be decentralized. A new kind of community, carefully tailored to the characteristics and resources of a region, must replace the sprawling urban belts that are emerging today." Unquote. These renewable sources of energy, in effect, had far-reaching anarchistic as well as ecological implications. The list of Bookchin's innovations in ecological politics does not stop here. To take another example, warnings of a greenhouse effect were hardly common in the early 1960s, yet Bookchin issued just such a warning in 1964. Quote, It can be argued on very sound theoretical grounds that this growing blanket of carbon dioxide, by intercepting heat radiated by the Earth, will lead to rising atmospheric temperatures, a more violent circulation of air, more destructive storm patterns, and eventually a melting of the polar ice caps, possibly in 2 or 3 centuries, rising sea levels, and the inundation of vast land areas." Unquote. Bookchin underestimated only the time frame, and it is testimony to the enormity of the ecological problem that the damage that he anticipated would take centuries to develop has actually developed in only a matter of decades. Bookchin spent much of the 1960s crisscrossing the United States and Canada, indefatigably educating the counterculture and New Left about ecology and its revolutionary significance. The first Earth Day in 1970, followed by the publication of The Limits to Growth in 1972, signaled the arrival of ecology as a popular issue. But in the following years, a less radical, more technocratic approach to ecological issues came to the fore, one that, in Bookchin's view, represented mere environmental tinkering. Instead of proposing to transform society as a whole, it looked for technological solutions to specific environmental problems. Calling this approach reformistic rather than revolutionary, Bookchin labeled it environmentalism, in contradistinction to his more radical ecology. Although some histories of the ecological and environmental movements now assert that Norwegian philosopher Arne Naess was first to distinguish between environmentalism and ecology in a paper on deep ecology presented as a lecture in 1972, Bookchin made this distinction in November 1971 in Spontaneity and Organization, anchoring it, as always, in a social and political matrix. Quote, "I speak here of ecology, not environmentalism. Environmentalism deals with the serviceability of the human habitat, a basic habitat that people use, in short, an assemblage of things called natural resources and urban resources. Taken by themselves, environmental issues require the use of no greater wisdom than the instrumentalist modes of thought and methods that are used by city planners, engineers, physicians, lawyers, and socialists. Ecology, by contrast, is an outlook that interprets all interdependencies, social and psychological as well as natural, non-hierarchically. Ecology denies that nature can be interpreted from a hierarchical viewpoint. Moreover, it affirms that diversity and spontaneous development are ends in themselves, to be respected in their own right. Formulated in terms of ecology's ecosystem approach, this means that each form of life has a unique place in the balance of nature, and its removal from the ecosystem could imperil the stability of the whole." Unquote. Bookchin's core political program remained far too radical to gain general social acceptance in those decades, but many of his remarkably prescient insights have now become commonplaces, not only in ecological thought, but in mainstream popular culture, while their originating sources have been forgotten or obscured. By advancing these ideas when he did, Bookchin exercised a strong and steady influence on the international development of radical ecological thought. As significant as Bookchin's prescient insights are, they are only part of what is actually a large theoretical corpus. Over the course of 5 decades, the ideas of social ecology have grown steadily in richness, encompassing anthropology and history, politics and social criticism, philosophy and natural science. Bookchin's works evoke the grand tradition of 19th century generalists, who could write knowledgeably on a multiplicity of subjects, a tradition that is lamentably fast disappearing in the age of scholarly specialization and postmodernist fragmentation. Drawing on anthropology and history, Bookchin explored the libertarian and democratic traditions that could contribute to the creation of an ecological and rational society. A legacy of freedom, he believes, has run like an undercurrent within Western civilization and in other parts of the world, with certain social virtues and practices that are relevant to the socialist ideal. In its nascent form, this legacy appears in the organic society of prehistoric Europe, with a constellation of relatively egalitarian social relations. These societies were destroyed by the use of hierarchy and domination, and ultimately by the emergence of states and the capitalist system. Hierarchy and domination, it should be noted, are key concepts in Bookchin's political work, for although, in his view, the ecological crisis has stemmed proximately from a capitalist economy, its ultimate roots lie in social hierarchies. The ideology of dominating the natural world, he has long maintained, is an anthropomorphic projection of human social domination onto the natural world. It could only have stemmed historically from the domination of human by human, and not the other way around. During the late 1960s and 1970s, Bookchin's anthropological, historical and political explorations of the legacy of freedom, and the legacy of domination, as he called it, percolated through radical social movements. Not only the ecological movement, but the feminist, communitarian and anarchist movements as well. The concept of hierarchy in particular, assimilated by the counterculture into conventional wisdom, has become essential to radical thought due largely to Bookchin's insistence on its nature and importance in many lectures in the late 1960s. Bookchin's ideas have retained an underlying continuity over the decades, and it is precisely by upholding its original principles that he maintained his stalwart opposition to the existing capitalist and hierarchical system. As could be expected of any writer engaged in a concrete political activity, his ideas have also changed over time, yet they have done so not to effect a compromise with the existing social order, but to sustain a revolutionary position in response to regressive developments both in the larger society and within social movements for change. Often, he has initiated intramural debates by objecting to tendencies that he considered out of place in a revolutionary movement due to their optimism, their accommodation to the system, or their quietism. His frequently polemical style stems from an earnest attempt to preserve the revolutionary impulse in movements that hold potential for radical social transformation. To his credit, he raised such objections even when the tendency to which he objected were the more popular ones, and when acquiescence would have enhanced his own popularity. Still, even as the key concepts of social ecology remain fundamentally unchanged since the 1960s, the many debates in which he has engaged have primarily defined and sharpened them. If anything, his ideas have become more sophisticated over time as a result of these debates. It is typical of Bookchin that his ideas should become honed as a result of practical movement experience. Despite his large body of theoretical writing, he is no mere armchair theorist. Throughout his life, he has consistently maintained an active political practice. His union and protest activities in the Depression decade, his libertarian activities of the 1950s and 1960s, his mobilization of opposition to a nuclear power plant proposed for Queens in 1964, his civil rights activities, his participation in endless demonstrations and actions in the 1960s against the Vietnam War and in support of ecology and anarchism, his 1970s involvement in the anti-nuclear clamshell alliance, His efforts to preserve and expand democracy in his adopted state of Vermont, and finally his influence in the 1980s on the development of green movements in the United States and abroad, trying, often unsuccessfully, to keep them on a radical course. Only in his 8th decade have physical infirmities, especially a nearly crippling arthritis, obliged him to withdraw from organized political activity. Yet withdrawal and active political work has not meant that Bookchin has put his pen down. On the contrary, in an era of reaction, he continues to denounce tendencies that compromise the radicalism of the ecological and anarchist movements, be it a mystical deep ecology or individualistic lifestyle anarchism, both of which he sees as personalistic and irrationalistic departures from the social, rational, and democratic eco-anarchism and socialism he has championed for decades. With the emergence of ecological political tendencies that embraced irrationalism, he emphasized that an ecological society would neither renounce nor denigrate reason, science, and technology. So crucial is this point that he today prefers the phrase rational society to other labels for a free society, since a rational society would necessarily be one that is ecological. His commitment to long-standing socialist ideals, informed by Marx as well as by social anarchist thinkers, remains firm. For Murray Bookchin, the socialist utopia is still, as he once said, the only reality that makes any sense. To all his writing, Bookchin brings a passionate hatred of the capitalist social order, expressed in the cadences of 6 decades of radical oratory. He brings the grim hatred of the grueling toil that he experienced in factories and the acerbic intensity of one who has looked down the barrel of a gun during 1930s labour protests. At the same time, he brings the originality and creativity of a thinker who is largely self-taught, and the love of coherence of one who studied dialectics with Marxists as a youth. He brings to it, in his age of diminished expectations, the outrage of one who consistently chooses morality over realpolitik, and he serves as the lacerating conscience of those who once held revolutionary sentiments, but have since abandoned them. A thorough understanding of his project would require a reading of his most important works. Post-Scarcity Anarchism, 1971, contains the 2 pivotal mid-1960s essays mentioned in this introduction, which encapsulate so many ideas that he later developed more fully and that, in their uncompromising intensity, remain fresh to this day. The Ecology of Movement, 1982, is an anthropological and historical account not only of the rise of hierarchy and domination, but of the legacy of freedom, including the cultural, psychological, and epistemological components of both. Although The Ecology of Freedom has been heralded in many quarters as Bookchin's magnum opus, it has been followed by several books of at least equal importance. The Philosophy of Social Ecology, especially its revised edition 1995, is a collection of 5 philosophical essays on dialectical naturalism, the nature philosophy that underpins his political and social thought. He himself regards it as his most important work to date. Remaking Society, 1989, is a summary overview of his ideas, with emphasis on their anarchist roots. From Urbanization to Cities, which has previously appeared under the titles Urbanization Without Cities and Rise of Urbanization and the Decline of Citizenship, is a wide-ranging exposition of libertarian municipalism. Bookchin's practical program giving much attention to popular democratic institutional forms in European and American history. Re-Enchanting Humanity, 1995, is his defense of the Enlightenment against a variety of anti-humanistic and irrationalistic trends in popular culture today. Finally, his 3-volume The Third Revolution traces the history of popular movements within Euro-American revolutions, beginning with the peasant revolts of the 14th century and closing with the Spanish Revolution of 1936-7. The present reader brings together selections from Bookchin's major writings, organized thematically. Even as I have tried to show the developments of his ideas over time, I have emphasized those works that have stood the test of time and that are most in accordance with his views today, at the expense of works that, generated in the heat of polemic, sometimes verged on one-sidedness. All of these selections are excerpts from larger works and have been pruned in some way, be it to achieve conciseness, to eliminate repetition among the selections in this book, or to produce a thematic balance among them. I have very lightly edited a few of the selections, but only where the need for it was distracting. Chapter 1: An Ecological Society. Introduction. Bookchin's interest in ecology arose primarily from his boyhood curiosity about natural phenomena, from his studies of biology in high school, and from his love of green spaces in the environs of his native New York City, as well as from his dismay at their diminution with the build-up of urban streets and buildings. Yet another source of inspiration for his thinking about ecology were the writings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. In scattered passages, the two progenitors of Marxian socialism had alluded provocatively to a conflicted relationship between town and country. Quote, "The greatest division of material and mental labor," they wrote, "is the separation of town and country. The antagonism between town and country begins with the transition from barbarism to civilization, from tribe to state, from locality to nation, and runs through the whole history of civilization to the present day." Unquote. Engels, writing alone, lamented the spread of industrial capitalist towns into the countryside. Quote, "The present poisoning of the air, water, and land can be put to an end only by the fusion of town and country." Quote, "And only such fusion will change the situation of the masses now languishing in the towns. The abolition of the separation between town and country is not utopian, even insofar as it presupposes the most equal distribution possible of large-scale industry over the whole country. It is true that in the huge towns civilization has bequeathed us a heritage to rid ourselves of, which will take much time and trouble. But this heritage must and will be got rid of, however protracted the process may be." Unquote. Such unsystematic but suggestive comments, reinforced by discussions in the Contemporary Issues group, gave Bookchin a rough framework for interpreting the environmental changes that he was observing. He began to explore the origins of this cleavage between town and country, between human society and the natural world, and he speculated about how it could be annulled, that is, how town and country could be reintegrated. It is significant that from his earliest writings on environmental issues, Bookchin did not interpret the ecological crisis as the consequence of a rift between pristine natural world and human culture as such, or as a basic antithesis that could be overcome only by exalting wilderness over civilization. Rather, from the outset, he thought in terms of attaining a reconciliation between human and non-human nature in a particular kind of society, in which rounded human communities could be sensitively embedded in non-human nature. This integrative approach contrasts markedly from the romantic nature worship of later mystical ecologies that would reject civilization with a militancy that sometimes passes over into anti-humanism and misanthropy. From their standpoint, the very notion of an ecological society would be a contradiction in terms. The antidote to ecological crisis is, for them, the veneration of nature understood as wilderness. Bookchin's integrative approach, by contrast, has been fundamental to his thought from the outset, a legacy of Enlightenment humanism which he early absorbed from Marxian socialism. It compelled him to look for ecological solutions that would enhance human creativity, not deny it. The society capable of performing such an integration, Bookchin argued, would not be a strictly Marxist one, focused primarily on economic facts, but an anarchist one, decentralized and mutualistic, non-hierarchical and cooperative. Over the decades, he would flesh out this concept more fully with a social-political program as well as a nature philosophy. Yet even his earliest writings express its major points: its ecological humanism, its technological infrastructure, and especially its ethical outlook based on principles beneficial to both the social and natural worlds, like unity in diversity and complementarity, differentiation, and development. And he was consistently held to the idea that achieving the integration of human and non-human nature requires, as a precondition, changing human social relations, creating a society of freedom and cooperation. Decentralization. Without having read any books or articles on human ecology, millions of Americans have sensed the overall deterioration of modern urban life. They have turned to the suburbs and exurbs as a refuge from the burdens of the metropolitan milieu. From all accounts of suburban life, many of these burdens have followed them into the countryside. Suburbanites have not adapted to the land, they have merely adapted a metropolitan manner of life to semi-rural surroundings. The metropolis remains the axis around which their lives turn. It is the source of their livelihood, their food staples, and in large part their tensions. The suburbs have branched away from the city, but they still belong to the metropolitan tree. It would be wise, however, to stop ridiculing the exodus to the suburbs and try to understand what lies behind this phenomenon. The modern city has reached its limits. Megalopolitan life is breaking down, psychically, economically, and biologically. Millions of people have acknowledged this breakdown by voting with their feet. They have picked up their belongings and left. If they have not been able to sever their connections with the metropolis, at least they have tried. As a social symptom, the effort is significant. The reconciliation of man with the natural world is no longer merely desirable, it has become a necessity. It is a compelling need that is sending millions of people into the countryside. The need has created a new interest in camping, handicrafts, and horticulture. In ever-increasing numbers, Americans are acquiring a passionate interest in their national parks and forests, in their rural landscape, and in their small-town agrarian heritage. Despite its many shortcomings, this trend reflects a basically sound orientation to reduce his environment to a human scale. He is trying to recreate a world that he can cope with as an individual, a world that he correctly identifies with the freedom, gentler rhythms, and quietude of rural surroundings. His attempts at gardening, landscaping, carpentry, home maintenance, and other so-called suburban vices reflect a need to function within an intelligible, manipulable, and individually creative sphere of human activity. The suburbanite, like the camper, senses that he is working with basic, abiding things that have slipped out of his control in the metropolitan world. Shelter, the handiwork that enters into daily life, vegetation, and the land. He is fortunate, to be sure, if these activities do not descend to the level of caricature. Nevertheless, they are important, not only because they reflect basic needs of man, but because they also reflect basic needs of the things with which he is working. The human scale is also the natural scale. The soil, the land, and the living things on which man depends for his nutriment and recreation are direly in need of individual care. For one thing, proper maintenance of the soil not only depends upon advances in our knowledge of soil chemistry and soil fertility, it also requires a more personalized approach to agriculture. Thus far, the trend has been the other way. Agriculture has become depersonalized and over-industrialized. Modern farming is suffering from gigantism. The average agricultural unit is getting so big that the finer aspects of soil performance and soil needs are being overlooked. If differences in the quality and performance of various kinds of soil are to receive more attention, American farming must be reduced to a more human scale. It will become necessary to bring agriculture within the scope of the individual, so that the farmer and the soil can develop together, each responding as fully as possible to the needs of the other. The same is true for the management of livestock. Today, food animals are being manipulated like a lifeless industrial resource. Normally, large numbers of animals are collected in the smallest possible area and are allowed only as much movement as is necessary for mere survival. Our meat has been placed on a diet composed for the most part of medicated feed high in carbohydrates. Before they are slaughtered, these obese, rapidly matured creatures seldom spend more than 6 months on the range and 6 months on farms, where they are kept on concentrated rations and gain about 2 pounds daily. Our dairy herds are handled like machines, our poultry flocks like hothouse tomatoes. The need to restore the time-honoured intimacy between man and his livestock is just as pronounced as the need to bring agriculture within the horizon of the individual farmer. Although modern technology has enlarged the elements that enter into the agricultural situation, giving each man a wider area of sovereignty and control, machines have not lessened the importance of personal familiarity with the land, its vegetation, and the living things it supports. Unless principles of good land use permit otherwise, a farm should not become smaller or larger than the individual farmer can command. If it is smaller, agriculture will become inefficient. If larger, it will become depersonalized. With the decline in the quality of urban life on the one hand, and the growing imbalance in agriculture on the other, our times are beginning to witness a remarkable confluence of human interests with the needs of the natural world. Men of the 19th century assumed a posture of defiance toward forests, plains, and mountains. Their applause was reserved for the engineer, the technician, the inventor, at times even the robber baron and the railroader, who seemed to offer the promise of a more abundant material life. Today, we are filled with a vague nostalgia for the past. To a large degree, this nostalgia reflects the insecurity and uncertainty of our times, in contrast with the echoes of a more optimistic and perhaps more tranquil era. But it also reflects a deep sense of loss, a longing for the free, unblemished land that lay before the eyes of the frontiersman and early settler. We are seeking out the mountains they try to avoid we are trying to recover fragments of the forests they've removed. Our nostalgia springs neither from a greater sensitivity nor from the wilder depths of human instinct. It springs from a growing need to restore the normal, balanced, and manageable rhythms of human life. That is, an environment that meets our requirements as individuals and biological beings. Modern man can never return to the primitive life he often idealizes, but the point is, he doesn't have to. The use of farm machinery as such does not conflict with sound agricultural practices. Nor are industry and urbanized community incompatible with a more agrarian, more natural environment. Ironically, advances in technology itself have largely overcome the industrial problems that once justified the huge concentrations of people and facilities in a few urban areas. Automobiles, aircraft, electric power, and electronic devices have eliminated nearly all the problems of transportation, communication, and social isolation that burdened man in past eras. We can now communicate with one another over a distance of thousands of miles in a matter of seconds, and we can travel to the most remote areas of the world in a few hours. The obstacles created by time and space are essentially gone. Similarly, size need no longer be a problem. Technologists have developed remarkable small-scaled alternatives to many of the giant facilities that still dominate modern industry. The smoky steel town, for example, is an anachronism. Excellent steel can be made and rolled with installations that occupy about 2 or 3 city blocks. Many of the latest machines are highly versatile and compact. They lend themselves to a large variety of manufacturing and finishing operations. Today, the more modern plant with its clean, quiet, versatile and largely automated facilities contrasts sharply with the huge, ugly, congested factories inherited from an earlier era. Thus, almost without realizing it, we have been preparing the material conditions for a new type of human community, one that constitutes neither a complete return to the past nor a suburban accommodation to the present. It is no longer fanciful to think of man's future environment in terms of a decentralized, moderate-sized city that combines industry with agriculture, not only in the same civic entity, but in the occupational activities of the same individual. The so-called urbanized farmer or the so-called agrarianized townsman need not be a contradiction in terms. This way of life was achieved for a time by the Greek polis, by early Republican Rome, and by the Renaissance commune. The urban centers that became the wellsprings of Western civilization were not strictly cities in the modern sense of the term. Rather, they brought agriculture together with urban life, synthesizing both into a rounded human, cultural, and social development. Whether modern man manages to reach this point or travels only part of the way, some kind of decentralization will be necessary to achieve a lasting equilibrium between society and nature. Urban decentralization underlies any hope of achieving ecological control of pest infestations in agriculture. Only a community well integrated with the resources of the surrounding region can promote agricultural and biological diversity. With careful planning, man can use plants and animals not only as a source for food, but also by pitting one species of life against another as a means of controlling pests, thus eliminating much of his need for chemical methods. What is equally important, a decentralized community holds the greatest promise for conserving natural resources, particularly as it would promote the use of local sources of energy. Instead of relying primarily on concentrated sources of fuel in distant regions of the continent, the community could make maximum use of its own energy resources, such as wind power, solar energy, and hydroelectric power. These sources of energy, so often overlooked because of an almost exclusive reliance on a national division of labour, could help greatly to conserve the remaining supply of high-grade petroleum and coal. They would almost certainly postpone, if not eliminate, the need for turning to radioactive substances and nuclear reactors as major sources of industrial energy. With more time at his disposal for intensive research, man might learn to employ solar energy and wind power as the principal sources of energy to eliminate the hazard of radioactive contamination from nuclear reactors. It is true, of course, that our lifelines would become more complex and from a technological point of view, less efficient. There will be many duplications of effort. Instead of being concentrated in 2 or 3 areas of the country, steel plants would be spread out, with many communities employing small-scaled facilities to meet regional or local needs. But the word efficiency, like the word pest, is relative. Although duplication of facilities would be somewhat costly, many local mineral sources that are not used today because they are too widely scattered or too small for the purposes of large-scale production would become economical for the purposes of a smaller community. Thus, in the long run, a more localized or regional form of industrial activity is likely to promote a more efficient use of resources than our prevailing methods of production. It is also true that we will never entirely eliminate the need for a national and international division of labor in agriculture and industry. The Midwest will always remain our best source of grains. The East and Far West, the best sources of lumber and certain field crops. Our petroleum, high-grade coal, and certain minerals will still have to be supplied in large part by a few regions of the country. But there is no reason why we cannot reduce the burden that our national division of labor currently places on these areas by spreading the agricultural and industrial loads over wider areas of the country. This seems to be the only approach to the task of creating a long-range balance between man and the natural world, and of remaking man's synthetic environment in a form that will promote human health and fitness. An emphasis on agriculture and urban regionalism is somewhat disconcerting to the average city dweller. It conjures up an image of cultural isolation and social stagnation, of a journey backward in history to the agrarian societies of the medieval and ancient worlds. Actually, the urban dweller today is more isolated in a big city than his ancestors were in the countryside. The city man in the modern metropolis has reached a degree of anonymity, social atomization, and spiritual isolation that is virtually unprecedented in human history. Today, man's alienation from man is almost absolute. His standards of cooperation, mutual aid, simple human hospitality, and decency have suffered an appalling erosion in the urban milieu. Man's civic institutions have become cold, impersonal agencies for the manipulation of his destiny, and his culture has increasingly accommodated itself to the least common denominator of intelligence and taste. He has nothing to lose even by a backward glance. Indeed, in this way he is likely to place his present-day world and its limitations in a clearer perspective. But why should an emphasis on agriculture and urban regionalism be regarded as an attempt to return to the past? Can we not develop an environment more selectively, more subtly, and more rationally than we have thus far, combining the best of the past and present and bringing forth a new synthesis of man and nature, nation and region, town and country? Life would indeed cease to be an adventure if we merely elaborated the present by extending urban sprawl, and by extending civil life until it completely escapes from the control of its individual elements. To continue along these lines would serve not to promote social evolution, but rather to fatten the social organism to a point where it could no longer move. Our purpose should be to make individual life a more rounded experience, and this we can hope to accomplish at the present stage of our development only by restoring the complexity of man's environment and by reducing the community to a human scale. Is there any evidence that reason will prevail in the management of our affairs? It is difficult to give a direct answer. Certainly, we are beginning to look for qualitative improvements in many aspects of life. We are getting weary and resentful of the shoddiness in goods and services. We are gaining a new appreciation of the land and its problems, and a greater realization of the social promise offered by a more manageable human community. More and more is being written about our synthetic environment, and the criticism is more pointed than it has been in almost half a century. Perhaps we can still hope, as Mumford did more than 2 decades ago in the closing lines of The Culture of Cities. Quote, "We have much to unbuild and much more to build, but the foundations are ready. The machines are set in place and the tools are bright and keen. The architects, the engineers, and the workmen are assembled. None of us may live to see the complete building, and perhaps, in the nature of things, the building can never be completed. But some of us will see the flag or the fir tree that the workers will plant aloft in ancient ritual when they capped the topmost story." Unquote. Anarchism and ecology. An anarchist society, far from being a remote ideal, has become a precondition for the practice of ecological principles. To sum up the critical message of ecology, if we diminish variety in the natural world, we debase its unity and wholeness. We destroy the forces making for natural harmony and for a lasting equilibrium, and what is even more significant, we introduce an absolute retrogression in the development of the natural world that may eventually render the environment unfit for advanced forms of life. To sum up the reconstructive message of ecology, if we wish to advance the unity and stability of the natural world, we will wish to harmonize it. We must conserve and promote variety. To be sure, mere variety for its own sake is a vacuous goal. In nature, variety emerges spontaneously. The capacities of a new species are tested by the rigors of climate, by its ability to deal with predators, and by its capacity to establish and enlarge its niche. Yet the species that succeeds in enlarging its niche in the environment also enlarges the ecological situation as a whole. To borrow E.A. Gutkin's phrase, it expands the environment, both for itself and for the species with which it enters into a balanced relationship. How do these concepts apply to social theory? To many readers, I suppose, it should suffice to say that, inasmuch as man is part of nature, an expanding natural environment enlarges the basis for social development. But the answer to the question goes much deeper than many ecologists and libertarians suspect. Again, allow me to return to the ecological principle of wholeness and balance as a product of diversity. The first step toward an answer is provided by a passage in Herbert Reed's The Philosophy of Anarchism. In presenting his measure of progress, Reed observes, quote, "Progress is measured by the degree of differentiation within a society. If the individual is a unit in a corporate mass, his life will be limited, dull, and mechanical. If the individual is a unit on his own, with space and potentiality for separate action, then he may be more subject to accident or chance, but at least he can expand and express himself. he can develop in the only real meaning of the word, develop in consciousness in strength, vitality, and joy." Unquote. Reid's thought, unfortunately, is not fully developed, but it provides an interesting point of departure. What first strikes us is that both the ecologist and the anarchist place a strong emphasis on spontaneity. The ecologist, insofar as he is more than a technician, tends to reject the notion of power over nature. He speaks instead of steering his way through an ecological situation, of managing rather than recreating an ecosystem. The anarchist, in turn, speaks in terms of social spontaneity, of releasing the potentialities of society and humanity, of giving free and unfettered rein to the creativity of people. Each in its own way regards authority as inhibitory, as a weight limiting the creative potential of a natural and social situation. Their object is not to rule a domain, but to release it. They regard insight, reason, and knowledge as a means for fulfilling the potentialities of a situation, as facilitating the working out of the logic of a situation, not as replacing its potentialities with preconceived notions, or distorting their development with dogmas. Returning to Reid's words, what strikes us is that, like the ecologist, the anarchist views differentiation as a measure of progress. The ecologist uses the term biotic pyramid in speaking of biological advances. The anarchist, the word individuation to denote social advances. If we go beyond Reid, we will observe that, to both the ecologist and the anarchist, an ever-increasing unity is achieved by growing differentiation. An expanding whole is created by the diversification and enrichment of its parts. Just as the ecologist seeks to expand the range of an ecosystem and promote a free interplay between species, so the anarchist seeks to expand the range of social experiences and remove all fetters from its development. Anarchism is not only a stateless society, but a harmonized society that exposes man to the stimuli provided by both agrarian and urban life, to physical activity and mental activity, to unrepressed sensuality and self-directed spirituality, to communal solidarity and individual development, to regional uniqueness and worldwide brotherhood, to spontaneity and self-discipline, to the elimination of toil and promotion of craftsmanship. In our schizoid society, these goals are regarded as mutually exclusive, indeed as sharply opposed. They appear as dualities because the very logistics of present-day society, the separation of town and country, the specialization of labor, the atomization of man, and it would be preposterous to believe that these dualities could be resolved without a general idea of the physical structure of an anarchist society. We can gain some idea of what such a society would be like by reading William Morris's News from Nowhere and the writings of Peter Kropotkin. But these works provide us with mere glimpses. They do not take into account the post-World War II developments of technology and the contributions made by the developments of ecology. This is not the place to embark on a discussion of utopian writing, but certain guidelines can be presented, and in presenting these guidelines, I am eager to emphasize not only the more obvious ecological premises that support them, but also the humanistic ones. An anarchist society should be a decentralized society, not only to establish a lasting basis for the harmonization of man and nature, but also to add a new dimension to the harmonization of man and man. The Greeks, we are often reminded, would have been horrified by a city whose size and population precluded face-to-face familiar relationships among citizens. Today, there is plainly a need to reduce the dimensions of the human community, partly to resolve our pollution and transportation problems, partly also to create real communities. In a sense, we must humanize humanity. Electronic devices such as telephones, telegraphs, radios, and television receivers should be used as little as possible to mediate the relations between people. In making collective decisions, the ancient Athenian ecclesia was in some ways a model for making social decisions. All members of the community should have an opportunity to acquire in full the measure of anyone who addresses the assembly. They should be in a position to absorb his attitudes, study his expressions, and weigh his motives as well as his ideas in a direct personal encounter and through face-to-face discussion. Our small communities should be economically balanced and well-rounded, partly so that they can make full use of local raw materials and energy resources, partly also to enlarge the agricultural and industrial stimuli to which individuals are exposed. The member of a community who has a predilection for engineering, for instance, should be encouraged to steep his hands in humus. The man of ideas should be encouraged to employ his musculature. The inborn farmer should gain a familiarity with the workings of a rolling mill. To separate the engineer from the soil, the thinker from the spade, and the farmer from the industrial plant promotes a degree of vocational over-specialization that leads to a dangerous measure of social control by specialists. What is equally important, professional and vocational specialization prevents society from achieving a vital goal, the humanization of nature by the technician and the naturalization of society by the biologist. I submit that an anarchist community could approximate a clearly definable ecosystem. It would be diversified, balanced, and harmonious. It is arguable whether such an ecosystem would acquire the configuration of an urban entity with a distinct center, such as we find in the Greek polis, or the medieval commune, or whether, as Bookchin proposes, society would consist of widely dispersed communities without a distinct center. In any case, the ecological scale of any of these communities would be determined by the smallest ecosystem capable of supporting a population of moderate size. A relatively self-sufficient community, visibly dependent on its environment for the means of life, would gain a new respect for the organic interrelationships that sustain it. In the long run, the attempt to approximate self-sufficiency would, I think, prove more efficient than the exaggerated national division of labour that prevails today. Although there would doubtless be many duplications of small industrial facilities from community to community, the familiarity of each group with its local environment and its ecological roots would make for a more intelligent and more loving use of its environment. I submit that, far from producing provincialism, relative self-sufficiency would create a new matrix for individual and communal development, a oneness with the surroundings that would vitalize the community. The rotation of civic, vocational, and professional responsibilities would stimulate the senses in the being of the individual, creating and rounding out new dimensions in self-development. In a complete society, we could hope to create complete humans. In a rounded society, rounded humans. In the Western world, the Athenians, for all their shortcomings and limitations, were the first to give us a notion of this completeness. The polis was made for the amateur, HDF Kitto tells us. Quote, its ideal was that every citizen, more or less, according as the polis was democratic or oligarchic, should play his part in all of its many activities, an ideal that is recognizably descended from the generous, Homeric conception of arete as an all-round excellence and an all-round activity. It implies a respect for the wholeness or the oneness of life and a consequent dislike of specialization. It implies a contempt for efficiency, or rather a much higher ideal of efficiency, an efficiency which exists not in one department of life, but in life itself." Unquote. An anarchist society, although it would surely aspire to more, could hardly hope to achieve less than this state of mind. If the ecological community is ever achieved in practice, social life would yield a sensitive development of human and natural diversity, falling together into a well-balanced, harmonious whole. Ranging from community through region to entire continents, we would see a colourful differentiation of human groups and ecosystems, each developing its unique potentialities and exposing members of the community to a wide spectrum of economic, cultural, and behavioural stimuli. Falling within our purview would be an exciting, often dramatic variety of communal forms, here marked by architectural and industrial adaptations to semi-arid ecosystems, there to grasslands, elsewhere by adaptation to forested areas. We would witness a creative interplay between individual and group, community and environment, humanity and nature. Freed from an oppressive routine, from paralyzing repressions and insecurities, from the burdens of toil and false needs, from the trammels of authority and irrational compulsion, individuals would finally, for the first time in history, be in a position to realize their potentialities as members of the human community and the natural world. The new technology and the human scale. To the degree that material production is decentralized and localized, the primacy of the community is asserted over national institutions. In these circumstances, the popular assembly of the local community, convened in a face-to-face democracy, would take over the full management of social life. The question is whether a future society would be organized around technology, or whether technology is now sufficiently malleable that it can be organized around society. To answer this question, we must further examine certain features of the new technology. Since 1945, computer technology has undergone a startling miniaturization from vacuum tubes to microcircuits, where computers were once enormous, advanced units now occupy the size of an office desk. Paralleling the miniaturization of computer components is the remarkable sophistication of more traditional forms of technology. Continuous hot strip steel rolling mills, which are among the largest and costliest facilities in modern industry, are geared to a national division of labour, to highly concentrated sources of raw materials, generally located at a great distance from the complex, and to large national and international markets. Even if the complex were totally automated, its operating and management needs would far transcend the capabilities of a small, decentralized community. The type of administration it requires tends to foster centralized social forms. Fortunately, we now have a number of alternatives, more efficient alternatives in many respects, to the modern steel complex. A future steel complex based on electric furnaces, continuous casting, a planetary mill, and a small continuous cold-reducing mill would require only a fraction of the acreage occupied by a conventional installation. It would be fully capable of meeting the steel needs of several moderate-sized communities with low quantities of fuel. This complex would not have to meet the needs of a national market. On the contrary, it is suited only for meeting the steel requirements of small and moderate-sized communities and industrially underdeveloped countries. The very scale of our hypothetical steel complex constitutes one of its most attractive features. Also, the steel it produces is more durable, so the community's rate of replenishing its steel products would be appreciably reduced. Since the smaller complex requires ore, fuel, and reducing agents in relatively small quantities, many communities could rely on local resources for their raw materials, thereby conserving the more concentrated resources of centrally located sources of supply, strengthening the independence of the community itself vis-à-vis the traditional centralized economy, and reducing the expense of transportation. What would, at first glance, seem to be a costly, inefficient duplication of effort would prove, in the long run, to be more efficient as well as socially more desirable than a few centralized complexes. The new technology has produced not only miniaturized electronic components and smaller production facilities, but highly versatile, multi-purpose machines. For more than a century, the trend in machine design moved increasingly toward technological specialization and single-purpose devices, underpinning the intensive division of labor required by the factory system. Industrial operations were subordinated entirely to the product. In time, this narrow, pragmatic approach has, quote, led industry far from the rational line of development in production machinery, unquote, observed Eric W. Lever and John L. Brown. Quote, it has led to increasingly an economic specialization. Specialization of machines in terms of end product requires that the machine be thrown away when the product is no longer needed, yet the work the production machine does can be reduced to a set of basic functions, forming, holding, cutting, and so on, and these functions, if correctly analyzed, can be packaged and applied to operate on a part as needed, unquote. A small or moderate-sized community using multi-purpose machines could satisfy many of its limited industrial needs without being burdened with underused industrial facilities. There would be less loss in scrapping tools and less need for single-purpose plants. The community's economy would be more compact and versatile, more rounded and self-contained than anything we find in the communities of industrially advanced countries. The effort that goes into retooling machines for new products would be enormously reduced. Finally, multi-purpose machines with a wide operational range are relatively easy to automate. The changes required to use these machines in a cybernated industrial facility would generally be in circuitry and programming rather than in machine form and structure. I do not claim that all of human economic activities can be completely decentralized, but the majority can surely be scaled to human and communitarian dimensions. This much is certain. We can shift the center of economic power from national to local scale, and from centralized bureaucratic forms to local popular assemblies. This shift would be a revolutionary change of vast proportions, for it would create powerful economic foundations for the sovereignty and autonomy of the local community. Ecological technology. In our own time, the development of technology and the growth of cities have brought human alienation from nature to the breaking point. Western man finds himself confined to a largely synthetic urban environment, far removed physically from the land, and his relationship to the natural world is mediated entirely by machines. He lacks familiarity with most of how his goods are produced, and his foods bear only the faintest resemblance to the animals and plants from which they were derived. Boxed into a sanitized urban milieu, almost institutional in form and appearance, modern man is denied even a spectator's role in the agricultural and industrial systems that satisfy his material needs. He is a pure consumer, an insensate receptacle. It would be unfair, perhaps, to say that he is disrespectful toward the natural environment. The fact is, he scarcely knows what ecology means or what his environment requires to remain in balance. The balance between man and nature must be restored. Unless we establish some kind of equilibrium between man and the natural world, the viability of the human species will be placed in grave jeopardy. The new technology can be used ecologically to reawaken man's sense of dependence upon the environment by reintroducing the natural world into the human experience. We can contribute to the achievement of human wholeness. The classical utopians fully realized that the first steps toward wholeness must be to remove the contradiction between town and country. It is impossible, wrote Fourier nearly a century and a half ago, quote, to organize a regular and well-balanced association without bringing into play the labors of the field, or at least gardens, orchards, flocks and herds, poultry yards, and a great variety of species, animal and vegetable, unquote. Shocked by the social effects of the Industrial Revolution, Fourier added, quote, they are ignorant of this principle in England, where they experiment with artisans, with manufacturing labour alone, which cannot by itself suffice to sustain social union, unquote. To argue that the modern urban dweller should once again enjoy the labours of the field may well seem like gallows humour. A restoration of the peasant agriculture that was prevalent in Fourier's day is neither possible nor desirable. Charles Guide is surely correct when he observes that agricultural labour, quote, is not necessarily more attractive than industrial labour. To till the earth has always been regarded as the type of painful toil, of toil which is done with the sweat of one's brow, unquote. If our vision were to extend no further than land management, the only alternative to peasant agriculture would seem to be highly specialized and centralized farming, its techniques paralleling the methods used in present-day industry. Far from achieving a balance between town and country, we would be faced with a synthetic environment that had totally assimilated the natural world. If the land and community are to be reintegrated physically, and if the community is to exist in an agricultural matrix that renders man's dependence upon nature explicit, the problem is how to achieve this transformation without imposing painful toil on the community. How, in short, can husbandry, ecological forms of food cultivation, and farming on a human scale be practiced and at the same time toil be eliminated? Some of the most promising technological advances in agriculture made since World War II are as suitable for small-scale ecological forms of land management as they are for the immense industrial-type commercial units that have become prevalent over the past few decades. The orgamatic feeding of livestock illustrates a cardinal principle of rational farm mechanization, the deployment of conventional machines and devices in a way that virtually eliminates arduous farm labor. By linking a battery of silos with augers, different nutrients can be mixed and transported to feed pens merely by pushing some buttons and pulling a few switches. A job that may once have required the labor of 5 or 6 men working half a day with pitchforks and buckets can now be performed by one man in a few minutes. This type of mechanization is intrinsically neutral. It can be used to feed immense herds or just a few hundred heads of cattle. The silos may contain natural feed or synthetic, hormonized nutrients. The feeder can be employed on relatively small farms with mixed livestock, or on large beef raising ranches, or on dairy farms of all sizes. In short, orgamatic feeding can be placed in the service either of the most abusive kind of commercial exploitation or the most sensitive applications of ecological principles. This holds true for most of the farm machines that have been designed, in many cases simply redesigned, to achieve greater versatility in recent years. Let us pause at this point to envision how a free community might be integrated with its natural environment. The community has been established after a careful study was made of its natural ecology, its air and water resources, its climate, its geological formations, its raw materials, its soils, and its natural flora and fauna. Land management by the community is guided entirely by ecological principles, so that an equilibrium is maintained between the environment and its human inhabitants. Industrially rounded, the community forms a distinct unit within a natural matrix. It is socially and aesthetically in balance with the area it occupies. Agriculture is highly mechanized in the community, but as mixed as possible with respect to crops, livestock and timber. Variety of flora and fauna is promoted as a means of controlling pest infestations and enhancing scenic beauty. Large-scale farming is practiced only where it does not conflict with the ecology of the region. Owing to the generally mixed character of food cultivation, agriculture is pursued by small farming units, each demarcated from each other by tree belts, shrubs, pastures, and meadows. In rolling, hilly or mountainous country, land with sharp gradients is covered by timber to prevent erosion and conserve water. The soil on each acre is studied carefully and committed only to those crops for which it is most suited. Every effort is made to blend town and country without sacrificing the distinctive contribution that each has to offer to the human experience. The ecological region forms the living social, cultural and biotic boundaries of the community, or of the several communities that share its resources. Each community contains many vegetable and flower gardens, attractive arbors, parkland, even streams and ponds to support fish and aquatic birds. The countryside, from which food and raw materials are acquired, not only constitutes the immediate environs of the community, accessible to all by foot, but invades the community. Although town and country retain their identity and the uniqueness of each is highly prized and fostered, nature appears everywhere in the town, while the town seems to have caressed and left a gentle human imprint on nature. There is a kind of industrial archaeology that reveals in many areas evidence of a once burgeoning economic activity, long abandoned by our pre-capitalist predecessors. In the Hudson Valley, the Rhine Valley, the Appalachians, and the Pyrenees are relics of mines and once highly developed metallurgical crafts, the fragmentary remains of local industries, and the outlines of long deserted farms. All vestiges of flourishing communities based on local raw materials and resources. These communities declined because the products they once furnished were elbowed out by the large-scale national industries based on mass production techniques and concentrated sources of raw materials. Their old infrastructure is often still available as a resource for use by each locality. Valueless in a highly urbanized society, it is eminently suitable for use by decentralized communities, and it awaits the application of industrial techniques adapted for small-scale quality production. If we were to take a careful inventory of the resources available in many depopulated regions of the world, the possibility that communities could satisfy many of their material needs locally would likely be much greater than we suspect. It is not that we lack energy per se, but we are only just beginning to learn how to use energy sources that are available in almost limitless quantity. The gross radiant energy striking the Earth's surface from the Sun is estimated to be more than 3,000 times the annual energy consumed by mankind today. Although a portion of this energy is converted into wind or used for photosynthesis by vegetation, a staggering quantity is available for human use. The problem is how to collect it to satisfy a portion of our energy needs. If solar energy could be collected for house heating, for example, 20 to 30% of the conventional energy resources we normally employ could be redirected to other purposes. If we could collect solar energy for most of all our cooking, water heating, smelting, and power production, we would have relatively little need for fossil fuels. Solar devices have been designed for nearly all these functions. We can heat houses, cook food, boil water, melt metals, and produce electricity with devices that use the sun's energy exclusively. But we can't do it efficiently in every latitude of the Earth, and we are still confronted with a number of technical problems that can be solved only by crash research programs. The ocean's tides are still another untapped resource to which we could turn for electric power. We could trap the ocean's waters at high tide in a natural basis, say a bay or the mouth of a river, and release them through turbines at low tide. A number of places exist where the tides are high enough to produce electric power in large quantities. We could use temperature differences in the sea or in the earth to generate electric power in sizable quantities. A temperature differential as high as 17 degrees centigrade is not uncommon in the surface layers of tropical waters. Along coastal areas of Siberia, winter differences of 30 degrees exist between water below the ice crust and the air. The interior of the Earth becomes progressively warmer as we descend, providing selective temperature differentials with respect to the surface. Heat pumps could be used to avail ourselves of these differentials. If we could acquire electricity or direct heat from solar energy, wind power, or temperature differentials, the heating system of a home or factory could be completely self-sustaining. It would not drain valuable hydrocarbon resources or require external sources of supply. Winds could also be used to provide electric power in many areas of the world. About 1/40th of the solar energy reaching the Earth's surface is converted into wind. Although much of this goes into the making of the jet stream, a great deal of wind energy is available a few hundred feet above the ground. A United Nations report, using monetary terms to gauge the feasibility of wind power, finds that efficient wind plants in many areas could produce electricity at an overall cost of 5 mils per kilowatt hour, a figure that approximates the price of commercially generated electric power. There should be no illusions about the possibilities of extracting trace minerals from rocks, of solar and wind power, and the use of heat pumps as alternative sources of energy and raw materials, except perhaps for tidal power and the extraction of raw materials from the sea. These sources cannot supply man with the bulky quantities of raw materials and large blocks of energy needed to sustain densely concentrated populations and highly centralized industries. Solar devices, wind turbines, and heat pumps will produce relatively small quantities of power. Used locally and in conjunction with each other, they could probably meet all the power needs of small communities, but we cannot foresee a time when they will be able to furnish electricity in the quantities used by cities the size of New York, London, and Paris. Limitation of scope, however, could represent a profound advantage from an ecological point of view. The sun, the wind, and the earth are experiential realities to which men have responded sensuously and reverently from time immemorial. Out of these primal elements, man developed his sense of dependence on and respect for the natural environment, a dependence that kept his destructive activities in check. The Industrial Revolution and the urbanized world that followed obscured nature's role in human experience, hiding the sun with a pall of smoke, blocking the winds with massive buildings, desecrating the earth with sprawling cities. Man's dependence on the natural world became invisible. It became theoretical and intellectual in character, the subject matter of textbooks, monographs, and lectures. True, this theoretical dependence supplied us with insights, although partial ones at best, into the natural world, but its one-sidedness robbed us of all sensuous dependence on and all visible contact and unity with nature. In losing these, we have lost a part of ourselves as feeling beings. We became alienated from nature. Our technology and environment became totally inanimate, totally synthetic, a purely inorganic physical milieu that promoted the de-animization of man and his thought. To bring the sun, the wind, the earth, indeed the world of life back into technology, into the means of human survival, would be a revolutionary renewal of man's ties to nature. To restore this dependence in a way that evoked a sense of regional uniqueness in each community, a sense not only of generalized dependence, but of dependence on a specific region with distinct qualities of its own, would give this renewal a truly ecological character. A real ecological system would emerge, a delicately interlaced pattern of local resources, honored by continual study and artful modification. With a true sense of regionalism, every resource would find its place in the natural, stable balance and organic unity of social, technological, and natural elements. Art would assimilate technology by becoming social art, the art of the community as a whole. The free community would be able to rescale the tempo of life, the work patterns of man, its architecture, and its systems of transportation and communication to human dimensions. The electric car, quiet, slow-moving, and clean, would become the preferred mode of urban transportation, replacing the noisy, filthy, high-speed automobile. Monorails would link community to community, reducing the number of highways that scar the countryside. Crafts would regain their honored position as supplements to mass manufacture. They would become a form of domestic, day-to-day artistry. A high standard of excellence, I believe, would replace the strictly quantitative criteria of production that prevail today. A respect for the durability of goods and the conservation of materials would replace the shabby, huckster-oriented criteria that result in built-in obsolescence and an insensate consumer society. The community would become a beautifully molded arena of life, a vitalizing source of culture, and a deeply personal, ever-nourishing source of human solidarity. Social ecology. In almost every period since the Renaissance, a very close link has existed between radical advances in the natural sciences and upheavals in social thought. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the emerging sciences of astronomy and mechanics, with their liberating visions of a heliocentric world and the unity of local and cosmic motion, found their social counterparts in equally critical and rational social ideologies that challenged religious bigotry and political absolutism. The Enlightenment brought a new appreciation of sensory perception and the claims of human reason to divine a world that had been the ideological monopoly of the clergy. Later, anthropology and evolutionary biology demolished traditional static notions of the human enterprise, along with its myths of original creation and history as a theological calling. By enlarging the map and revealing the earthly dynamics of social history, these sciences reinforce the new doctrines of socialism, with its ideal of human progress that followed the French Revolution. In view of the enormous dislocations that now confront us, our own era needs a more sweeping and insightful body of knowledge, scientific as well as social, to deal with our problems. Without renouncing the gains of earlier scientific and social theories, we must develop a more rounded, critical analysis of our relationship with the natural world. We must seek the foundations of a more reconstructive approach to the grave problems posed by the apparent contradictions between nature and society. We can no longer afford to remain captive to the tendency of the more traditional sciences to dissect phenomena and examine their fragments. We must combine them, relate them, and see them in their totality as well as their specificity. In response to those needs, we have formulated a discipline unique to our age: social ecology. The more well-known term, ecology, was coined by Ernst Haeckel a century ago to denote the investigation of the interrelationships between animals, plants, and their inorganic environment. Since Haeckel's day, the term has been expanded to include ecologies of cities, of health, and of the mind. This proliferation of a word into widely disparate areas may seem particularly desirable to an age that fervently seeks some kind of intellectual coherence and unity of perception. But it can also prove to be extremely treacherous. Like such newly arrived words as holism, decentralization, and dialectics, the term ecology runs the peril of merely hanging in the air without any roots, context, or texture. Often it is used as a metaphor, an alluring catchword that loses the potentially compelling internal logic of its premises. Accordingly, the radical thrust of these words is easily neutralized. Holism evaporates into a mystical sigh, a rhetorical expression for ecological fellowship and community that ends with such in-group greetings and salutations as holistically yours. What was once a serious philosophical stance has been reduced to environmentalist kitsch. Decentralization commonly means logistical alternatives to gigantism, not the human scale that would make an intimate and direct democracy possible. Ecology fares even worse. All too often, it becomes a metaphor, like the word dialectics, for any kind of integration and development. Perhaps even more troubling, the word in recent years has been identified with a very crude form of natural engineering that might well be called environmentalism. To distinguish ecology from environmentalism and from abstract, often obfuscatory definitions of the term, I must return to its original usage and explore its direct relevance to society. Put quite simply, ecology deals with the dynamic balance of nature, with the interdependence of living and non-living things. Since nature also includes human beings, the science must include humanity's role in the natural world. Specifically, the character, form, and structure of humanity's relationship with other species and with the inorganic substrate of the biotic environment. From a critical viewpoint, ecology opens to a wide purview the vast disequilibrium that has emerged from humanity's split with the natural world. One of nature's unique species, Homo sapiens, has slowly and painstakingly developed from the natural world into a unique social world of its own. As both worlds interact with each other through highly complex phases of evolution, it has become as important to speak of a social ecology as to speak of a natural ecology. Let me emphasize that to ignore these phases of human evolution which have yielded a succession of hierarchies, classes, cities, and finally states, is to make a mockery of the term social ecology. Unfortunately, the discipline has been beleaguered by adherents who try to collapse all the phases of natural and human development into a universal oneness, not wholeness. A yawning night in which all cows are black, to borrow one of Hegel's caustic phrases. If nothing else, our common use of the word species to denote the wealth of life around us should alert us to the fact of specificity, of particularity. The rich abundance of differentiated beings and things that enter into the very subject matter of natural ecology. To explore these differentia, to examine the phases and interphases that enter into their making and into humanity's long development from animality to society, a development latent with problems and possibilities, is to make social ecology one of the most powerful disciplines from which to draw our critique of the present social order. But social ecology provides more than a critique of the split between humanity and nature. It also poses the need to heal it. Indeed, it poses the need to radically transcend them. As E.A. Bookchin pointed out, quote, "The goal of social ecology is wholeness, and not mere adding together of innumerable details collected at random and interpreted subjectively and insufficiently." Unquote. The science deals with social and natural relationships in communities or ecosystems. In conceiving them holistically, that is to say, in terms of their mutual interdependence, social ecology seeks to unravel the forms and patterns of interrelationships that give intelligibility to a community, be it natural or social. Holism, here, is the result of a conscious effort to discern how the particulars of a community are arranged, how its geometry, as the ancient Greeks might have put it, makes the whole more than the sum of its parts. Hence, the wholeness to which Bookchin refers is not to be mistaken for a spectral oneness that yields cosmic dissolution into a structureless nirvana. It is a richly articulated structure with a history and internal logic of its own. History, in fact, is as important as form or structure. To a large extent, the history of a phenomenon is the phenomenon itself. We are, in a real sense, everything that existed before us, and in turn, we can eventually become vastly more than what we are. Surprisingly, very little in the evolution of life forms has been lost in natural and social evolution. Indeed, in our very own bodies, as our embryonic development attests. Evolution lies within us, as well as around us, as parts of the very nature of our beings. For the present, it suffices to say that wholeness is not a bleak, undifferentiated universality that involves the reduction of a phenomenon to what it has in common with everything else, nor is it a celestial, omnipresent energy that replaces the vast material differentia of which the natural and social realms are composed. To the contrary, wholeness comprises the variegated structures, the articulations, and the mediations that impart to the whole a rich variety of forms, and thereby add unique qualitative properties to what a strictly analytical mind often reduces to innumerable and random details. Terms like wholeness, totality, and even community have perilous nuances for a generation that has known fascism and other totalitarian ideologies. The words evoke images of a wholeness achieved through homogenization, standardization, and the repressive coordination of human beings. These fears are reinforced by a wholeness that seems to provide an inexorable finality to the course of human history, one that implies a suprahuman, narrowly teleological concept of social law, and that denies the ability of human will and individual choice to shape the course of social events. Such notions of social law and teleology have been used to achieve a ruthless subjugation of the individual to suprahuman forces beyond human control. Our century has been afflicted by a plethora of totalitarian ideologies that, placing human beings in the service of history, have denied them a place in the service of their own humanity. Actually, such a totalitarian concept of wholeness stands sharply at odds with what ecologists denote by the term. Ecological wholeness is not an immutable homogeneity, but rather the very opposite, a dynamic unity of diversity. In nature, balance and harmony are achieved by ever-changing differentiation, by ever-expanding diversity. Ecological stability, in effect, is a function not of simplicity and homogeneity, but of complexity and variety. The capacity of an ecosystem to retain its integrity depends not on the uniformity of the environment, but on its diversity. A striking example of this tenet can be drawn from experiences with ecological strategies for cultivating food. Farmers have repeatedly met with disastrous results because of the conventional emphasis on single crop approaches to agriculture, or monoculture, to use a widely accepted term for those endless wheat and cornfields that extend to the horizon in many parts of the world. Without the mixed crops that normally provide both the countervailing forces and mutualistic support that come with mixed populations of plants and animals, the entire agricultural situation in an area has been known to collapse. Benign insects become pests because their natural controls, including birds and small animals, have been removed. The soil, lacking earthworms, nitrogen-fixing bacteria, and green manure in sufficient quantities, is reduced to mere sand, a mineral medium for absorbing enormous quantities of inorganic nitrogen salts, which were originally supplied more cyclically and timed more appropriately for crop growth in the ecosystem. In reckless disregard for the complexity of nature and for the subtle requirements of plant and animal life, the agricultural situation is crudely simplified. Its needs must now be satisfied by highly soluble synthetic fertilizers that percolate into drinking water, and by dangerous pesticides that remain as residues in food. A high standard of food cultivation that was once achieved by a diversity of crops and animals, one that was free of lasting toxic agents and probably more healthful nutritionally, is now barely approximated by single crops whose main supports are toxic chemicals and highly simple nutrients. If the thrust of natural evolution has been toward increasing complexity, and if the colonization of the planet by life has been made possible only by a result of biotic variety, a prudent rescaling of man's hubris should call for caution in disturbing natural processes. That living things, emerging ages ago from their primal aquatic habitat to colonize the most inhospitable areas of the earth, have created the rich biosphere that now covers it, has been possible only because of life's incredible mutability and the enormous legacy of life forms inherited from its long development. Many of these life forms, even the most primal and simplest, have never disappeared, however much they have been modified by evolution. The simple algal forms that marked the beginnings of plant life and the simple invertebrates that mark the beginnings of animal life that still exist in large numbers. They comprise the preconditions for the existence of the more complex organic beings to which they provide sustenance, the source of decomposition, and even atmospheric oxygen and carbon dioxide. Although they may antedate the higher plants and mammals by over 1 billion years, they interrelate with their more complex descendants in often unravelable ecosystems. To assume that science commands this vast nexus of organic and inorganic interrelationships in all its details is worse than arrogance. It is sheer stupidity. If unity in diversity forms one of the cardinal tenets of ecology, the wealth of biota that exists in a single acre of soil leads us to still another basic ecological tenet: the need to allow for a high degree of natural spontaneity. The compelling dictum, respect for nature, has concrete implications. To assume that our knowledge of this complex, richly textured, and perpetually changing natural kaleidoscope of life forms lends itself to the degree of mastery that allows us free rein in manipulating the biosphere in sheer foolishness. Thus, a considerable amount of leeway must be permitted for natural spontaneity, for the diverse biological forces that yield a variegated ecological situation. Working with nature requires that we foster the biotic variety that emerges from a spontaneous development of natural phenomena. I hardly mean that we surrender ourselves to a mystical nature that is beyond all human comprehension and intervention, a nature that demands human awe and subservience. Perhaps the most obvious conclusion we can draw from these ecological tenets is Charles Elton's sensitive observation, quote, "The world's future has to be managed, but this management would not be just like a game of chess, more like steering a boat," unquote. What ecology, both natural and social, can help to teach us is how to find the current and understand the direction of the stream. Chapter 2: Nature, First and Second. Introduction. Amid the technological enchantment of the 1950s, proponents of organic farming, like Bookchin himself, had to defend organic agricultural techniques against the scorn of federal agencies and the chemical industry, both of which were busily making pesticides into agricultural commonplaces. Unlike today, when the value of organic farming is recognized, in those years its value had to be fought for. As part of that struggle to defend organic farming, Bookchin borrowed the concept unity in diversity from the German idealist philosopher Hegel. Recast as a principle of organic agriculture, the concept suggested an alternative farming technique that was able to rid crops of pests without the use of carcinogenic pesticides. Unlike the monocultures that demanded pesticide use, a diversity of crops in one field could play off potential pests against one another, leaving the crops themselves pest-free. And unlike monocultures, which are susceptible to complete destruction with one pest infestation, ecosystems that are highly diversified yield optimal stability. Unity in diversity became a catchword for stability, not only in organic agriculture, but in ecosystems generally. It entered the vocabulary of the ecology movement as a concept underpinning the value of diverse species in an ecosystem. Once organic agriculture gained a measure of acceptance, however, Bookchin himself began to use the phrase unity in diversity in a different sense, giving it a more dynamic interpretation. While stability can strengthen an ecosystem, he maintained, it cannot make for species variegation. Diversity plays an important role in producing not only stability but change and innovation. Indeed, without diversification, natural evolution could not occur. Today, Bookchin uses the phrase unity in diversity to refer to the increasing differentiation that a self-formative biosphere undergoes within the natural continuum of evolutionary processes. This evolutionary emphasis is what markedly distinguishes Bookchin's philosophy of nature from that of other schools of ecological political thought today. Natural evolution, he has long argued, encompasses not only a strictly biological realm, or first nature, but also a social realm, or second nature. Far from being inherently antagonistic to each other, first and second nature are actually two aspects of one continuum, Bookchin maintains, at once separate from each other, but also mutually imbricated in a shared evolutionary process. Human beings and human society, with their potentialities for self-consciousness and freedom, differ in profound respects from first nature, yet emerge from and incorporate it in a graded development. Perhaps of most interest to social ecology, the evolutionary processes in first nature generate increasing complexity and subjectivity in life forms. Consciousness has evolved in a cumulative process, from the simple reactivity of unicellular organisms to the neurological activity of mammals and reptiles to a culmination in human intellection. As life forms attain higher levels of subjectivity, they are able to exercise greater choice in selecting and even improving their own ecological niches. The dim, emergent subjectivity in first nature can only make rudimentary choices, so-called, but in second nature, human beings possessed of the highest level of subjectivity are capable of actively and consciously altering their environments, of shaping the societies in which they live, and of creating the ecological society that integrates town and country, or first and second nature, in what Bookchin would later call free nature. At first glance, the great significance Bookchin attaches to human consciousness would seem to represent a sharp demarcation between human and non-human nature in his thought, one that sets human beings on an entirely different plane from the rest of the natural world. And it is true that he considers humanity as a radically new development in natural evolution, manifesting the potentiality for self-consciousness, freedom, and innovation. He does regard human consciousness as qualitatively different from that of other life forms, but by his use of the categories of first and second nature, he also emphasizes the rootedness of human beings in non-human nature. In the 1980s, a tendency arose within the ecology movement that denigrated the notion that human beings are in any way superior or more advanced than other life forms in the biosphere. Blaming human-centeredness or anthropocentrism as the cause of the ecological crisis, deep ecology, with its fundamental precept of biocentrism, advanced a notion of biospheric democracy, which saw human beings as having so-called intrinsic worth equal to that of any other species. Bookchin's sharp criticism of this tendency is rooted in two conflicting views of humanity's relationship to the rest of the natural world, where biocentrism would reduce human beings into so-called plain citizens of the biosphere, morally interchangeable with other life forms. Social ecology asserts that human beings are unique in natural evolution. By virtue of their powers of thought and communication, they have the ability to create and even the responsibility to achieve a harmonious, indeed creative relationship with first nature. The 19th century philosopher Johann Fichte once remarked that humanity is nature rendered self-conscious. Although this view has sometimes been attributed to Bookchin as well, he actually maintains that second nature has thus far fallen short of realizing humanity's potentiality for creating a liberatory society and an integrative relationship with the non-human world. Where Fichte patently erred was in his assumption that a possibility is a fact. He wrote in The Ecology of Freedom, quote, "We are no more nature rendered self-conscious than we are humanity rendered self-conscious. Reason may give us the capacity to play this role, but we and our society are still totally irrational. Indeed, we are cunningly dangerous to ourselves and all that lives around us." Unquote. He therefore modifies Fichte's statement to argue that humanity is potentially nature rendered self-conscious, that it would actualize that potential only if it were to create an ecological society. Images of first nature. More than any single notion in the history of religion and philosophy, the image of a blind, mute, cruel, competitive, and stingy nature has opened a wide, often unbridgeable chasm between the social world and the natural world, and, in its more exotic ramifications, between mind and body, subject and object, reason and physicality, technology and raw materials, indeed the whole gamut of dualisms that have fragmented not only the world of nature and society, but the human psyche and its biological matrix. What distinguishes social ecology is that it negates the traditionally harsh image of the natural world and its evolution, and it does so not by dissolving the social into the natural, like sociobiology, or by imparting mystical properties to nature that place it beyond the reach of human comprehension and rational insight. Instead, social ecology places the human mind, like humanity itself, within a natural context and explores it in terms of its own natural history, so that the sharp cleavage between human and nature, subject and object, mind and body, and the social and natural are overcome, and the traditional dualisms of Western culture are transcended by an evolutionary interpretation of consciousness with its rich wealth of gradations over the course of natural history. Social ecology radicalizes nature, or more precisely, our understanding of natural phenomena, by questioning, from an ecological standpoint, the prevailing marketplace image of nature. Nature not as a constellation of communities that are blind or mute, cruel or competitive, stingy or necessitarian, but freed of all anthropocentric moral trappings, as a participatory realm of interactive life forms whose most outstanding attributes are fecundity, creativity, and directiveness, marked by a complementarity that renders the natural world the grounding for an ethics of freedom rather than domination. From an ecological standpoint, life forms are related in an ecosystem not by the so-called rivalries and competitive attributes imputed to them by Darwinian orthodoxy, but by the mutualistic attributes emphasized by a growing number of contemporary ecologists, an image pioneered by Peter Kropotkin. Indeed, social ecology challenges the very premises of the so-called fitness that enters into the Darwinian drama of evolutionary development, with its fixation on survival rather than differentiation and fecundity. As William Trager has emphasized in his insightful work on symbiosis, quote, "The conflict in nature between different kinds of organisms has been popularly expressed in phrases like the struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest. Yet few people have realized that mutual cooperation between organisms, symbiosis, is just as important, and that the fittest may be the one that helps another to survive." Unquote. It is tempting to go beyond this pithy and highly illuminating judgment to explore an ecological notion of natural evolution, based on the development of ecosystems, not merely individual species. This is a concept of evolution as the dialectical development of ever variegated, complex, and increasingly fecund contexts of plant-animal communities, as distinguished from the traditional notion of biological evolution based on the atomistic development of single life forms, a characteristically entrepreneurial concept of the isolated individual, be it animal, plant, or bourgeois, a creature that fends for itself and either survives or perishes in a marketplace so-called jungle. As ecosystems become more complex and open a greater variety of evolutionary pathways due to their own richness of diversity, increasingly flexible species themselves, in mutualistic complexes as well as singly, introduce a dim element of choice, by no means intersubjective or willful in the human meaning of these terms. Concomitantly, these ensembles of species alter the environment in which they are part, and exercise an increasingly active role in their own evolution. Life, in this ecological conception of evolution, ceases to be the passive tabula rasa on which eternal forces that we loosely call the environment inscribe the destiny of a species, an atomistic term that is meaningless outside the context of an ecosystem and other species. Life is active, interactive, procreative, relational, and contextual. It is not a passive lump of stuff, a form of metabolic matter that awaits the action of forces external to it, and that is mechanically shaped by them. Ever striving and always producing new life forms, there is a sense in which life is self-directive in its own evolutionary development, not passively reactive to an inorganic or organic world that impinges upon it from outside, and determines its destiny in isolation from the ecosystem that it constitutes and of which it is a part. Our studies of food webs, a not quite satisfactory term for describing the interactivity that occurs in an ecosystem, or, more properly, an ecological community, demonstrate that the complexity of biotic interrelationships, their diversity, and their intricacy are crucial in an ecosystem's stability. In contrast to biotically complex temperate zones, relatively simple desert and Arctic ecosystems are very fragile and break down easily, with the loss or numerical decline of only a few species. The thrust of biotic evolution over greater areas of organic evolution has been toward the increasing diversification of species and their interlocking into highly complex, basically mutualistic relationships, without which the widespread colonization of the planet by life would have been impossible. Unity in diversity, a concept deeply rooted in the Western philosophical tradition, is not only the determinant of an ecosystem's stability, it is the source of an ecosystem's fecundity, of its innovativeness, of its evolutionary potential to create newer, still more complex life forms and biotic interrelationships, even in the most inhospitable areas of the planet. Ecologists have not sufficiently stressed the fact that a multiplicity of life forms and organic interrelationships in a biotic community opens new evolutionary pathways of development. A greater variety of evolutionary interactions, variations, and degrees of flexibility in the capacity to evolve, and is hence crucial not only in the community's stability, but also in its innovativeness in the natural history of life. The ecological principle of unity in diversity grades into a richly mediated social principle, hence my use of the term social ecology. Society, in turn, attains its truth, its self-actualization, in the form of a richly articulated, mutualistic networks of people based on community, roundedness of personality, diversity of stimuli and activities, an increasing wealth of experience, and a variety of tasks. Is this grading of ecosystem diversity into social diversity based on humanly scaled decentralized communities merely analogical reasoning? My answer would be that it is not a superficial analogy, but a deep-seated continuity between nature and society that social ecology recovers from traditional nature philosophy, without its archaic dross of cosmic hierarchies, static absolutes, and cycles. In the case of social ecology, it is not in the particulars of differentiation that plant-animal communities are ecologically united with human communities. Rather, it is the logic of differentiation that makes it possible to relate the mediations of nature and society into a continuum. What makes unity in diversity in nature more than a suggestive ecological metaphor for unity in diversity in society is the underlying fact of wholeness. By wholeness, I do not mean any finality of closure in a development, any totality that leads to a terminal reconciliation of all being in a complete identity of subject and object, or a reality in which no further development is possible or meaningful. Rather, I mean varying degrees of the actualization of potentialities, the organic unfolding of the wealth of particularities that are latent in the as yet undeveloped potentiality. This potentiality can be a newly planted seed, a newly born infant, a newly formed community, a newly emerging society. Given their radically different specificity, they are all united by a processual reality, a shared metabolism of development, a unified catalysis of growth as distinguished from mere change that provides us with the most insightful way of understanding them that we can possibly achieve. Wholeness is literally the unity that finally gives order to the particularity of each of these phenomena. It is what has emerged from the process, what integrates the particularities into a unified form, what renders the unity of an operable reality and a being in the literal sense of the term, an order as the actualized unity of its diversity from the flowing and emergent process that yields its self-realization, the fixing of its directiveness into a clearly contoured form, and the creation in the dim sense of self that is identifiable with respect to others with which it interacts. Wholeness is the relative completion of a phenomenon's potentiality, the fulfillment of latent possibility as such, all its concrete manifestations aside, to become more the realm of mere possibility and attain the truth or fulfilled reality of possibility. To think this way, in terms of potentiality, process, mediation, and wholeness, is to reach into the most underlying nature of things, just as to know the biography of a human being and the history of a society is to know them in their authentic reality and depth. The natural world is no less encompassed by this processual dialectic and developmental ecology than the social, although in ways that do not involve will, degrees of choice, values, ethical goals, and the like. Life itself, as distinguished from the non-living, however, emerges from the inorganic latent from all the potentialities and particularities that it has immanently produced from the logic of its own nascent forms of self-organization. Obviously, so does society as distinguished from biology, humanity as distinguished from animality, and individuality as distinguished from humanity in the generic sense of the word. But these distinctions are not absolutes. They are the unique and closely interrelated phases of a shared continuum, of a process that is united precisely by its own differentiations, just as the phases through which an embryo develops are both distinct from and incorporated into its complete gestation and its organic specificity. This continuum is not simply a philosophical construct. It is an earthy anthropological fact that lives with us daily as surely as it explains the emergence of humanity out of mere animality. Individual socialization is the highly nuanced biography of that development in everyday life and in everyone, as surely as the anthropological socialization of our species is part of its history. I refer to the biological basis of all human socialization, the protracted infancy of the human child that renders its cultural development possible, in contrast to the rapid growth of non-human animals, a rate of growth that quickly forecloses their ability to form a culture and develop sibling affinities of a lasting nature, the instinctual drives that extend feelings of care, sharing, intimate consociation, and finally love and a sense of responsibility for one's own kin into the institutional forms we call society, and the sexual division of labor, age ranking, and kin relationships that, however culturally conditioned and even mythic in some cases, formed and still inform so much of social institutionalization today. These formative elements of society rest on biological facts and, placed in the contextual analysis I have argued for, require ecological analysis. Participatory evolution. Ecologists generally treat diversity as a source of ecological stability, in the belief that while the vulnerability to pests of a single crop treated with pesticides can reach alarming proportions, a more diversified crop, in which a number of plant and animal species interact, produces natural checks on pest populations. But the fact that biotic and social evolution has been marked until recently by the development of ever more complex species and eco-communities raises an even more challenging issue. The diversity of an eco-community may be a source of greater stability from an agricultural standpoint, but from an evolutionary standpoint, it may be an ever-expanding, albeit nascent, source of freedom within nature, a medium for providing varying degrees of choice, self-directiveness, and participation by life forms in their own development. I wish to propose that the evolution of living beings is no mere passive process, the product of exclusively chance conjunctions between random genetic changes and selective environmental forces, and that the origin of species is no mere result of external influences that determine the fitness of a life form to survive as a result of random factors, in which life is simply an object of an interminable selective process. The increase in diversity in the biosphere opens new evolutionary pathways, indeed, alternative evolutionary directions, in which species play an active role in their own survival and change. However nascent, choice is not totally absent from biotic evolution. Indeed, it increases as species become structurally, physiologically, and above all, neurologically more complex. As the ecological contexts within which species evolve, the communities and interactions they form become more complex. They open new avenues for evolution and a greater ability of lifeforms to act self-selectively, forming the bases for some kind of choice, favoring precisely those species that can participate in ever greater degrees in their own evolution, basically in the direction of greater complexity. Indeed, species and the eco-communities in which they interact to create more complex forms of evolutionary development are increasingly the very forces that account for evolution as a whole. Participatory evolution, as I call this view, is somewhat at odds with the prevalent Darwinian or neo-Darwinian syntheses, in which non-human lifeforms are primarily objects of selective forces exogenous to them. No less is it at odds with Henri Bergson's creative evolution, with its semi-mystical élan vital. Ecologists, like biologists, have yet to come to terms with the notion that symbiosis, not only struggle, and participation, not only competition, factor in the evolution of species. The prevalent view of nature still stresses the exclusively necessitarian character of the natural world. An immense literature, both artistic and scientific, stresses the cruelty of a nature that bears no witness to the suffering of life, and that it is indifferent to cries of pain in the struggle for existence. Cruel nature, in this imagery, offers no solace for extinction, merely an all-embracing darkness of meaningless motion, to which humanity can oppose only the light of its culture and mind. Such formulations impart a sophisticated ethical dimension to the natural world that is more anthropomorphic than meaningful. But even if the formulation is anthropomorphic, it bespeaks a presence in natural evolution, subjectivity, and specifically human consciousness, that cannot be ignored in formulating an evolutionary theory. We may reasonably claim that human will and freedom, at least as self-consciousness and self-reflection, have their own natural history in potentialities of the natural world, in contrast to the view that they are sui generis, the product of a rupture with the whole of development, so unprecedented and unique that it contradicts the gradedness of all phenomena from the antecedent potentialities that lie behind and within every processual product. Such claims are intended to underwrite our efforts to deal with the natural world as we choose. Indeed, as Marx put it in the Grundrisse, to regard nature merely as an object for mankind, purely a matter of utility. The dim choices that animals exercise in their own evolution should not be confused with the will and degree of intentionality that human beings exhibit in their social lives. Nor is the nascent freedom that is rendered possible by natural complexity comparable to the ability of humans to make rational decisions. The differences between the two are qualitative, however much they can be traced back to the evolution of all animals. Despite the monumental nature of his work, Darwin did not fully organicize evolutionary theory. He brought a profound evolutionary sensibility to the origin of species, but in the minds of his acolytes, species still stood somewhere between inorganic machines and mechanically functioning organisms. No less significant are the empirical origins of Darwin's own work, which are deeply rooted in the Lockean atomism that nourished 19th century British science as a whole. Allowing for the nuances that appear in all great books, The Origin of Species accounts for the way in which individual species originate, evolve, adapt, survive, change, or pay the penalty of extinction if they are fairly isolated from their environment. In that account, any one species stands for the world of life as a whole, in isolation from the life forms that normally interact with it and with which it is interdependent. Although predators depend upon their prey to be sure, Darwin portrays the strand from ancestor to descendant in lofty isolation, such that early Eohippus rises step by step from its plebeian estate to attain the aristocratic grandeur of a sleek racehorse. The paleontological diagramming of bones from former missing links to the culminating beauty of Equus caballus more closely resembles the adaptation of Robinson Crusoe from an English seafarer to a self-sufficient island dweller than the reality of a truly emerging being. This reality is contextual in an ecological sense. The horse lived not only among its predators and food, but in an creatively interactive relationships with a great variety of plants and animals. It evolved not alone but in ever-changing eco-communities, such that the rise of Equus caballus occurred conjointly with that of other herbivores that shared and maintained their grasslands, and even played a major role in creating them. The string of bones that traces Eohippus to Equus is evidence of the succession of eco-communities in which the ancestral animal and its descendants interacted with other life forms. One could more properly modify the origin of species to read as the evolution of eco-communities, as well as the evolution of species. Indeed, placing the community in the foreground of evolution does not deny the integrity of species, their capacity for variation, or their unique lines of development. Species become vital participants in their own evolution, active beings, not merely passive components, taking full account of their nascent freedom in the natural process. Nor are will and reason sui generis. They have their origins in the growing choices conferred by complexity and in the alternative pathways opened by the growth of complex eco-communities and the development of increasing complex neurological systems. In short, processes that are both internal and external to life forms. To speak of evolution in very broad terms tends to conceal the specific evolutionary processes that make up the overall process. Many anatomical lines of evolution have occurred. The evolution of the various organs that freed life forms from their aquatic milieu, of eyes and ears which sophisticated their awareness of the surrounding environment, and of the nervous system from nerve networks to brains. Thus, mind, too, has its evolutionary history in the natural world, and as the neurological capability of life forms to function more actively and flexibly increases, so too does life itself help create new evolutionary directions that lead to enhanced self-awareness and self-activity. Selfhood appears germinally in the communities that life forms establish as active agents in their own evolution, contrary to conventional evolutionary theory. Society as second nature. Society itself, in its most primal form, stems very much from nature. Every social evolution, in fact, is virtually an extension of natural evolution into a distinctly human realm. As the Roman orator and philosopher Cicero declared some 2,000 years ago, quote, "By the use of our hands we bring into being within the realm of nature a second nature for ourselves." Unquote. Cicero's observation, to be sure, is very incomplete. The primeval, presumably untouched realm of nature, or first nature, as it has been called, is reworked in whole or part into second nature, not only by the use of our hands. Thought, language, and complex, very important biological changes also play a crucial and at times a decisive role in developing a second nature within first nature. I use the term reworking advisedly to focus on the fact that second nature is not simply a phenomenon that develops outside of first nature. Hence, the special value that should be attached to Cicero's expression within the realm of nature. To emphasize that second nature, or more precisely society, to use this word in its broadest possible sense, emerges from within primeval first nature, is to re-establish the fact that social life always has a naturalistic dimension, however much society is pitted against nature in our thinking. Social ecology clearly expresses the fact that society is not a sudden eruption into the world. Social life does not necessarily face nature as a combatant in an unrelenting war. The emergence of society is a natural fact that has its origins in the biology of human socialization. The human socialization process from which society emerges, be it in the form of families, bands, tribes, or more complex types of human intercourse, has its source in parental relationships, particularly mother and child bonding. The biological mother, to be sure, can be replaced in this process by many surrogates, including fathers, relatives, or for that matter, all members of a community. It is when social parents and the social siblings, that is, the human community that surrounds the young, begin to participate in a system of care that is ordinarily undertaken by biological parents, that society begins to truly come into its own. Society thereupon advances beyond a mere reproductive group toward institutionalized human relationships, and from a relatively formless animal community into a clearly structured social order. But at the very inception of society, it seems more than likely that human beings were socialized into second nature by means of deeply ingrained blood ties, specifically maternal ties. Reproduction and family care remain the abiding biological bases for every form of social life, as well as the originating factor in the socialization of the young and the formation of a society. As Robert Briffault observed in the early half of this century, the, quote, one known factor which establishes a profound distinction between the constitution of the most rudimentary human group and all other animal groups is the association of mothers and offspring, which is the sole form of a true social solidarity among animals. Throughout the class of mammals, there is a continuous increase in the duration of that association, which is the consequence of the prolongation of the period of infantile dependence. Unquote. A prolongation that Briffault correlates with increases in the period of fetal gestation and advances in intelligence. The biological dimension that Briffault adds to society and socialization cannot be stressed too strongly. It is a decisive presence not only in the origins of society over ages of animal evolution, but in the daily recreation of society in our everyday lives. The appearance of a newly born infant and a highly extended care it receives from many years reminds us that it is not only a human being that is being reproduced, but society itself. By comparison with the young of other species, children develop slowly and over a long period of time, living in close association with parents, siblings, kin groups, and an ever-widening community of people. They retain a plasticity of mind that makes for creative individuals and ever-formative social groups. Although non-human animals may approximate human forms of association in many ways, they do not create a second nature that embodies a cultural tradition, nor do they possess a complex language, elaborate conceptual powers, or an impressive capacity to restructure their environment purposefully according to their own needs. A chimpanzee, for example, remains an infant for only 3 years and a juvenile for 7. By the age of 10, it is a full-grown adult. Children, by contrast, are regarded as infants for approximately 6 years and juvenile for 14. A chimpanzee, in short, grows mentally and physically in about half the time required by a human being, and its capacity to learn, or at least to think, is already fixed by comparison with a human being, whose mental abilities may expand for decades. By the same token, chimpanzee associations are often idiosyncratic and fairly limited. Human associations, on the other hand, are basically stable, highly institutionalized, and marked by a degree of solidarity, indeed by a degree of creativity, that has no equal in non-human species, as far as we know. This prolonged degree of human mental plasticity, dependency, and social creativity yields 2 results that are of decisive importance. First, early human association must have fostered a strong predisposition for interdependence among members of a group, not the rugged individualism we associate with independence. The overwhelming mass of anthropological evidence suggests that participation, mutual aid, solidarity, and empathy were the social virtues early human groups emphasized within their communities. The idea that people are dependent upon each other for the good life, indeed for survival, followed from the prolonged dependence of the young upon adults. Independence, not to mention competition, would have seemed utterly alien, if not bizarre, to a creature reared over many years in a largely dependent condition. Care for others would have been seen as the perfectly natural outcome of a highly acculturated being that was in turn clearly in need of extended care. Our modern version of individualism, more precisely of egotism, would have cut across the grain of early solidarity and mutual aid. Traits, I may add, without which such a physically fragile animal as a human being could hardly have survived as an adult, much less as a child. Second, human interdependence must have assumed a highly structured form. There is no evidence that human beings normally relate to each other through the fairly loose systems of bonding found among our closest primate cousins. That human social bonds can be dissolved or deinstitutionalized in periods of radical change or cultural breakdown is too obvious to argue here. But during relatively stable conditions, human society was never the horde that anthropologists of the last century presupposed as a basis for rudimentary social life. On the contrary, the evidence points to the fact that all humans, perhaps even our distant hominid ancestors, lived in some kind of structured family groups, and later in bands, tribes, villages, and other forms. In short, they bonded together as they still do, not only emotionally and morally, but also structurally in contrived, clearly definable, and fairly permanent institutions. Non-human animals may form loose communities and even take collective protective postures to defend their young from predators. But such communities can hardly be called structured, except in a broad, often ephemeral sense. Humans, by contrast, create highly formal communities that tend to become increasingly structured over the course of time. In effect, they form not only communities, but a new phenomenon called societies. If we fail to distinguish animal communities from human societies, we risk minimizing the unique features to distinguish human social life from animal communities, notably the ability of society to change for better or worse, and the factors that produce these changes. By the same token, if we reduce a complex society to mere community, we risk ignoring how societies differed from each other over the course of history, and understanding how simple differences in status, were elaborated into firmly established hierarchies, or hierarchies into economic classes. Indeed, we risk misunderstanding the very meaning of the term hierarchy, which actually refers to highly organized systems of command and obedience, as distinguished from personal, individual, and often short-lived differences in status, in which many cases involve no acts of compulsion. We tend, in effect, to confuse the strictly institutional creations of human will, purpose, conflicting interests and traditions with community life in its most fixed forms, as though we were dealing with inherent, unalterable features of society rather than fabricated structures that can be modified, improved, worsened, or simply abandoned. The trick of every ruling elite from the beginning of history to modern times has been to identify its own socially created hierarchical systems of domination with community life as such, with the result that human-made institutions acquire divine or biological sanction. A given society and its institutions thus tend to become reified into permanent and unchangeable entities that acquire a mysterious life of their own apart from nature, namely, the products of a seemingly fixed human nature that is the result of genetic program at the very inception of social life. When annoying issues like war and social conflict are raised, they are ascribed to the activity of genes. Social ecology avoids the simplicities of dualism and the crudities of reductionism by trying to show how nature slowly phases into society, without ignoring the differences between society and nature on the one hand, and the extent to which they merge with each other on the other. The everyday socialization of the young by the family is no less rooted in biology than the everyday care of the old by the medical establishment is rooted in the hard facts of society. By the same token, we never cease to be mammals who still have primal nature urges, but we institutionalize these urges and their satisfaction in a wide variety of social forms. Hence, the social and the natural continually permeate each other in the most ordinary activities of daily life, without losing their identity in a shared process of interaction, indeed of interactivity. Obvious as this may seem at first in such day-to-day problems as caretaking, social ecology raises questions that have far-reaching importance for the different ways society and nature have interacted over time and the problems these interactions have produced. How did a divisive, indeed seemingly combative relationship between humanity and nature emerge? What were the institutional forms and ideologies that rendered this conflict possible? Given the growth of human needs and technology, was such a conflict really unavoidable? And can it be overcome in a future, ecologically oriented society? How would a rational, ecologically oriented society fit into the processes of natural evolution? Even more broadly, is there any reason to believe that the human mind, itself a product of natural evolution as well as culture, represents a decisive high point in natural development, notably in the long development of subjectivity from the sensitivity and self-maintenance of the simplest life forms to the remarkable intellectuality and self-consciousness of the most complex? In asking these highly provocative questions, I am not trying to justify a strutting arrogance toward non-human life forms. Clearly, we must bring humanity's uniqueness as a species, marked by rich conceptual, social, imaginative and constructive attributes, into synchronicity with nature's fecundity, diversity and creativity. This synchronicity will not be achieved by opposing nature to society, non-human to human life forms, natural fecundity to technology, or a natural subjectivity to the human mind. Indeed, An important result that emerges from a discussion of the interrelationships of nature to society is the fact that human intellectuality, although distinct, also has a far-reaching natural basis. Our brains and nervous systems did not suddenly spring into existence without a long antecedent natural history. That which we most prize as integral to our humanity, our extraordinary capacity to think on complex conceptual levels, can be traced back to the nerve network of primitive invertebrates, the ganglia of a mollusk, the spinal cord of a fish, the brain of an amphibian, and the cerebral cortex of a primate. Here, too, in the most intimate of our human attributes, we are no less products of natural evolution than we are of social evolution. As human beings, we incorporate without ourselves eons of organic differentiation and elaboration. Like all complex life forms, we are not only part of natural evolution, we are also its heirs and the products of natural fecundity. In trying to show how society slowly grows out of nature, however, social ecology is also obliged to show how society itself undergoes differentiation and elaboration. In doing so, social ecology must examine those junctures in social evolution where splits occurred that slowly brought society into opposition to the natural world, and explain how this opposition emerged from its inception in prehistoric times to our own era. Indeed, if the human species is a life form that can consciously and richly enhance the natural world rather than simply damage it, it is important for social ecology to reveal the factors that have rendered many human beings into parasites on the world of life rather than active partners in organic evolution. This project must be undertaken not in a haphazard way, but with a serious attempt to render natural and social development coherent in terms of each other and relevant to our times and the construction of an ecological society. What unites society with nature in a graded evolutionary continuum is the remarkable extent to which human beings living in a rational, ecologically oriented society could embody the creativity of nature. This, as distinguished from a purely adaptive criterion of evolutionary success. The great achievements of human thought, art, science, and technology serve not only to monumentalize culture, they serve to monumentalize natural evolution itself. They provide heroic evidence that the human species is a warm-blooded, excitingly versatile, and keenly intelligent life form, not a cold-blooded, genetically programmed and mindless insect that expresses nature's greatest powers of creativity. Life forms that create and consciously alter their environment, hopefully in ways that make it more rational and ecological, represent a vast and indefinite extension of nature into fascinating, perhaps unbounded lines of evolution that no branches of insects could ever achieve, notably the evolution of a fully self-conscious nature. Natural history is a cumulative evolution toward ever more varied, differentiated, and complex forms and relationships. This evolutionary development of increasing variegated entities, most notably of life forms, contains exciting latent possibilities. With variety, differentiation, and complexity, nature, in the course of its own unfolding, opens new directions for still further development along alternative lines of natural evolution. To the degree that animals become complex, self-aware, and increasingly intelligent, they begin to make these elementary choices that influence their own evolution. They are less and less the passive objects of natural selection, and more the subjects of their own development. A brown hare that mutates into a white one and sees a snow-covered terrain in which to camouflage itself is acting on behalf of its own survival, not simply adapting in order to survive. It is not merely being selected by its environment, it is selecting its own environment and making a choice that expresses a small measure of subjectivity and judgment. The greater the variety of habitats that emerge in the evolutionary process, the more a given life form, particularly a neurologically complex one, is likely to play an active and judgmental role in preserving itself. To the extent that natural evolution follows this path of neurological development, it gives rise to life forms that exercise an ever wider latitude of choice and a nascent form of freedom in developing themselves. Given this conception of nature as the cumulative history of more differentiated levels of material organization, especially of life forms, and of increasing subjectivity, social ecology establishes a basis for a meaningful understanding of humanity and society's place in natural evolution. Natural history is not a catch-as-catch-can phenomenon. It is marked by tendency, by direction, and as far as human beings are concerned, by conscious purpose. Human beings and the social worlds they create can open a remarkably expansive horizon for development of the natural world. A horizon marked by consciousness, reflection, and an unprecedented freedom of choice and capacity for conscious creativity. The factors that reduce many life forms to largely adaptive roles in changing environments are replaced by a capacity for consciously adapting environments to existing and new life forms. Adaptation, in effect, increasingly gives way to creativity, and the seemingly ruthless action of natural law to greater freedom. What earlier generations called blind nature to denote nature's lack of moral direction turns into free nature, a nature that slowly finds a voice and the means to relieve the needless tribulations of life for all species in a highly conscious humanity and an ecological society. What earlier generations called blind nature to denote nature's lack of moral direction turns into free nature, a nature that slowly finds a voice and the means to relieve the needless tribulations of life for all species in a highly conscious humanity and an ecological society. The issue, then, is not whether social evolution stands opposed to natural evolution. The issue is how social evolution can be situated in natural evolution and why it has been thrown needlessly against natural environment to the detriment of life as a whole. Our capacity to be rational and free does not assure us that this capacity will be realized. If social evolution is the potentiality for expanding the horizon of natural evolution along unprecedented creative lines, and human beings are the potentiality for nature to become self-conscious and free, the issue we face is why these potentialities have been warped and how they can be realized. It is part of social ecology's commitment to natural evolution that these potentialities are indeed real and that they can be fulfilled. Until society can be reclaimed by an undivided humanity that will use its collective wisdom, cultural achievements, technological innovations, scientific knowledge, and innate creativity for its own benefit and for that of the natural world, all ecological problems will have their roots in social problems. On biocentrism. Quote, "The intuition of biocentric equality is that all things in the biosphere have an equal right to live and blossom and to reach their own individual form of unfolding and self-realization within the larger self-realization. This basic intuition is that all organisms and entities in the ecosphere are parts of the interrelated whole, are equal in intrinsic worth." Unquote. This stunning doctrine literally defines deep ecology. Deep it is in every sense, not only in the intuitions that the authors and their acolytes hold, but in the many presuppositions they make. On the other hand, we may decide to agree with Robin Eckersley, a champion of biocentrism, that no such abilities are necessary, that the, quote, navigational skills of birds, unquote, are themselves on a par with the wide-ranging intelligence of people. Quote, is there not something self-serving and arrogant in the unverifiable claim that first nature is striving to achieve something that has presently reached its most developed form in us, second nature? A more impartial, biocentric approach would be simply to acknowledge that our special capabilities, for example, a highly developed consciousness, language and tool-making capability, are simply one form of excellence alongside the myriad others. For example, the navigational skills of birds, the sonar capabilities and playfulness of dolphins, and the intense sociality of ants, rather than the form of excellence thrown up by evolution. Unquote. Whether birds have navigational skills, which assumes conscious agency in negotiating their migratory flights over vast distances with clear geographical goals, or primarily tropistic reactions to changes in daylight and possibly the Earth's magnetic fields of force, need not occupy us here. What counts is that Eckersley's state of mind, like that of deep ecologists generally, essentially debases the intellectual powers of people who, over previous centuries, consciously mapped the globe, gave it mathematical coordinates, and invented magnetic compasses, chronometers, radar, and other tools for navigation. They did so with an intellectuality, flexibility, and with techniques that no bird can emulate. That is, with amazing skillfulness, since skill involves more than physical reactions to natural forces and stimuli. When Eckersley places the largely tropistic reactions of birds on par with human thought, she diminishes the human mind and its extraordinary abilities. One might as well say that plants have skills that are on par with human intellectuality, because plants can engage in photosynthesis, a complex series of biochemical reactions to sunlight. Are such reactions really commensurate with the ability of physicists to understand how solar fusion occurs, and of biochemists to understand how photosynthesis occurs? If so, then corals invented techniques for producing islands, and plants invented techniques for reaching to the sun in heavily forested areas. In short, placing human intellectual foresight, logical processes, and innovations on par with tropistic reactions to external stimuli is to create a stupendous intellectual muddle, not to invoke the deep insights that deep ecologists claim to bring to our understanding of humanity's interaction with the natural world. Eckersley's crude level of argumentation is no accident. Duvall and Sessions prepare us for it by approvingly citing Warwick Fox to the effect that we can make, quote, no firm ontological divide in the field of existence, that there is no bifurcation in reality between the human and the non-human realms, to the extent that we perceive boundaries fall short of deep ecological consciousness. Unquote. No one has quite told whales, I assume, about this new evolutionary dispensation. Still less are grizzly bears, wolves, entire rainforests, ecosystems, mountains, rivers, and so on, aware of this community with human beings. Indeed, in this vast panoply of life forms, ecosystems, mineral matter, and so on, no creature seems to be capable of knowing, irrespective of how they communicate with members of their own kind, about the existence or absence of this firm ontological divide, except human beings. If, as Duvall and Sessions seems to believe, there is no firm ontological divide between the human and non-human realms, it is unknown to every species in the biosphere, let alone entities in the abiotic world, except our own. In fact, the so-called ontological divide between the non-humans and the human is very real. Human beings, to be sure, are primates, mammals, and vertebrates. They cannot as yet get out of their animal skins. As products of organic evolution, they are subject to the natural vicissitudes that bring enjoyment, pain, and death to complex life forms generally. But it is a crucial fact that they alone know, indeed can know, that there is a phenomenon called evolution. They alone know that death is a reality. They alone can even formulate such notions as self-realization, biocentric equality, and a self in self. They alone can generalize about their existence, past, present, and future, and produce complex technologies, create cities, communicate in a complex syllabic form, and so on. To call these stupendous attributes and achievements mere differences in degree between human beings and non-human life forms, and to equate human consciousness with the navigational skills of migratory birds, is so preposterously naive that one might expect such absurdities from children, not professors. What apparently worries deep ecologists about this so-called divide, with all its bifurcations and boundaries, is not so much that its existence is obvious as that it is inconvenient. Beclouding their simplistic monism, we may suppose, is a fear of the dualism of René Descartes, which they feel obliged to dispel. Ironically, they seem incapable of coping with this dualism without taking recourse to a Bambi-style anthropomorphism that effectively transforms all non-human beings into precisely what they profess to abhor, namely anthropomorphisms. If they cannot make human beings into non-human animals, they make non-human animals into human beings. Accordingly, animals are said to have skills in much the same sense that human beings do. The earth has its own wisdom, wilderness is equated with freedom, and all life forms exhibit moral qualities that are entirely the product of human intellectual, emotional, and social development. Put bluntly, if human beings are, quote, equal in intrinsic worth, unquote, to non-human beings, then boundaries between human and non-human are erased, and either human beings are merely one of a variety of animals, or else non-human beings are human. Having entangled the reader with extravagant claims for a set of unsupported personal beliefs, Duval and Sessions proceed in the name of an exclusively human, active, deep questioning and meditative process to reduce readers to the status of plain citizens of the biotic community, not lord or master over all other species. Duval and Sessions use words with multiple meanings to give the most alienating interpretation to people. Whatever the democracy could possibly mean in the animal world, human beings are not mere plain citizens in a biospheric democracy. They are immensely superior to any other animal species, although deep ecologists equate superiority with being the lord and master of all other species, hence an authoritarian concept. But superior may mean not only higher in rank, status, and authority, but, quote, of great value, excellence, extraordinary, unquote, if my dictionary is correct. That superiority can simply mean having more knowledge, foresight, and wisdom, attributes we might expect to find in a teacher or even a Zen master seems to disappear from the highly selective deep ecological lexicon. Deep ecology's contradictory presuppositions, intuitions, anthropomorphisms, and naive assertions leave us spinning like tops. We are enjoined to engage in deep questioning in order to decide on intuitive grounds that we are intrinsically no different in worth or value from any entity in the ecosphere. Yet the deep questioning, so prized by Duval, Sessions, Nace, et al., is something that no other lifeforms can do besides us. In the vastness of the ecosphere, nothing apart from human beings is capable of even voicing the notion of biocentric egalitarianism, much less understanding any notion of rights, intrinsic worth, or superiority and inferiority. It is the ultimate in anthropomorphism to impute a moral sense to the animals that lack the conceptual material of abstract thought, provided by language and the rich generalizations we form in our minds from our vast repertoire of words. Strictly speaking, if we were nothing but plain citizens in the ecosphere, we should be as furiously anthropocentric in our behavior, just as a bear is ursocentric or a wolf canocentric. That is to say, as plain citizens, so-called, of the ecosphere and nothing more, we should, like every other animal, be occupied exclusively with our own survival, comfort and safety. As Richard Watson has so astutely noted, quote, "If we are to treat man as part of nature on egalitarian terms with other species, then man's behavior must be treated as morally neutral," unquote. That is, as amoral. In which case, Watson continues, quote, "We should not think there is something morally or ecosophically wrong with the human species dispossessing and causing the extinction of other species," unquote. Yet deep ecologists ask us precisely in the name of a biospheric so-called citizenship, not to be occupied exclusively with our survival. Put simply, deep ecologists ask us to be plain citizens and at the same time expect, even oblige us to think and behave as very uncommon, indeed quite extraordinary ones. In a perceptive article, critic Harold Fromm states this contradiction with remarkable pithiness. Quote, "The so-called intrinsic worth that biocentrists connect with animals, plants, and minerals is projected by the desiring human psyche in the same way that the will of God is projected by human vanity upon a silent universe that never says anything. The so-called biocentric notion of so-called intrinsic worth is even more narcissistically anthropocentric than ordinary self-interest, because it hopes to achieve its ends by denying that oneself is the puppeteer ventriloquist behind the world one perceives as valuable." Unquote. As biocentrists, deep ecologists ask us to take the role of the invisible puppeteer, pulling the strings and ignoring the fact that we are pulling them. Chapter 3. Organic Society. Introduction. In Bookchin's view, society and culture must be understood by examining not only what they are at present, but their origins and subsequent development over the course of history. Thus, to rescue a tradition of freedom in support of his ecological society, he traces a legacy of freedom that has run as an alternative libertarian undercurrent through Western history. In his 1982 book, The Ecology of Freedom, he gave particular attention to what he calls organic society, that is, the pre-literate band and tribal cultures that preceded recorded history in Europe and America, and that persisted far longer in other parts of the world. Insofar as a number of its features hold relevance for the creation of an ecological society, organic society is part of the legacy of freedom. Perhaps the most important of these features is the relatively egalitarian nature of individual organic societies in their earliest phases. Initially, such groups were internally free of social hierarchy, that is, institutionalized systems of rank based on status distinctions. Lacking social hierarchies, organic societies also lacked domination, or the subordination of one sector of the community to another. Finally, lacking domination, the group also lacked concepts of domination, not only of dominating people, but of dominating first nature. As part of this egalitarianism, organic societies had strikingly communistic principles of social organization. An organic community, for example, would compensate for individual handicaps and weaknesses rather than let such individuals fend for themselves, fulfilling what Bookchin calls the inequality of equals, or complementarity. To all individuals in the community, it would provide the means necessary to sustain life, regardless of their individual contribution to it. It would guarantee what Bookchin, following anthropologist Paul Radin, calls the irreducible minimum, and all individuals in the community would have general access to the community's resources, based on their need for them, rather than limited access based on ownership or other exclusive rights, in what Bookchin refers to as the principle of usufruct. These principles, complementarity, the irreducible minimum, and usufruct, reflected a high level of cooperation and mutual care within a community. This description, it should be emphasized, applies only to the internal life of a tribal community and not its relations with other communities. As Bookchin later emphasized, tribal life in organic society was not only parochial, but was characterized by frequent intertribal wars. Bookchin also explored a number of religious aspects of the internal life of organic societies in the Ecology of Freedom. While writing these chapters in the 1970s, he was influenced by the New Age anthropology that was fashionable at the time. In subsequent years, however, this very anthropology contributed to developments in ecological thought that he would reject as regressive. Neo-pagan religions, for example, underwent a revival and became popular in the late 1980s as a supposed antidote to an anti-ecological worldview. Aboriginal peoples came to be romanticized as models of ecological thinking, supposedly exemplifying lifeways that are harmonious with first nature from which modern societies could learn. Some parts of the ecology movement adopted a slogan, "Back to the Pleistocene." Bookchin later regretted the influence that this anthropology had on the Ecology of Freedom, as he wrote in his introduction to the second edition, published in 1991. Quote, "I examined organic society's various religious beliefs and cosmologies, its naturalistic rituals, its mythic personalizations of animals and animal spirits, its embodiment of fertility in a mother goddess, and its overall animistic outlook. I believed that the Enlightenment's battle against superstition had been long since won in America and European culture, and that no one would mistake me for advocating a revival of animism or goddess worship. As much as I admired many features of organic cultures, I never believed that we could or should introduce their naive religious, mythic, or magical beliefs or their cosmologies into the present-day ecology movement." Unquote. Bookchin took particular exception in his 1991 introduction to the notion that people in organic society are so-called ecological mentors for people today to follow. Although the world of pre-literate peoples was animistic, he pointed out, they could not have consciously lived in harmony with nature, since they had no concept of nature as such, as distinguished from culture or society. Thus, they could have no specific conscious attitudes toward it, neither one of domination or harmony. Moreover, despite their belief in animistic spirits, they still had to kill animals in order to obtain food, clothing, and shelter, and their approach in doing so was primarily instrumental. Nor, finally, were they necessarily restrained by concepts of limit and moderation, Bookchin observes. On the contrary, they appear in numerous cases to have engaged in overkill and hunted species to extinction needlessly. Insofar as organic society lacked a concept of nature, it lacked a consciousness as well of humanity's role in natural evolution. To have gained this self-consciousness has been a major advance in human thinking. If in one sense, the demise of organic society represented a fall from Eden, the Eden of primitive egalitarianism and complementarity, in another sense, it was a major step toward enlightenment. Once humanity gained self-consciousness of itself and of first nature, becoming increasingly innovative and creative, human beings could consciously choose the role they would play in it and adopt those virtues and practices that supported that role. They could begin to do so as a matter of conscious ethical choice, not out of blindness or mystification. Thus, in a dialectical progression, human society forsook a way of life that was, in some ways, benign, but that lacked the universality and consciousness necessary for men and women to realize their latent human attributes. Indeed, this great sublation of humanity beyond both organic society and a Janus-faced civilization that has legacies of both freedom and domination into a rational, ecological society that preserves the liberatory aspects of both is the project of social ecology. Usufruct, complementarity, and the irreducible minimum. It is easy to see that organic society's harmonized view of nature follows directly from the harmonized relations within the early human community. Just as medieval theology structured the Christian heaven on feudal lines, so people of all ages have projected their social structures onto the natural world. To the Algonquians of the North American forest, beavers lived in clans and lodges of their own, wisely cooperating to promote the well-being of the community. Animals also had their magic, their totem ancestors, the elder brother, and were invigorated by the Manitou, whose spirit nourished the entire cosmos. Accordingly, animals had to be conciliated, or else they might refuse to provide humans with skins and meat. The cooperative spirit that formed a basis for the survival of the organic community was an integral part of the outlook of pre-literate people toward nature and the interplay between the natural world and the social. We have yet to find a language that adequately encompasses the quality of this deeply embedded cooperative spirit. Expressions like love of nature or communism, not to speak of the jargon favoured by contemporary sociology, are permeated by the problematical relationships of our own society and mentality. Pre-literate humans did not have to love nature. They lived in a kinship relationship with it. They would not distinguish between our aesthetic sense of the score and their own functional approach to the natural world, because natural beauty is there to begin with, in the very cradle of the individual's experience. The poetic language that awakens such admiration among whites who encounter the spokesman for Indian grievances is rarely poetry to the speaker. Rather, it is an unconscious eloquence that reflects the dignity of Indian life. So too with other elements of organic society and its values. Cooperation is too primary to be adequately expressed in the language of Western society. From the outset of life, coercion in dealing with children is so rare in most pre-literate communities that Western observers are often astonished by the gentleness with which so-called primitives deal with even the most intractable of their young. Yet, in pre-literate communities, the parents are not permissive. They simply respect the personality of their children, much as they do that of the adults. Until age hierarchies begin to emerge, the everyday behavior of parents fosters an almost unbroken continuity in the lives of the young between the years of childhood and adulthood. The word Property connotes an individual appropriation of goods, a personal claim to tools, land, and other resources. In this loose sense, property is fairly common in organic societies, even in groups that have a very simple, undeveloped technology. By the same token, cooperative work and the sharing of resources on a scale that would be called communistic is also fairly common. On both the productive side of economic life and the consumptive, appropriation of tools, weapons, food, and even clothing may range widely, often idiosyncratically in Western eyes, from the possessive and seemingly individualistic to the often meticulous and often ritualistic parceling out of a harvest or a hunt among members of a community. But primary to both these seemingly contrasting relationships is the practice of usufruct, the freedom of individuals in a community to appropriate resources merely by virtue of the fact that they were using them. Such resources belong to the user as long as they are being used. Function, in effect, replaces our hallowed concept of possession, not merely as a loan or even mutual aid, but as an unconscious emphasis on use itself, on need that is free of psychological entanglements with proprietorship, work, and even reciprocity. The Western identification of individuality with ownership and personality with craft, the latter laden with a metaphysics of selfhood as expressed in a crafted object wrested by human powers from an intractable nature, has yet to emerge from the notion of use itself and the guileless enjoyment of needed things. Need, in effect, still orchestrates work to the point where property of any kind, communal or otherwise, has yet to acquire independence from the claims of satisfaction. A collective need subtly orchestrates work, not personal need alone, for the collective claim is implicit in the primacy of usufruct over proprietorship. Hence, even the work performed in one's own dwelling has an underlying collective dimension in the potential availability of its products to the entire community. Communal property, once property itself has become a category of consciousness, already marks the first step toward private property, just as reciprocity, once it too becomes a category of consciousness, marks the first step toward exchange. Proudhon's celebration of mutual aid and contractual federalism, like Marx's celebration of communal property and planned production, mark no appreciable advance over the primal principle of usufruct. Both thinkers were captive to the notion of interest, to the rational satisfaction of egotism. There may have been a period in humanity's early development when interest had not yet emerged to replace complementarity, the disinterested willingness to pool needed things and needed services. There was a time when Gontran de Ponson's wandered into the most remote reaches of the Arctic, could still encounter, quote, the pure, the true Eskimos, the Eskimos who knew not how to lie, unquote, and hence to manipulate, to calculate, to project interest beyond social need. Here, community attained a completeness so exquisite and artless that needed things and services fit together in a lovely mosaic with a haunting personality of its own. We should not disdain these almost utopian glimpses of humanity's potentialities, with their unsullied qualities for giving and collectivity. Preliterate peoples that still lack an I with which to replace a we are not, as Lévi-Brul was to suggest, deficient in individuality as much as they are rich in community. This is a greatness of wealth that can yield a lofty disdain for objects. Cooperation, at this point, is more than just a cement between members of the group. It is an organic melding of identities that, without losing individual uniqueness, retains and fosters the unity of consociation. Contract, forced into this wholeness, serves merely to subvert it, turning an unthinking sense of responsibility into a calculating nexus of aid and an unconscious sense of collectivity into a preening sense of mutuality. As for reciprocity, so often cited as the highest evocation of collectivity, it is more significant in forming alliances between groups than in fostering internal solidarity within them. Usufruct, in short, differs qualitatively from the quid pro quo of reciprocity, exchange, and mutual aid, all of which are trapped within history's demeaning account books with their so-called just ratios and their so-called honest balance sheets. Caught in this limited sphere of calculation, consociation is always tainted by the rationality of arithmetic. The human spirit can never transcend a quantitative world of so-called fair dealings between canny egos whose ideology of interest barely conceals a mean-spirited proclivity for acquisition. To be sure, social forces were to fracture the human collectivity by introducing contractual ties and cultivating the ego's most acquisitive impulses. Insofar as the guileless peoples of organic societies held to the values of usufruct in an unconscious manner, they remained terribly vulnerable to the lure, often a harsh imposition, of an emerging contractual world. Rarely is history notable for its capacity to select and preserve the most virtuous traits of humanity, but there is still no reason why hope, reinforced by consciousness and redolent with ancestral memories, may not linger with us, an awareness of what humanity has been in the past and what it can become in the future. Freedom, an unstated reality in many preliterate cultures, was burdened by constraints, but these constraints were closely related to the early community's material conditions of life. It is impossible to quarrel with famine, with the need for coordinating the hunt of large game, with seasonal requirements of food cultivation, and later with warfare. To violate the crow hunting regulations was to endanger every hunter and possibly place the welfare of the entire community in jeopardy. If the violations were serious enough, the violator would be beaten so severely that he might very well not survive. The mild-mannered Eskimo would grimly but collectively select an assassin to kill an unmanageable individual who gravely threatened the well-being of the band. But the virtually unbridled individualism, so characteristic of power brokers in modern society, was simply unthinkable in preliterate societies. Whereas even conceivable, it would have been totally unacceptable to the community. Constraint, normally guided by public opinion, custom and shame, was inevitably in the early social development of humanity, not as a matter of will, authority, or the exercise of power, but because it was unavoidable. Personal freedom was thus clearly restricted from a modern viewpoint. Choice, will, and individual proclivities could be exercised or expressed within confines permitted by the environment. But organic societies, despite the physical limitations it faced from a modern viewpoint, nevertheless functioned unconsciously with an implicit commitment to freedom that social theorists were not to attain until fairly recent times. Paul Radan's concept of the irreducible minimum rests on an unarticulated principle of freedom. To be assured of the material means of life, irrespective of one's productive contribution to the community, implies that wherever possible, society will compensate for the infirmities of the ill, handicapped, and old, just as it will for the limited powers of the very young and their dependency on adults. Even though their productive powers are limited or failing, people will not be denied the means of life that are available to individuals who are well endowed physically and mentally. Indeed, even individuals who are perfectly capable of meeting all the material needs cannot be denied access to the community's common produce, although deliberate shirkers in organic society are virtually unknown. The principle of the irreducible minimum thus affirms the existence of inequality within the group, inequality of physical and mental powers, of skills and virtuosity, psyches and proclivities. It does so not to ignore these inequalities or denigrate them, but on the contrary, to compensate for them. Equity here is the recognition of inequities that are not the fault of anyone and that must be adjusted as a matter of unspoken social responsibility. To assume that everyone is equal is patently preposterous if their equality is to lie in their strength, intellect, training, experience, talent, disposition, and opportunities. Such equality scoffs at reality and denies the commonality and solidarity of the community by subverting its responsibilities to compensate for differences between individuals. It is a heartless equality, a mean-spirited one that is simply alien to the very nature of organic society. As long as the means exist, they must be shared as much as possible according to needs, and needs are unequal insofar as they are gauged according to individual abilities and responsibilities. Hence, organic society tends to operate unconsciously according to the equality of unequals. That is, a freely given, unreflective form of social behavior and distribution that compensates inequalities and does not yield to the fictive claim yet to be articulated that everyone is equal. Marx was to put this well when, in opposition to bourgeois right, with his claim of the equality of all, he remarked that freedom abandons the very notion of right as such, and, quote, inscribes on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, unquote. Equality is inextricably tied to freedom as the recognition of inequality and transcends necessity by establishing a culture and distributive system based on compensation for the stigma of natural privilege. The subversion of organic society drastically undermined this principle of authentic freedom. Compensation was restructured into rewards, just as gifts were replaced by commodities. Cuneiform writing, the basis of our alphabetic script, had its origins in the meticulous records the temple clerks kept of products received and products dispersed. In short, the precise accounting of goods, possibly even when the land was communally owned and worked in Mesopotamia. Only afterward were these ticks on clay tablets to become narrative forms of script. The early cuneiform accounting records of the Near East prefigure the moral literature of a less giving, a more despotic world in which the equality of unequals gave way to mere charity. Thereafter, right was to supplant freedom. No longer was it the primary responsibility for society to care for its young, elderly, infirm, or unfortunates. Their care became a so-called private matter for family and friends, albeit very slowly and through very subtly shaded phases. On the village level, to be sure, the old customs still lingered on in their shadowy world, but this world was not part of civilization, merely an indispensable but concealed archaism. Romanticizing organic society. We are faced with the difficulty that few people seem to know how to build or develop ideas anymore. They promiscuously collect intellectual fragments here and there, like so many dismembered artifacts, drawing upon basically contradictory views and traditions with complete aplomb. Indeed, any serious attempt to rationally discuss the very troubling issues of our time in a coherent manner is often treated as a symptom of psychopathology rather than an earnest effort to make sense of the ideological chaos so prevalent today. Ironically, in its own quixotic way, postmodernism often inadvertently works with a rationality of its own that is nonetheless opaque to itself, and it often strives for the very coherence whose existence it denies to its critics. The intellectual tendencies that celebrate incoherence, anti-rationalism, and mysticism are not merely symptoms of a waning intellectuality today. They literally justify and foster it. The massive shift by many people away from serious concerns with the objective conditions of life, such as institutional forms of domination, the use of technology for exploitative purposes, and the everyday realities of human suffering, toward an introverted subjectivism, with its overwhelming focus on psychology and so-called hidden motivations, the rise of the culture industry, and the intellectual anxieties over collegiate issues like academic careers and pedagogical eminence, all testify to a sense of disempowerment in both social and personal life. That the mystical ecologies are becoming popular today is not a mere intellectual aberration, any more than the popularity of postmodernism. To the contrary, their popularity expresses the inability of millions of people to cope with a harsh and demoralizing reality, to control the increasingly oppressive direction in which society is moving. Hence, myths, pagan deities, and Pleistocene and Neolithic belief systems, together with their priests and priestesses, provide a surrogate, so-called reality into which the naive acolyte can escape. Indeed, when this preening emphasis on the subjective is clothed in the mystical vapours and inchoate vagaries of fevered imaginations, any recognition of reality is dissolved by beliefs in the mythic. The rational is replaced by the intuitional, and palpable social opponents are replaced by their shadows, to be exercised by rituals, incantations, and magical gymnastics. All these practices are merely socially harmless surrogates for the authentic problems of our time. Ghosts from our past, the products of our ancestors' own imaginations in turn, are invoked as objects of our reverence in the name of an earth wisdom that is actually as ineffectual as we are in our everyday lives. The new surrogate so-called reality that is becoming a widespread feature in our time percolates through the mass media and the publishing industry, which are only too eager to nourish, even celebrate the proliferation of Wiccan covens, goddess-worshipping congregations, assorted pantheistic and animistic cults, so-called wilderness devotees, and eco-feminist acolytes, to which I can add a new deep ecology professoriate that is increasingly prepared to feed a gullible public with biocentric pablum. These ideologies, from postmodernism to ecofeminism, subtly enchant the new human commodities with mental fireworks, amulets, charms, and brightly tinted garments that provide them with a mystical patina to conceal their empty lives. Capitalism has nothing whatever to fear from mystical and biocentric ecologies, or their many high-priced artifacts. The bourgeoisie easily guffaws at these absurdities, and is only too eager to commodify them into new sources of profit. Indeed, to state the issue bluntly, It is profit, power, and economic expansion that primarily concerns the elites of the existing social order, not the antics or even the protests of dissenters who duel with ghosts instead of institutionalized centers of power, authority, and wealth. It has become all too fashionable among many mystical ecologists to condemn human intervention into first nature, except to meet the minimal needs of life and survival. We are enjoined to let nature take its course, to avoid any alteration of first nature except for what is necessary, a word that often remains ill-defined, to keep human beings alive and well. Such non-interventionist attitudes are commonly imputed to historic and aboriginal peoples, who presumably lived in total oneness with first nature and the wildlife around them. Taking Aldo Leopold's phrase, "not man apart," to its most extreme conclusion, mystical ecologists call for a complete integration to first nature by so-called returning to the Pleistocene, as many biocentrists demand. These forebears of our species and our own ancestors lived in a climatically turbulent era, marked by advances and retreats of glaciers, wide swings in temperature, and a feast or famine diet. Their lives were often very precarious despite the periodic abundance of game. Nor were they fully equipped with the means to deal with the natural vicissitudes that white middle-class people today take so readily for granted, such as the certainty of warmth in cold weather, adequate shelter, and the ordinary creature comforts to which middle-class people are wedded, leaving all luxuries and pleasures aside. They lacked a written body of knowledge by which a complex tradition of ideas could be handed down, the writing materials with which to express thoughts and reflections that were more complex than those involved in meeting the needs of everyday life, the libraries in which to meditate, research, and gather the wisdom of past ages. In short, the vast array of intellectual and spiritual materials to sensitize their outlook and sensibilities. It might seem more plausible for deep ecologists to call for a return to the sensibility of these distant times, rather than an actual physical return. But here too we are besieged by a barrage of unanswered questions. We would want to know what kind of sensibility Pleistocene and Paleolithic hunters had in their dealings with the multitude of animals they encountered in the Great Age of Mammals, as the two periods have been called. After all, Paleolithic hunter-gatherers developed the stone-tipped spear, the all-important spear thrower, which made it possible to effectively pierce through very tough hides and muscles, and the bow and arrow, which could inflict mortal damage over a sizable distance. The more sophisticated and lethal their hunting kit, the greater an impact these humans must have had on the large mammals of the late Pleistocene and the Paleolithic. If we are to return to the sensibility of these epochs, we would want to know if they really viewed the animals they killed reverentially, as so many mystical ecologists claim, or if they had more pragmatic attitudes towards them, using magic to propitiate a bison spirit or bear spirit in rituals before and after kills. We would want to know if they really did feel themselves to be absorbed into an all-encompassing oneness with the animals around them, or whether they had any sense of human self-identity that involved feelings of apartness from those animals. We would want to know if they really chose not to intervene in first nature any more than was absolutely necessary, as mystical ecologists believe, or if they significantly altered their surroundings. We would want to know if they really did behave toward wildlife as tender carnivores in pursuit of sacred game, as Paul Shepard's evocative book on hunter-gatherer sensibility is titled, or if they held a more mundane attitude toward animals as means for satisfying their very material as well as subjective needs. Actually, we will never know with certainty the answers to these questions of sensibility. The outlook that today's mystical ecologists cultivate toward the Pleistocene and the Paleolithic and the Neolithic is often highly romanticized and certainly does not correspond to many things that we do know about those eras. If I am to examine the nature of Aboriginal sensibilities, I must do so as honestly as possible and decide which characterizations probably apply better to our ancestors of the distant past. This much is clear. Much of the archaeological evidence does not support the ecological romantic view of early peoples, however unpleasant the data may be. Researchers have argued with good reason, for example, that effective human hunters in the Pleistocene era may have played a major role in killing off some, if not most, of the great Pleistocene and Paleolithic mammals, which is not to deny that others have claimed that climatic changes with important ecological consequences in the Pleistocene and Paleolithic are more likely to have ended forever the lives of mammoths, mastodons, woolly rhinoceroses, cave bears, and giant sloths, among others. Much evidence throws factual weight on the side of the overkill, as distinguished from the primarily climatic approach, and supports the view that early hunter-gatherers contributed to exterminating or may have exterminated many Pleistocene animals. After so much has been written by romantics of the last century and mystical ecologists today about the oneness that pre-literate peoples felt for the game they hunted, should we be shocked by this conclusion? I believe not, unless we choose to simplify the complex dialectic involved in what we regard as an ecological sensibility. Indeed, that early hunters, whose ecological sensibility is so revered by mystical ecologists, would try to satisfy their needs in any way they could, should not surprise us. In fact, these hunters were predatory opportunists, no less than wolves or coyotes, precisely because they are very much part of nature, to invoke that much abused word, just as were all the life forms around them. Early hunters did not live in Disneyland, where sociable mice and gleeful rabbits jostle with human visitors in a pseudo-animistic cartoon-like world. Another area in dispute is the extent to which pre-literate peoples altered the wild environments in which they lived. We know that early hunters are clearly not devout conservers of the original forests, for example. As Stephen J. Pine emphasizes in his informative study Fire in America, quote, "The virgin forest was not encountered in the 16th and 17th centuries. It was invented in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. For this condition, Indian fire practices were largely responsible." Unquote. Hunter-gatherer foragers, in fact, used fire on a global scale to create grasslands for herbivores. The great prairies of the Midwest were literally created by Indian torches, which were systematically applied long before those lands were expropriated by Europeans. Since humanity's discovery of fire, few forests that we can call virgin remain today, however large the girth or height of their individual trees. Great forests of the 18th century were often restorations of trees that had been cleared and reduced to parkland and prairies in the pre-Columbian times. The so-called forest primeval that Longfellow celebrated in his poetry was often made up of trees that European settlers had permitted to come back after Indians had turned the forests and the areas they occupied into parklands. That European settlers permitted the trees to return in order to use them to build ships and homes does not alter the fact that these forests were anything but primeval, or that Indian communities were anything but reluctant to tamper with nature. It is not my intention to defame Aboriginal hunters or to take their behaviour on a par with that of lumber companies or the meatpacking industry. No Paleo-Indian and Indian overkills and deforestation compares even remotely to the terrifying ecological devastation and the genocide practiced by Euro-American settlers on the New World and its native people. The greed and exploitation that has destroyed Indian cultures over the past 5 centuries can in no way be justified morally or culturally. The interaction of European settlers and Native Americans could have opened a new opportunity for a sensitive integration of both cultures, but that opportunity was lost in an orgy of bloodletting and plunder by European settlers, particularly land speculators, railroaders, lumber barons, and capitalist entrepreneurs generally. But with all due regard to the many remarkable features of Native American cultures, pre-Columbian hunters took a large toll in wildlife, often showing few, if any, concerns for conservation. From such overkills, game animals took years to regenerate, nor was this regeneration helped by their hunters' fertility rituals, unless we are to naively believe, like modern believers in magic, that they serve to increase animal fertility. Thanks to their hunting prowess, observes Alston Chase in his superbly researched and well-written book, Playing God in Yellowstone, quote, "The Indians of the Yellowstone region, the Shoshone and their cousins, the Bannock and Lemhi, had eaten themselves out of house and home. When Lewis and Clark first met the Shoshone in 1805, they were starving. Their chief told the explorers that they had nothing but berries to eat." Unquote. Far from seeking to defame Aboriginal peoples, I think we must examine the rationale for this seeming insensitivity to animal life and forests. Hunter-gatherers were not motivated by a desire for profit, like competitive rivals in a capitalist marketplace, whose behaviour is guided by the maxim "grow or die." As I have emphasized, these hunters were living beings like other life forms, and as any life form would, they tried to survive by any means possible. At the same time, the needs of these humans were greater or more complex than those of other life forms. As creatures endowed by natural evolution with highly intelligent minds, they would not only have required animals and vegetable food to meet their immediate needs, they would also have wanted a secure supply of food once they knew how to preserve meat and plants. Owing to their naturally endowed intelligence, they would have wanted good clothing, even luxuries such as comfortable bedding, sturdy skins for homes, plumage and carved bone amulets, bead-like teeth for ornaments, magical artifacts, an assortment of tools and medicines, and colouring matter for aesthetic purposes. That the needs of these humans were greater and more complex than those of other life forms was due not to any perverse traits on their part, but to endowments that stemmed from their evolution as unique animals. These wants, in short, shaped their behaviour as they would have for any non-human being. And these wants were a product of an intelligence that have been formed as a result of eons of evolutionary development, not any demonic or mysterious impulse that is vaguely unnatural. Inasmuch as pre-literate people were human, moreover, they were capable of reasoning conceptually, of speaking fluently, and of feeling abiding insecurities. early humanity can hardly be faulted for behaving more intelligently than bears, foxes, and wolves. Natural evolution endowed them with larger brains and a capacity for making tools and weapons to enhance their powers of survival and for making their environment to abet their well-being. They had amazing memories, and of extreme importance, they possessed vivid imaginations. They decorated their weapons, painted animals and designs on rocks and caves, engaged in analogical thinking, created myths, and felt passions incomparably more compelling than any that are discernible in animals. Yet they were also truly part of nature. In the late Pleistocene and early Paleolithic, it was their very closeness to first nature, coupled with their emerging second nature, that would have caused them to act in ways that contradict our present-day romanticized notions of their behavior. They were undergoing a major transition from the domain of biological evolution to that of social evolution. As such, they could variously exhibit utter indifference to the pain they inflicted on animals and a strong affinity for them in their rituals, contradictory forms of behavior that occurred almost simultaneously. In these respects, their sensibility was shaped by animalistic as well as cultural needs, indeed by their very oneness with first nature. In turn, their sense of oneness with first nature was shaped by a mental repertoire that could make for what we today would regard as cruelty, as well as empathy toward non-human life, depending upon the extent to which they identified themselves with it and the kind of society they created, which led to a sense of apartness from it, a thoroughly dialectical tension in their outlook. Looking back to the very beginnings of second nature, it should be emphasized that humanity's consciousness of first nature, as distinguished from a consciousness of its specific, narrow ecological niches, presupposes that it separates itself from a purely niche-like animal existence. Human beings at some point had to at least begin to see first nature generally as an other, if their self-identity and self-consciousness as human beings were to emerge. Without a sense of contrast between the human and non-human, people are limited to the bedrock existence of seeking mere survival, to a way of life so undifferentiated from that of other living things that they know little more than the unmediated confines of their limited ecological community. This way of life is bereft of purpose, meaning, or orientation, apart from what people create in their imagination, and it is a way of life that no human being could endure except by ceasing to think. Which is to say that, epistemologically at least, differentiation would not exist and the evolution of a human psyche would never get underway. In order for human beings to differentiate themselves in natural evolution, there must be duality, such as dualities between self and other, and between the human and the non-human. Here, duality must not be confused with dualism. Today, in fact, the danger that confronts ecological thinking is less a matter of dualistic sensibility, a dualism that mystical ecologists have criticized to the point of pulverization, than of reductionism, an intellectual dissolution of all difference into undefinable oneness that excludes the possibility of creativity and turns a concept like interconnectedness into the bonds of a mental and emotional straitjacket. Without otherness, duality, and differentiation, interconnectedness dissolves psychological and personal heterogeneity into a night in which all cows are black. Without otherness, duality and differentiation, all heterogeneity of life forms would have been limited to a deadening homogeneity, and organic evolution would not have occurred. In terms of natural history, the biosphere would indeed still be a Gaia covered by Lynn Margulis's soup of prokaryotic cells. Today, to follow a mystical path to oneness is to sink back into the timeless, ahistorical, misty island of the Lotus Eaters, who in Homer's Odyssey have no recollection of the past and no vision of a future, but vegetate in an unperturbable existence that consists of eating and defecating like animals that live on a strictly day-by-day basis. This is a world that has no sense of otherness, no sense of self, no sense of consciousness. Indeed, no sensibility at all beyond the mere maintenance of life, presumably in the bosom of an equally vacuous cosmic self. To understand early sensibilities and their development, we must acknowledge that humanity had to break with the purely animalistic sensibility, if it can be called sensibility at all, that had confined it to a mere ecological niche, if it was to enter and know the larger world around it. Human beings had to regard first nature as other, however much romantics of all sorts bemoan the loss of a universal oneness in the garden of Pleistocene, Paleolithic, or Neolithic past. Given their naturally endowed potentialities, humans had to go beyond the realm of mere survival into one of creativity and innovation, and satisfy their naturally endowed capacity to adapt environments to meet their own needs. The terrible psychological upheavals produced by the 20th century have made us truly wary of social history, of otherness, of the dualities of separation from non-human nature. But separation and otherness are human facts of life, if only because natural evolution has produced a life form, humanity, whose very specificity is premised on a conscious sense of separation that can increasingly distinguish human from non-human reality. Otherness must be conceived as a graded phenomenon, to be sure, one that may result in any of several kinds of society. It may eventuate in very destructive relationships characterized by opposition, domination, and antagonism, as we know today, the results of which stain the social history that lies behind us, and possibly the precarious future that lies before us. But otherness may also take the form of differentiation, of articulation, of complementarity, as it did in the early history of humanity. As human beings began to emerge from first nature, possibly in the Pleistocene and certainly in the Paleolithic, their relationship to animals as others was largely complementary. Hunters know that they are dealing with a non-human other, but animism may have been a form of solicitation rather than coercion. Early animism imparted a cooperative impulse to these cultures, despite the fact that animal spirits had to be propitiated. Game, it was assumed, could then be lured to accept the hunter's spears and arrows, as Paleolithic cave paintings suggest. Even the overkills of the late Pleistocene and early Paleolithic may have arisen not from a sense of the other as an opponent or foe, but from a naive ignorance of the ecological impact that these overkills would have had on the great Pleistocene megafauna. In this respect, early hunters merely combined the behavior of an ordinary animal predator with that of an increasingly socialized, animistic human being. I regard it as a form of ahistorical arrogance, so characteristic of recent times, to look back at pre-literate people's behavior and cast it in forms that suit modern standards of ecological morality or respond with pious disappointment to their cruelty or indifference to other living beings. It is a form of modern ahistorical arrogance to expect that they would not use their environments up to the hilt or change them as they needed to. What we should properly ask, if we are not to sink into the fatuities of romanticism and mysticism, is not whether humans should intervene into nature, for nothing will stop them from trying to fulfill their most basic natural potentialities, but how they should intervene and towards what ends. These are really the profoundly ethical questions that we must ask, and they can only be answered in a thinking way by unscrambling the virtues and vices of humanity's social development, by determining if evolution has any meaningful thrust toward increased subjectivity and consciousness in the great evolutionary parade of life forms, and by bringing greater mind to bear on the pivotal role of social development in all of these issues. Natural evolution, given its marvelous creativity, its fecundity, its growing subjectivity, and its capacity for innovation, deserves our respect and love for its own attributes. We do not have to create ideological artifacts like deities, female or male, or use magical arts to appreciate first nature as a wondrous phenomenon, including such wonders as the human mind and humanity's capacity to act morally and self-consciously. An appreciation and love of first nature should properly stem from a clear-sighted and aesthetic naturalism, not from a supernaturalism, with its projection of sovereign human-like beings in the biotic world and its canny use of terms like immanence and earth-groundedness. Indeed, whether we truly know and fully appreciate first nature depends very much on having the intellectual and emotional ability not to confuse ourselves as human beings with coyotes, bears or wolves, much less with insensate things like rocks or rivers, or even more absurdly, with the cosmos. For early hunters themselves, their animistic sensibility was a mixed blessing. Clearly, it featured a cooperative spirit in their relations to animals as others, and it certainly alerted hunters to the attributes of the animals they stalked. Nevertheless, however much preliterate people's animism includes a cooperative dimension, we know today that insofar as it rests on a belief in spirits or a supernature, it clearly rests on a false image of the natural world. Besides boxing them into inflexible customs and traditions, animism involves an innocent belief in magic that rendered Aboriginal peoples very vulnerable to the technology, particularly the weaponry, of Europeans who awed or, with their bullets, bloodily disabused them of the spells with which their shamans had protected them. To believe that animism has any objective reality, as many mystical ecologists suggest, is simply infantile, not unlike the behaviour of a child who angrily kicks a stool over when he or she falls. In view of what we know today about first nature, animistic souls and magical methods of reaching them have no more basis in objective reality than the visions that many North American Indians traditionally induced in themselves by fasting, self-torture, autosuggestion, and similar techniques that distort the human sensorium. In a pre-literate community, inducing a vision of a guardian spirit by warping one's senses might enhance one's own sense of self-worth, courage, and bravado, thereby making one a better hunter. But these visions tell us no more about the reality of their first nature than Castaneda's tales about talking coyotes. Mythic knowledge and the belief in magic, so important to animism, are a self-delusion, one that is understandable as the beliefs of pre-literate peoples, but among modern people they are explicable only as evidence of the extent to which they are removed from reality, indeed, the extent to which they lack authentic earth wisdom. Chapter 4. The Legacy of Domination. Introduction. According to Marx, primitive egalitarianism was destroyed by the rise of social classes, in which those who own wealth and property exploit the labor of those who do not. But from his observations of contemporary history, Bookchin realized that class analysis in itself does not explain the entirety of social oppression. The elimination of class society could leave intact relations of subordination and domination. Engels, in his essay On Authority, wrote explicitly that he would not only preserve hierarchy in a so-called classless society, but regarded it as indispensable in industrial production. In order to attain the broadest possible freedom in an ecological society, Bookchin emphasized that it would be necessary to eliminate not only social classes, but social hierarchies as well. Thus, where Marx had worked with categories of class and exploitation, Bookchin developed broader categories of hierarchy and domination, not to replace the Marxist categories or to deny the reality of class and exploitation, but to subsume them as particulars within more generalized concepts. Hierarchy and domination, in Bookchin's view, historically provided the substrate of oppression, out of which class relations were formed. In The Ecology of Freedom, Bookchin shows how the rise of hierarchy eroded the complementarity of relatively egalitarian communities long before the appearance of property ownership. Although social and material factors, including population growth and physical force, were deeply involved in generating hierarchical social relations, Bookchin emphasizes the role of changes in consciousness as well. Incipient hierarchies gave rise to a hierarchical sensibility that ranked people as superior or inferior by a given standard and then used that ranking to justify the domination of the latter by the former. Once thinking was reordered along these lines, it would see hierarchy where in reality there was only difference. Mere differences in ability, experience, and knowledge would thereupon become acceptable rationales for domination. Gradually, hierarchical relations came to be elaborated along ever more complex lines, giving rise to the patriarchal domination of wives, sons, daughters, and dependents, the domination of whole communities by shamanistic and priestly guilds, the domination of one community by another, and later the domination of peoples by elite rulers. Ultimately, status distinctions phased into outright class structures based on the exploitation of serfs, slaves, and the industrial proletariat. Once a hierarchical sensibility had been established in this way, it could be projected out onto first nature as people could begin to think in terms of dominating the natural world. Indeed, the idea of dominating first nature could not have existed unless human beings already had gained it from their experience of social domination. Once the idea of dominating nature was formed, it became a basic assumption of Western culture that the creation of wealth depended upon it. Indeed, the supposed necessity of dominating first nature became a rationale for the further domination of human by human. Quote, "It remains one of the most widely accepted notions, from classical times to the present, that human freedom from the domination of man by nature entails the domination of human by human as the earliest means of production and the use of human beings as instruments for harnessing the natural world. Hence, in order to harness the natural world, it has been argued for ages, it is necessary to harness human beings as well, in the form of slaves, serfs, and workers. That this instrumental notion pervades the ideology of nearly all ruling elites has provided both liberal and conservative movements with a justification for their accommodation to the status quo requires little, if any, elaboration. The myth of a stingy nature has always been used to justify the stinginess of exploiters and a harsh treatment of the exploited. Ruling classes, in order to legitimate their rule, generally try to expand the domain of what is accepted as biological or natural and therefore inalterable, at the expense of what might otherwise be thought of as social and therefore subject to human alteration. Conversely, it is an emancipatory step to try to expand the realm of what convention holds to be social at the expense of what it defines as biological, precisely to open up possibilities for the transformation of existing social relationships. Bookchin's contention that the domination of human by human preceded the idea of dominating first nature falls into this second category of ideas. Contrary to necessitarian myths, he argues that human emancipation does not depend on the domination of first nature. Rather, a free society can as well be an ecological society. Indeed, since the ecological crisis has its origins in social pathologies, an ecological society can arise only after social hierarchy and domination have been removed. The emergence of hierarchy. Organic societies, even the most egalitarian, are not homogeneous social groups. Each member of the community is defined by certain everyday roles based on sex, age, and ancestral lineage. In early organic societies, these roles do not seem to have been structured along hierarchical lines, nor do they seem to have involved the domination of human by human. Generally, they simply define the individual's responsibilities to the community, the raw materials, as it were, for a functional status in the complex nexus of human relationships. Lineage determines who can or cannot marry whom, and families related by marriage are often as obligated to each other as are kin directly related by blood ties. Age confers the prestige of experience and wisdom. Finally, sexual differences define the community's basic division of labor. Even before material surpluses began to increase significantly, the roles each individual played began to change from egalitarian relationships into elites based increasingly on systems of obedience and command. To make this assertion raises a number of very proactive questions. Who were these emerging elites? What was the basis of their privileges in early society? How did they rework organic society's forms of community status, forms based on usufruct or domestic economy, reciprocity, and egalitarianism, into what were later to become class and exploitative societies? These questions are not academic. They deal with emotionally charged notions that lurk to this very day in the unconscious apparatus of humanity, notably the influence of biological facts such as sex, age, and ancestry on social relationships. Unless these notions are carefully examined and the truths separated from untruths, we are likely to carry an archaic legacy of domination into whatever social future awaits us. A careful survey of food gathering and hunting communities reveals that women enjoyed a higher degree of parity with men than we have been commonly led to believe. Both sexes occupy a distinctly sovereign role in their respective spheres, and their roles are much too complementary economically to make the domination of women by men the comfortable social norm that biased white observers served up generations ago to allay the guilt feelings of Victorian patriarchs. In daily life, women withdraw into a sorority based on their domestic and food gathering activities, and men into a fraternity of hunters. There, both sexes are completely autonomous. The sharply etched distinctions between home and the world that exist in modern society do not exist in organic communities. There, home and world are so closely wedded that a man shut out from a family is literally a non-social being, a being who is nowhere. Although the male tends, even in many egalitarian communities, to view himself as the head of the family, his stance is largely temperamental and accords him no special or domestic power. It is simply a form of boastfulness, for the hard facts of life vitiate his pretenses daily. Woman's food gathering activities usually provide most of the family's food. She not only collects the food, but prepares it, makes the family's clothing, and produces its containers, such as baskets and coiled pottery. She is more in contact with the young than the male, and takes a more commanding role in their development. If her husband is too overbearing, she can unceremoniously put him out of the hut, or simply return to her own family, where she and her children are certain of being provided for, no matter what her family thinks of her decision. As she ages, her experience becomes a revered source of wisdom. She becomes a matriarch in many cases, the head of the family in fact, if not in form. What women in pre-literate communities distinctly do lack is the male's mobility. The human child's protracted development and dependency, a long period of mental plasticity that is vitally necessary for elaborating a cultural continuum, restricts the mother's capacity to move about freely. The primal division of labor that assigned hunting tasks to the male and domestic tasks to the female is based on a hard biological reality. A woman, coupled to a noisy infant, can scarcely be expected to practice the stealth and athleticism needed to hunt large animals. By its very nature, the mother-child relationship limits her to comparatively sedentary lifeways. Moreover, if woman is not weaker in terms of her capacity to do work, she is certainly the weaker sex when pitted against armed, possibly hostile men from an alien community. Women need their men not only as hunters, but also as guardians of the family and the group. Men become the community's guardians not only by virtue of usurpation, but because they are better equipped muscularly in a materially undeveloped culture to defend their community against hostile marauders. As bands begin to increase in size and number, as they began to differentiate into clans, tribes, and tribal federations, and to make war on one another, an ever larger social space emerged that was increasingly occupied by men. Men tended to become the clan headsmen or tribal chiefs and fill the councils of tribal federations. For all this was men's work, like hunting and herding animals. They had the mobility and physical prowess to defend their own communities, attack hostile communities, and thereby administer an extra-biological, distinctly social sphere of life. In communities where matrilineal descent carried considerable cultural weight, and women's horticultural activities formed the basis of economic life, she assumed social roles very similar to those of the man. Usually, she occupied these roles on the clan level, rarely on the tribal one. Moreover, she almost invariably shared her social role with males. In a matricentric society, these males were her brothers, not her husband. What woman's social eminence in matricentric communities reveals, however, is that the male's rising position in social affairs results not from any conscious degradation of a woman to a domestic unworldly sphere. To the contrary, in the beginning at least, the male did not have to usurp power from the female. Indeed, social power as such did not exist but had yet to be created. The social sphere and the man's position in it emerged naturally. The primordial balance that assigned complementary economic functions to both sexes on the basis of parity slowly tipped toward the male, favoring his social preeminence. The male in a hunting community is a specialist in violence. From the earliest days of his childhood, he identifies with such masculine traits as courage, strength, self-assertiveness, decisiveness, and athleticism, traits necessary for the welfare of the community. The community, in turn, will prize the male for these traits and foster them in him. If he becomes a good hunter, he will be highly regarded by everyone, by envious men and admiring women, by respectful children and emulative youths. In a society preoccupied with the problem of survival and obliged to share its resources, a good hunter is an asset to all. Similarly, the female is a specialist in child rearing and food gathering. Her responsibilities focus on nurture and sustenance. From childhood, she will be taught to identify with such feminine traits as caring and tenderness, and she will be trained in comparatively sedentary occupations. The community, in turn, will prize her for these traits and foster them in her. If she cultivates these traits, she will be highly regarded for the sense of responsibility to her family, her skill and artfulness. In a matricentric society, these traits will be elevated into social norms that could well be described as the temperament of the community. We find this temperament today in many American, Indian, and Asian villages that practice horticulture, even if the kinship system is patrilineal. Similarly, in a patricentric society, masculine traits will be elevated into the norms of a community temperament, although they rarely coexist with matrilineal systems of kinship. There is no intrinsic reason why a patricentric community, merely because it has a masculine temperament, must be hierarchical or reduce women to a subjugated position. The economic roles of the two sexes are still complementary. Without the support that each sex gives to the other, the community will disintegrate. Moreover, both sexes still enjoy complete autonomy in their respective spheres. In projecting our own social attitudes into preliterate societies, we often fail to realize how far removed a primordial domestic community is from a modern political society. As long as the growing civil sphere is a pragmatic extension of the male's role in the division of labour, it is merely that and no more. Even while the civil sphere is expanding, it is still rooted in domestic life and, in this sense, enveloped by it. Hence, the numinous power that surrounds women in the most patricentric of primordial societies. Only when social life itself undergoes hierarchical differentiation and emerges as a separate terrain to be organized on its own terms, do we find a conflict between the domestic and civil spheres, one that extends hierarchy into domestic life and results not only in a subjugation of women, but in her degradation. Then, the distinctively feminine traits, which primordial society prizes as a high survival asset, sink to the level of social subordination. The woman's nurturing capacities are degraded into renunciation, her tenderness to obedience. Man's masculine traits are also transformed. His courage turns into aggressiveness, his strength is used to dominate, his self-assertiveness is transformed into egotism, his decisiveness into repressive reason. His athleticism is directed increasingly to the arts of war and plunder. Until these transformations occur, however, it is important to know the raw materials from which hierarchical society will raise its moral and social edifice. The violation of organic society is latent within organic society itself. The primal unit of the early community, both internally and with nature, is weakened merely by the elaboration of the community's social life, its ecological differentiation. Yet the growing civil space occupied by the male is still enveloped in a natural matrix of blood ties, family affinities, and work responsibilities based on a sexual division of labor. Not until distinctly social interests emerge that clash directly with its natural matrix and turn the weaknesses, perhaps the growing tensions of organic society into outright fractures, will the unity between human and between humanity and nature finally be broken. Then, power will emerge not simply as a social fact, with all its differentiations, but as a concept, and so will the concept of freedom. To find what is perhaps the one primary group that, more than any other in preliterate communities, transects kinship lines and the division of labour, that in its own right forms the point of departure for a separate social interest, as distinguished from the complementary relations that unite the community into a whole, we must turn to the age group, particularly to the community's elders. To be born, to be young, to mature, and finally to grow old and idle is natural fact, as much as it is to be woman or a man, or belong to a blood lineage group. But the older one becomes, the more one acquires distinct interests that are not natural. These interests are uniquely social. The later years of life are a period of diminishing physical powers, the declining years a period of outright dependency. The aging and the aged develop interests that are tied neither to their sexual roles nor to their lineage. They depend for their survival ultimately on the fact that the community is social in the fullest sense of the term, that it will provide for them, not because they participate in the process of production and reproduction, but because of the institutional roles they can create for themselves in the social realm. The sexes complement each other economically. The old and the young do not. In preliterate communities, the old are vital repositories of knowledge and wisdom, but this very function merely underscores the fact that their capacities belong largely to the cultural and social sphere. Hence, even more than the boasting, self-assertive male who may be slowly gaining a sense of social power, the aging and the aged tend to be socially conscious as such, as a matter of survival. They share a common interest independent of their sex and lineage. They have the most to gain from the institutionalization of society and the emergence of hierarchy, for it is within this realm and as a result of this process that they can retain powers that are denied to them by physical weakness and infirmity. Their need for social power, and for hierarchical social power at that, is a function of their loss of biological power. The social sphere is the only realm in which this power can be created, and concomitantly the only sphere that can cushion their vulnerability to natural forces. Thus, they are the architects par excellence of social life, of social power, and its institutionalization along hierarchical lines. The old can also perform many functions that relieve young adults of certain responsibilities. Old women can care for the children and undertake sedentary productive tasks that would otherwise be performed by their daughters. Similarly, old men can make weapons and teach their sons and grandsons to use them more effectively. But these tasks, while they lighten the burdens of the young, do not make the old indispensable to the community. And in a world that is often harsh and insecure, a world ruled by natural necessity, the old are the most dispensable members of the community. Under conditions where food may be in short supply, and the life of the community occasionally endangered, they are the first to be disposed of. The anthropological literature is replete with examples in which the old are killed and expelled during periods of hunger. A practice that changes from the episodic into the customary in the case of communities that normally leave their aged members behind to perish whenever the group breaks camp and moves to a different locale. Thus, the lives of the old are always clouded by a sense of insecurity. This sense is incremental to the insecurity that people of all ages may feel in materially undeveloped communities. The ambiguity that permeates the outlook of the primordial world toward nature, a shifting outlook that mixes reverence or ecological adaptation with fear, is accented among the age with a measure of hatred, for insofar as fear is concerned, they have more to fear from nature's vicissitudes than do the young. The nascent ambiguities of the aged toward nature later give rise to Western so-called civilization's mode of repressive reason. This exploitative rationality pits civil society against domestic society, and launches social elites on a quest for domination that, in a later historical context, transforms insecurity into egotism, acquisitiveness, and a craze for rule. In short, the social principle graduated by its own inner dialectic into the asocial principle. Here, too, are the seeds for the hatred of eros and the body, that forms the archetypal matrix for willful aggression and the thanatic death wish. Initially, the medium by which the old create a modicum of power for themselves is through their control of the socialization process. Fathers teach their sons the arts of getting food, mothers their daughters. The adults in turn consult their parents on virtually every detail of life, from the workaday pragmatic to the ritual. In a preliterate community, the most comprehensive compendium of knowledge is inscribed on the brains of the elders. However much this knowledge is proffered with concern and love, it is not always completely disinterested. It is often permeated, even if unconsciously, by a certain amount of cunning and self-interest. Not only is the young mind shaped by the adults, as must necessarily be the case in all societies, but it is shaped to respect the wisdom of the adults, if not their authority. The harsh initiation ceremonies that many preliterate communities inflict on adolescent boys may well have the purpose of using pain to brand the elders' wisdom on young minds, as a number of anthropologists contend. But I would also suggest that it brands a sense of authority as well. The aged who abhor natural necessity become the embodiment of social necessity. The dumb cruelty that the natural world inflicts on them is transmitted by social catalysis into the conscious cruelty they inflict on the young. Nature begins to take her revenge on the earliest attempts of primordial society to control her. But this is nature internalized, the nature in humanity itself. The attempt to dominate external nature will come later, when humanity is conceptually equipped to transfer its social antagonisms to the natural world outside. In fairness to primordial society, we must note that hierarchy founded merely on age is not institutionalized hierarchy. Rather, it is hierarchy in its most nascent form, hierarchy embedded in the matrix of equality. For age is the fate of everyone who does not die prematurely. To the extent that privileges accrue to the elders, everyone in the community is heir to them. Inasmuch as these privileges vary with the fortunes of the community, they are still too tenuous to be regarded as more than compensations for the infirmities that elders must suffer with the aging process. The primordial balance that accords parity to all members of the community, women as well as men, is thereby perpetuated in the privileges accorded to the old. In this sense, they cannot be regarded simply as privileges. What is problematical in the future development of hierarchy is how the elders try to institutionalize their privileges and what they finally achieved. Radan, in a perceptive, if overly ruthless discussion of age-linked hierarchy, notes that the elders in food-gathering communities, quote, almost always functioned as medicine men of some kind or another, unquote. With the development of clan agricultural societies, acquired their main strength from the, quote, rituals and ritualistic societies which they largely controlled, unquote. Social power begins to crystallize as the fetishization of magical power over certain forces of nature. In trying to deal with this dialectical twist, we must refocus our perspective to include a unique mode of social sensibility and experience, one that is strikingly modern, the sensibility and experience of the elder come shaman. The shaman is a strategic figure in any discussion of social hierarchy because he, and at times she, although males predominate in time, solidifies the privilege of the elders, a general stratum in the primordial community, into the particularized privileges of a special segment of that stratum. He professionalizes power. He makes power the privilege of an elect few, a group that only carefully chosen apprentices can hope to enter, not the community as a whole. His Vatic personality essentially expresses the insecurity of the individual on the scale of a social neurosis. If the male hunter is a specialist in violence, and the woman food gatherer a specialist in nurture, the shaman is a specialist in fear. As magician and divinator combined in one, he mediates between the suprahuman power of the environment and the fears of the community. Weston Labar observes that in contrast to the priest who, quote, implores the omnipotent, unquote, the shaman is, quote, psychologically and socially the more primitive of the two. External powers invade and leave his body with practiced ease. So feeble are his ego boundaries and so false his fantasies, unquote. Perhaps more significant than this distinction is the fact that the shaman is the incipient state personified. As distinguished from other members of the primordial community, who participate co-equally in the affairs of social life, the shaman and his associates are professionals in political manipulation. They tend to subvert the innocence and amateurism that distinguishes domestic society from political society. Shamans banded informally together even in the simplest food-gathering civilizations, notes Radan. Quote, as soon as the clan political patterns emerged, we find them formally united together, either in one group or separately. Unquote. Bluntly stated, the shamanistic groups to which Radan alludes were incipient political institutions. But the shaman's position in primordial society is notoriously insecure. Often highly remunerated for his magical services, he might be vindictively attacked, perhaps assassinated outright, if his techniques fail. Thus, he must always seek alliances and, more significantly, foster the creation of mutually advantageous power centers for his protection from the community at large. As a quasi-religious formulator, a primitive cosmologist, he literally creates the ideological mythos that crystallizes incipient power into actual power. He may do this in concert with the elders, enhancing the authority over the young, or with the younger but more prominent warriors, who tend to form military societies of their own. From them, in turn, he receives the support he direly needs to cushion the ill effects that follow from his fallibility. That he may compete with these powers and attempt to usurp their authority is irrelevant at this period of development. The point is that the shaman is the demiurge of political institutions and coalitions. He only validates the authority of the elders, with a magical political aura. But in his need for political power, he tends to heighten the masculine temperament of a patricentric community. He exaggerates the aggressive and violent elements of that temperament, feeding it with mystical sustenance and supernatural power. Domination, hierarchy, and the subordination of women to man now begin to emerge. But it is difficult to delineate in this development the emergence of organized economic classes and the systematic exploitation of a dominated social stratum. The young, to be sure, are placed under the rule of a clan or tribal gerontocracy. The elders, shamans, and warrior chiefs, in turn, acquire distinct social privileges. But so ingrained in society are the primordial rules of usufruct, complementarity, and the irreducible minimum, that the economy of this early world proves to be surprisingly impervious to these socio-political changes. The majority of aboriginal tribes, observes Radan, quote, possessed no grouping of individuals based on true class distinctions, unquote. He adds that, quote, slaves not a few of them had, but while their lives were insecure because they had no status, they were never systematically forced to do menial work or regarded as an inferior and degraded class in our sense of the term. Unquote. Men of wealth there were too in time, but as Manning Nash observes, quote, in primitive and peasant economies, levelling mechanisms play a crucial role in inhibiting aggrandizement by individuals or by special groups. Unquote. These levelling mechanisms assume a variety of forms. Quote, forced loans to relatives or co-residents, a large feast following economic success, a rivalry of expenditures like the potlatch of the Northwest Coast Indians in which large amounts of valuable goods were destroyed, the ritual levies consequent on holding office in civil and religious hierarchies in Mesoamerica, or the giveaways of horses and goods of the Plains Indians. Most small-scale economies have a way of scrambling wealth to inhibit reinvestment in technological advance, and this prevents crystallization of class lines on an economic base. Unquote. In fact, independent wealth, the most precious of personal goals in bourgeois society, tends to be highly suspect in pre-literate societies. Often, it is taken as evidence that the wealthy individual is a sorcerer who has acquired his riches by a sinister compact with demonic powers. Wealth so acquired is treasure, bewitched power concretized, the stuff from which mythology weaves its Faustian legends. The very independence of this wealth, its freedom from direct social control, implies a breach with the most basic of all primordial rules, the mutual obligations imposed by blood ties. The prevalence of the lineage system, as distinguished from civilization's territorial system, implies that even if hierarchy and differentials in status exist, the community consists of kin. Its wealth, as Patrick Malloy observes, must be used to reinforce or expand social relations, not weaken or constrict them. Wealth can be acquired only within the parameters of the lineage system, and it effectively filters down to the community through the workings of the leveling system. As Malloy astutely observes, the richest man in the community will frequently, quote, be the worst off because he has given all his material wealth away, unquote. He has definite obligations, quote, to provide gifts when requested, take care of bride wealth, and other important functions critical to the survival of the community, unquote. Thus, nature still binds society to herself with the primal blood oath. This oath validates not only kinship as the basic fact of primordial social life, but its complex network of rights and duties. Before hierarchy and domination can be consolidated into social classes and economic exploitation, before reciprocity can give way to the free exchange of commodities, before usufruct can be replaced by private property and the irreducible minimum by toil as a norm for distributing the means of life, before this immensely vast complex can be dissolved and replaced by a class, exchange, and propertied one, the blood oath with all its claims must be broken. Hierarchy and domination remain captive to the blood oath until an entirely new social terrain can be established to support class relations and the systematic exploitation of human by human. We must fix this pre-class, indeed pre-economic period in social development clearly in our minds, because the vast ideological corpus of modernity, capitalism particularly in its Western form, has been designed in large part to veil it from our vision. Even such notions as primitive communism, matriarchy, and social equality, so widely celebrated by radical anthropologists and theorists, play a mystifying role in perpetuating this veil instead of removing it. Lurking within the notion of primitive communism is the insidious concept of a stingy nature, of a natural scarcity, that dictates communal relations, as though a communal sharing of things were exogenous to humanity and must be imposed by survival needs to overcome the so-called innate human egoism that so-called modernity so often identifies with selfhood. Primitive communism also contains the concept of property, however communal in character, that identifies selfhood with ownership. Usufruct, as the transgression of proprietary claims in any form, is concealed by property as a public institution. Indeed, communal property is not so far removed conceptually and institutionally from public property, nationalized property, or collectivized property, that the incubus of proprietorship can be said to be removed completely from the sensibility and practices of a communist society. Finally, matriarchy, the rule of society by women instead of men, merely alters the nature of rule. It does not lead to its abolition. Matriarchy merely changes the gender of domination and thereby perpetuates domination as such. Natural scarcity, property, and rule thus persist in the very name of the critique of class society, exploitation, private property, and the acquisition of wealth. By veiling the primordial blood oath that constrains the development of hierarchy and domination into class society, economic exploitation, and property, the class critique merely replaces the constraints of kinship with the constraints of economics, instead of transcending both to a higher realm of freedom. It reconstitutes bourgeois rights by leaving property unchallenged by usufruct, rule unchallenged by non-hierarchical relationships, and scarcity unchallenged by an abundance from which an ethical selectivity of needs can be derived. The more critical substrate of usufruct, reciprocity, and the irreducible minimum is papered over by a less fundamental critique. The critique of private property, of injustice in the distribution of the means of life, and an unfair return for labour. Marx's own critique of justice in his remarks on the Gotha programme remains one of the most important contributions he made to radical social theory, but its economistic limitations are evident in the tenor of the work as a whole. The rise of the state. Contrary to the rationalistic and contractual image of the state institutions emerged slowly, uncertainly, and precariously out of a social milieu that was distinctly non-statist in character. In fact, the social and organic sources of the state had to be meticulously reworked before they could give rise to state institutions. The ancient temple corporation, actually a religious legitimation of tribal collectivity and public control of land, seems to have been the most likely source of the Near Eastern state. This was a time when priests commonly became kings, or at least when the kingship often took a priestly character. In either case, the temple and palace monumentalized as well as deified the tribal community. Despite the increasing secularization of the state, notably in Greece and Rome, the state never completely lost its religious trappings and its function as the custodian of the collectivistic community. This attribute, whether as an ensemble of feudal nobles, or a monarchy, and ultimately as an absolutist empire, remained with it well into recent times. The traditional head of state, be he a lord or a king, always remained the father of his people, so-called, whether by divine right or as a divinity in his own right. Hence, prior to the rise of republican systems of governance, the state always appeared not as a constituted phenomenon, but as a reworking of a very traditional, organic, patriarchal, indeed tribalistic body of relationships in which power was not simply conferred by the community, as in the case of elected kingships, but inherited along lineage and bloodlines in a manner redolent of the ancient tribalist blood tie. The present always entails a reworking of the past, a transmutation rather than a dissolution of traditional forms to meet new needs and imperatives. It is notable that the rise of the centralized nation-state in Europe also followed this archaic and highly organic process of transmutation of old into new. Indeed, until the age of the democratic revolutions, to use the title of R.R. Palmer's distinguished book, it was not through the constitution of new states, but the recovery of ancient rights, that king and community were thrown into civil war with each other, a conflict that often took the shape of monarchy against municipality. Both parties sought not to innovate new forms of governance, but to restore old ones from the past. Characteristically, the earliest form of the European nation-state appears not as the emergence of a national economy, significant as this development proved to be, but as the increasing sovereignty of the kingly household itself, the monarchical oikos, the image of the nation as a kingly patrimony. What makes the English state interesting is the challenge it raises to simplistic theories of state formation and rule. I refer to its organic roots and its evolution out of household offices. The English state was born not out of an administrative body of autonomous departments, but rather out of the personal responsibilities of the king's servants, his immediate household coterie, often in opposition to the doubtful loyalties of the king's own feudal barons. Perhaps the foremost of these royal servants was the king's personal secretary, his chancellor, who carried the royal seal and coordinated the emerging departments that comprised the administrative portion of the royal court. In time, the chancellor became the pole around which an increasing number of clerks, experts, and specialists in various governmental areas and overseers of what was to become a fairly complex executive authority collected to form the all-important English chancery. Almost every aspect of monarchical rule fell within its purview, principally the king's exchequer, who saw to the collection of taxes, and Henry II's professional judiciary. In fact, the English state was formed largely from the king's bedroom, dining table, men-in-waiting, and household clergy, not from constituted principles of government that spoke in the interests of a specific ruling class. Class theories of the origins of the state to the contrary notwithstanding, the English state of the Middle Ages began as the elaboration of a patrimony, rather than as the institutionalization of one's class authority over that of another. The English barons, who were to view the formation of the state with suspicion and later with overt hostility, found it difficult to claim it as their own. A continual tension existed, occasionally expressing itself in a violent form, between the baronial infrastructure of English medieval society and the monarchy, which formed the originating impulse of the authentic, fairly complete state. In its patrimonial form, the English state is no exception to the origins of the state generally. This mode of state formation is very similar to the way in which the so-called barbarian chiefdoms of an earlier tribal society gradually extended their power, from networks furnished by their personal retainers and clans. The journey from valet to prime minister, amusing as the juxtaposition may seem, is closer to the truth of state formation than the more sociological idea that the state emerged as an agency of class interest, whatever it was to become later in history. I have dwelt in some detail on the origins of the English state, in time to be regarded as the prototype of the nation-state par excellence, not because of its uniqueness, but rather because of its continuity with the ancient past. The organic growth of the English monarchy parallels to a remarkable degree the rise of the oikos forms of statehood. Historically, these forms go back to early Egypt, Persia, Babylonia, and even Rome before the empire became heavily bureaucratized. By the end of the 12th century, France had already begun to catch up with England by creating officiers du roi, officials of the king, who shared power with the French barons in the traditional royal council. By degrees, the French began to outpace their English rivals. Functionaries emerging from the royal household acquired expanding administrative roles so that the kingly servants were soon to be royal bureaucrats rather than household administrators. In time, the immense French bureaucracy of the 16th and 17th centuries, in theory answerable only to the monarchy, acquired a life, indeed an outlook, of its own. The emergence of a bureaucratic sensibility permeating all levels of French society can hardly be emphasized too strongly. A new, almost ubiquitous nobility of the robe, ennobled more as functionaries of the monarchy rather than virtue of birth, began to overshadow the hereditary nobility of the sword. In contrast to so much of feudal Europe, the sons of the French middle classes began to regard the royal bureaucracy rather than the clerical hierarchy as the avenue toward upward mobility and power, a shift in perspective that linked the French bourgeoisie, whatever that word meant some 2 centuries ago, to the monarchy more tightly than historians of class conflict would have us believe. The French Revolution, conceived as the classic bourgeois revolution of emerging capitalism, was to test this class analysis in the fiery crucible of insurrection. The French Revolution, conceived as the classic bourgeois revolution of emerging capitalism, was to test this class analysis in the fiery crucible of insurrection, with more dismal results than later 19th century historians suspected. What is most intriguing is that neither absolutism nor the rise of a nation-state provides us with an adequate explanation for the rise of a national economy, as Hannah Arendt suggests. Although European nation-states from the 16th century onward created the arena for a national economy, they did not necessarily create the forces that shaped it. Absolutism, which sculpted a sense of nationhood out of feudal parochialism, played a very crucial role. It not only supplanted localism with nationalism, it also stifled a highly decentralistic, localistic, and spontaneous society, marked by a rich diversity of cultural, economic, and communal attributes, replacing it with increasingly homogenized lifeways, bureaucratized institutions, and centralized state forms. In some cases, this absolutist alternative favored the later expansion of a market economy. In others, it led to state parasitism and outright regression. In all cases, however, it turned localist politics into nationalist statecraft, divesting citizenship of its classical attributes and turning vital, empowered, and strongly edged men and women into passive, disempowered, and obedient subjects. This shift from a living people to deadened subjects did not occur with furious resistance. A belief in autonomy, regional and local identity, and citizen empowerment ran very high between the late Middle Ages and fairly recent times. The battle to retain these distinctly political qualities and rights was to be fought not in national political parties or by professional statesmen. Rather, it was conducted on the level of village, town, neighborhood, and city life, where the ideals of confederation were to be opposed to demands for a nation-state, and the values of decentralization were to be opposed to those of centralization. What lay in the balance was not only the future of the town and countryside, but the development of political institutions as opposed to state institutions, and an active citizenry as opposed to a passive constituency. The rise of capitalism. The market society that we call capitalism, a society that tends to reduce all citizens to mere buyers and sellers, and debases all the ecologically varied social relationships produced by history to the exchange of objects called commodities, did not evolve out of the feudal era. It literally exploded into being in Europe, particularly England, during the 18th and especially 19th centuries, although it had existed in the ancient world, the Middle Ages, and with growing significance in the mixed economy of the West from the 14th century up to the 17th. It is still spreading around the world, intensively in its traditional Euro-American centre and extensively in the non-European world. Its forms have varied from the largely mercantile, its earliest kind, through the industrial, its more recent 18th and 19th century forms, to the statist, corporate and multinational forms of our time. It has slowly penetrated from its special spheres such as the market arenas of exchange and the production of commodities in cottages and later in factories, into domestic life itself, such as the family and neighbourhood. This is a fairly recent advance that can be dated most strikingly from the midpoint of the 20th century. Its invasion of neighbourhoods, indeed of villages and small towns, into the recesses of domestic or familial relationships, has subverted the social bond itself and threatens to totally undermine any sense of community and ecological balance and diversity in social life. Moreover, the newly gained dominance of the capitalist market relationship over all other forms of production and consociation is a major source of what I have denoted urbanization, the explosion of the city itself into vast urban agglomerations that threaten the very integrity of city life and citizenship. What makes the market society we call capitalism unique, even by contrast to its early mercantile form, is that it is an ever-expansive, accumulative, and in this respect, cancerous economic system whose law of life is to grow or die. Capitalism, in its characteristically modern and dominant form, threatens not only to undermine every natural economy, to use Marx's own term, be it small-scale agriculture, artisanship, or simple exchange relationships. It threatens to undermine every dimension of organic society, be it the kinship tie, communitarian forms of association, systems of self-governance, and localist allegiances, the sense of home and place. Owing to its metastatic invasion of every aspect of life by means of monetization and what Immanuel Wallerstein calls commodification, it threatens the integrity of the natural world, soil, flora, fauna, and the complex economies that have made present-day life forms and relationships possible, by turning everything natural into an inorganic, essentially synthetic form. Soil is being turned into sand, variegated landscapes into level and simplified ones, complex relationships into more primal forms, such that the evolutionary clock is being turned back to a biotically earlier time when life was less varied in form and its range more limited in scope. The effect of capitalism on the city has been nothing less than catastrophic. The commonly used term urban cancer can be taken literally to designate the extent to which the traditional herbs of the ancient world have been dissolved into a primal, ever-spreading and destructive form that threatens to devour city and countryside alike. Growth in the special form that singles out modern capitalism from all earlier forms of economic life, including earlier forms of capitalism itself, has affected what we persist in calling the city, by leading to the expansion of pavements, streets, houses and industrial, commercial and retail structures over the entire landscape, just as a cancer spreads over the body and invades its deepest recesses. Cities, in turn, have begun to lose their form as distinctive cultural and physical entities, as humanly scaled and manageable political entities. Their functions have changed from ethical arenas with uniquely humane, civilized form of consociation, free of all blood ties and family loyalties, into immense, overbearing and anonymous marketplaces. They are becoming centers primarily of mass production and mass consumption, including culture as well as physically tangible objects. Indeed, culture has become objectivized into commodities, as have human relationships, which are increasingly being simplified and mediated by objects. The simplification of social life and the biosphere by a growth-oriented economy in which production and consumption become ends in themselves is yielding the simplification of the human psyche itself. The strong sense of individuation that marked the people of the mixed society preceding capitalism is giving way to a receptive consumer and taxpayer, a passive observer of life rather than an active participant in it, lacking economic roots that support self-assertiveness and community roots that foster participation in social life. Citizenship itself, conceived as a function of character formation, and politics as part of paideia, or the education of a social being, tend to wane into personal indifference to social problems. The decline of the citizen, more properly his or her dissolution into a being lost in a mass society, the human counterpart of the mass-produced object, is furthered by a burgeoning of structural gigantism that replaces the human scale and by a growing bureaucracy that replaces all the organic sinews that held pre-capitalist society together. The councillor is the humanistic counterpart of the indifferent bureaucrat, and the counselling chamber is the structural counterpart of the governmental office. Let it be said that this debasement of the ecological complexity of the city, of its politics, citizens, even of the individuals who people its streets and structures, is of very recent origin. It did not really begin in a manorial society with its barons and serfs, food cultivators and artisans, and all the orders we denote as feudal. Nor did it follow from those grossly misnamed revolutions, the bourgeois democratic ones of England, America and France, that ostensibly catapulted capital into political control of a society it presumably controlled, that ostensibly catapulted capital into political control of a society it presumably controlled economically during earlier generations. Rather, this development began to appear with technical innovations that made possible both the mass manufacture of cheap commodities and, what is crucially important, their increasingly rapid transportation into the deepest recesses of Western Europe. Inexpensive and highly competitive with the products of local artisans who had serviced their localities for centuries. It need hardly be emphasized that this development depended enormously for its success on the opening of colonial markets abroad, the Americas, Africa, and particularly Asia, the area where the English crown found its richest jewel, notably India. It was the extraordinary combination of technical advances with the existence of a highly variegated society, relatively free of the cultural constraints on trade that prevailed in antiquity, that gave economic ascendancy to the capitalistic component of the mixed economy over all its other components. Neither wealth from the Americas, nor the large monetary resources accumulated by port cities from long-distance trade fully explains the rise of industrial capitalism, a form of capitalism that more than any other penetrated into the very inner life of Europe. Had the wealth acquired from the New World been a decisive factor in creating industrial capitalism, Spain, rather than England, should have become its center, for it was Spanish conquistadors who initially plundered the Aztec and Inca empires and brought their precious metals to Europe. The very wealth these empires provided for the ascendant nation-state in Spain served to weaken town life in the Iberian Peninsula and provide the means for absolute monarchs to embark on an archaic program of continental empire building that eventually ruined Spanish cities and the countryside alike. Nor did long-distance trade provide the most important sources for capitalizing industrial development. Rather, it fostered consumption more than production. The dissolute lifeway that makes for a diet of luxuries instead of the parsimonious habits that steer investment into new means of production. Indeed, too much state centralization and too much commerce, despite the wealth they initially generated, ultimately led to excessive expenditures for territorial expansion and high living by elite groups in all the orders of a courtly society. That nation building, increased centralization, or more properly, national consolidation, prepared the way for industrial capitalism by opening more hinterlands to trade is patently clear. So too did the increases in the population of dispossessed, propertyless hands, whether as a result of land enclosures or normal demographic growth, hands that were available for a factory system that had yet to appear on the economic horizon. Europe, in effect, was more open than any part of the world to the expansion of its capitalist component, along industrial lines. This was especially true of England. What pushed the capitalist component of this mixed economy into a nation that could regard itself as the workshop of the world in the 19th century was a series of inventions that made the factory system and the distribution of its wares possible. Nor need we be concerned with whether the needs of a rising bourgeoisie produced the Industrial Revolution or the Industrial Revolution gave rise to the bourgeoisie, which in any case was always a presence in all the major cities of Europe. Factories, in fact, had begun to appear in 18th and even 17th century England long before an industrial technology had emerged. Whether the bourgeoisie entered into the productive sphere rather than the commercial, it tried to bring labour together and rationalise output even with tools. Hence, a strictly technological interpretation of the rise of industrial capitalism would be greatly misleading. My concern here is how industrial capitalism managed to gain ascendancy over other forms of production, including commercial capitalism, and alter all social relations that encountered its power. Water wheels had preceded the steam engine as a prime mover, and work sheds organized around simple tools that had preceded mechanized factories. But without the inventions that produced the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, it is doubtful that industrial capitalism could have impacted so powerfully on Europe and ultimately on the entire world. Within a span of some 2 generations, England was transformed on a scale unprecedented in the history of Western Europe. Friedrich Engels's The Condition of the Working Class in England, a period piece based on personal observations in 1844, could justly call the changes introduced by the new industrial inventions, principally in textiles, metallurgy, and transportation, a historic change of unprecedented proportion. The rapidity of the transformation is what makes these changes so startling in the domain of human endeavour, technology, which had developed over centuries at a slow, piecemeal pace. The social and cultural ramifications of this technological revolution were nothing less than monumental. The market society. By the middle of the present century, large-scale market operations had colonized every aspect of social and personal life. The buyer-seller relationship, a relationship that lies at the very core of the market, became the all-pervasive substitute for human relationships at the most molecular level of social, indeed personal life. To buy cheaply and sell dearly places the parties involved in the exchange process in an inherently antagonistic posture. They are potential rivals for each other's goods. The commodity, as distinguished from the gift, which is meant to create alliances, foster association, and consolidate sociality, leads to rivalry, disassociation, and asociality. Although philosophers from Aristotle to Hegel articulated their concern for the dissociative role of a commerce and industry organized for exchange, society itself had long buffered exchange with a social etiquette, one that still lingers on in the vestigial face-to-face archaic marketplace of the bazaar. Here, one does not voice a demand for goods, compare prices, and engage in the market's universal duel called bargaining. Rather, etiquette requires that the exchange process begin gracefully and retain its communal dimension. It opens with the serving of beverages, an exchange of news and gossip, some personal chit-chat, and, in time, expressions of admiration for the wares at hand. One leads to the exchange process tangentially. The bargain, if struck, is a bond, a compact, sealed by time-honored ethical imperatives. The apparently non-commercial ambience of this exchange process should not be viewed as mere canniness or hypocrisy. It reflects the limits that pre-capitalist society imposed on exchange to avoid the latent impersonality of trade, as well as its potential meanness of spirit, its insatiable appetite for gain, its capacity to subvert all social limits to private material interest, to dissolve all traditional standards of community and consociation, to subordinate the needs of the body politic to egotistical concerns. But it was not only for these reasons that trade was viewed warily. Pre-capitalist society may well have seen in the exchange of commodities a return of the inorganic, of the substitution of things for living human relationships. These objects could certainly be viewed symbolically as tokens of consociation, alliance, and mutuality, which is precisely what the gift was meant to represent. But, divested of this symbolic meaning, these mere things or commodities could acquire socially corrosive traits. Left unchecked and unbuffered, they might well vitiate all forms of human consociation and ultimately dissolve society itself. The transition from gift to commodity, in effect, could yield the disintegration of the community into a marketplace, the consanguineous or ethical union between people into rivalry and aggressive egotism. That the triumph of the commodity over the gift was possible only after vast changes in human social relationships has been superbly explored in the closing portion of Capital. I need not summarize Marx's devastating narration and analysis of capitalist accumulation, its general law, and particularly the sweeping dislocation of the English peasantry from the 15th century onward. The gift itself virtually disappeared as the objectification of association. It lingered on merely as a byproduct of ceremonial functions. The traditional etiquette that buffered the exchange process was replaced by a completely impersonal, predatory, and today an increasingly electronic process. Price came first, quality came later, and the very things that were once symbols rather than mere objects for use and exchange became fetishized, together with the needs they were meant to satisfy. Suprahuman forces now seem to take command over the ego itself. Even self-interest, which Greek social theory viewed as the most serious threat to the unity of the polis, seemed to be governed by a market system that divested the subject of its very capacity to move freely through the exchange process as an autonomous buyer and seller. Ironically, modern industry, having derived from archaic systems of commerce and retailing, has returned to its commercial origins with a vengeful self-hatred marked by a demeaning rationalization of trade itself. The shopping mall, with its extravagant areas delivered over to parked motor vehicles, its sparseness of sales personnel, its cooing music, its dazzling array of shelved goods, its elaborate surveillance system, its lack of all warmth and human intercourse, its cruelly deceptive packaging, and its long checkout counters that indifferently and impersonally record the exchange process, all speak to a denaturing of consociation at levels of life that deeply affront every human sensibility and the sacredness of the very goods that are meant to support life itself. What is crucially important here is that this world penetrates personal as well as economic life. The shopping mall is the agora of modern society, the civic center of a totally economic and inorganic world. It works its way into every personal haven from capitalist relations and imposes its centricity on every aspect of domestic life. The highways that lead to its parking lots and its production centers devour communities and neighborhoods. Its massive command of retail trade devours the family-owned store. The subdivisions that cluster around it devour farmland. The motor vehicles that carry worshippers to its temples are self-enclosed capsules and preclude all human contact. Not only does the inorganic return to industry and the marketplace, it calcifies and dehumanizes the most intimate relationships between people in the presumably invulnerable world of the bedroom and nursery. The massive dissolution of personal and social ties that comes with the return of the inorganic transforms the extended family into the nuclear family and finally delivers the individual over to the purveyors of singles' bars. With the hollowing out of community by the market system, with its loss of structure, articulation and form, comes the concomitant hollowing out of personality itself. Just as the spiritual and institutional ties that linked human beings together into vibrant social relations are eroded by the mass market, so the sinews that make for subjectivity, character, and self-definition are divested of form and meaning. The isolated, seemingly autonomous ego that bourgeois society celebrated as the highest achievement of modernity turns out to be the mere husk of a once fairly rounded individual, whose very completeness as an ego was responsible because he or she was rooted in a fairly rounded and complete community. As the inorganic replaces the organic in nature, so the inorganic replaces the organic in society and personality. The simplification of the natural world has its uncanny parallel in the simplification of society and subjectivity. The homogenization of ecosystems goes hand in hand with the homogenization of the social environment and the so-called individuals who people it. The intimate association of the domination of human by human with the notion of the domination of nature terminates not only in the notion of domination as such. Its most striking feature is the kind of prevailing nature, an inorganic nature, that replaces the organic nature that humans once viewed so reverently. We can never disembed ourselves from nature, any more than we can disembed ourselves from our own viscera. The technocratic utopia of personalized automata remains a hollow myth. The therapies that seek to adjust organic beings to inorganic conditions merely produces lifeless, inorganic, and depersonalized automata. Hence, nature always affirms its existence as the matrix for social and personal life, a matrix in which life is always embedded by definition. By rationalizing and simplifying society and personality, we do not divest it of its natural attributes. Rather, we brutally destroy its organic attributes. Thus, nature simply coexists with us. It is part of every aspect of our structure and being. To turn back natural evolution from more complex forms of organic beings to simpler ones, from the organic to the inorganic, entails the turning back of society and social development from more complex to simpler forms. Dispelling the myth that our society is more complex than earlier cultures requires short shrift. Our complexity is strictly technical, not cultural. Our effluvium of individuality is more neurotic and psychopathic, not more unique or more intricate. So-called modernity reached its apogee between the decades preceding the French Revolution and the 1840s, after which industrial capitalism fastened its grip on social life. Its career, with a modest number of exceptions, has yielded a grim denaturing of humanity and society. Since the middle of the present century, even the vestiges of its greatness, apart from dramatic explosions like the 1960s, have all but disappeared from virtually every realm of experience. What has largely replaced the sinews that held community and personality together is an all-encompassing, coldly depersonalizing bureaucracy. The agency and the bureaucrat have become the substitutes for the family, the town and neighborhood, the personal support structures of people in crisis, and the supernatural and mythic figures that afforded power and tutelary surveillance over the destiny of the individual. With no other structures to speak of but the bureaucratic agency, society has not merely been riddled by bureaucracy, it has all but become a bureaucracy in which everyone, as Camus was wont to say, has been reduced to a functionary. Personality, as such, has become congruent with the various documents, licenses, and records that define one's place in the world. More sacred than such documents as passports, which are the archaic tokens of citizenship, a motor vehicle license literally validates one's identity, and a credit card becomes the worldwide coinage of exchange. The legacy of domination thus culminates in the growing together of the state and society, and with it a dissolution of the family, community, mutual aid, and social commitment. Even a sense of one's personal destiny disappears into the bureaucrat's office and filing cabinet. History itself will be read in the microfilm records and computer tapes of the agencies that now form the authentic institutions of society. Psychological categories have indeed become political categories, as Marcuse observed in the opening lines of his Eros and Civilization. But in a pedestrian form, that exceeds his most doleful visions. The superego is no longer formed by the father or even by domineering social institutions. It is formed by the faceless people who preside over the records of birth and death, of religious affiliation and educational pedigree, of mental health and psychological proclivities, of vocational training and job acquisition, of marriage and divorce certificates, of credit ratings and banking accounts, in short, of the endless array of licenses, tests, contracts, grades, and personality traits that define the status of the individual in society. Political categories have replaced psychological categories, in much the same sense that an electrocardiograph has replaced the heart. Under state capitalism, even economic categories become political categories. Domination fulfills its destiny in the ubiquitous, all-pervasive state. Its legacy reaches its denouement in the dissolution, indeed the complete disintegration, of a richly organic society into an inorganic one, a terrifying destiny that the natural world shares with the social. Reason, which was expected to dispel the dark historic forces to which a presumably unknowing humanity had been captive, now threatens to become one of these very forces in the form of rationalization. It now enhances the efficiency of domination. The great project of Western speculative thought, to render humanity self-conscious, stands before a huge abyss, a yawning chasm into which the self and consciousness threaten to disappear. Chapter 5: Scarcity and Post-Scarcity. Introduction. For all but the privileged few, history has been in great part a chronicle of material scarcity. That is, an insufficiency of the goods and services that people need and value, all too often as a result of an unequal distribution of wealth. At best, people living under conditions of material scarcity must spend an inordinate amount of time working to produce the goods they need for material survival, or else earn a livelihood. This necessity, Bookchin maintains, reduces people to a quasi-animalistic existence. It prevents them from fulfilling their potential for rationality and freedom, and thus from becoming fully human. At the same time, material scarcity has also been an ideology as well as a reality. In particular, ruling elites have used it as a rationale for authoritarianism, both when scarcity is real and when it has been artificially induced for the benefit of the few. There are not enough goods to meet the needs and desires of everyone, we are told, because resources are scarce. That is, because nature is stingy. As a result of this so-called stinginess, an authority such as the state this ideology holds is necessary in order to prevent people from struggling against one another, in a war of all against all, to obtain what they can. It is further necessary, they insisted, to organize humanity's domination of non-human nature, in order to generate goods. Material scarcity, says Bookchin, thus, quote, provided the historic rationale of the development of the patriarchal family, private property, class domination, and the state. It nourished the great divisions in hierarchical society that pitted town against country, mind against sensuousness, work against play, individual against society, and finally, the individual against himself." Unquote. Because of scarcity's pernicious social and political consequences, its elimination has been a long-standing vision in the socialist tradition. The desire for technologies of production that would reduce toil and create abundance dates back at least to Robert Owen, who in 1818 announced glowingly that an age of plenty for humankind was dawning, one in which, quote, "new scientific power will soon render human labor of little avail in the creation of wealth." Unquote. In the United States of the early 1960s, the post-war technological revolution seemed to fulfill the dream of Owen and others like him. Some New Left commentators, to be sure, took a less sanguine view, warning that the new technologies of automation and cybernation would have negative social consequences, such as unemployment. According to a 1963 paper endorsed by Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, quote, "Automation has sharply reduced the demand for employment, mass production industries, agriculture, and many trade and service enterprises. During the 50s, for example, manufacturers were able to increase productive output by 70%, with no increase whatever in the number of manufacturing workers. Just when the need for workers was being reduced, a radical increase in the number of people needing jobs was taking place. Thus, advancing technology and an exploding population create an enormous employment problem." Unquote. And free speech movement leader Mario Savio warned that one of the, quote, "most crucial problems facing the United States today," unquote, was the problem of automation, in which machines put people out of work. Herbert Marcuse, for his part, felt that the objective abundance of the 1960s would have ambiguous social consequences. On the one hand, it would have the desirable consequence of making possible the liberation of the libido, but it would also generate the artificial satisfactions of consumerism and a new form of imperialism. But others in the socialist tradition followed Owen and welcomed the advent of automation and cybernation, and the revolution in production they created as a crucial step in ending the age-old problem of scarcity. Bookchin was one of them. In contrast to Marcuse's pessimism, he emphasized the possibilities of abundance not only for erotic liberation, but for social and political revolution. These technologies, he argued, held the potential for the first time in human history to abolish scarcity and want on a worldwide basis and usher in a life of plenty for all. In effect, he argued that they were rendering material scarcity obsolete. Significantly, by bringing about the end of material scarcity, he argued, these technologies were depriving the ruling classes of a critical rationale for their authority. Equally important, by enabling humanity to pass to abundance, they were making possible a reduction of onerous and tedious toil, thus providing people with the free time they need in order to participate fully in political and social life. Capitalism, Bookchin acknowledges, is perverting the use of cybernation and automation, like all other technologies, for oppressive rather than liberatory ends. But if they could be appropriated for liberatory ends, the material abundance and reduction in toil they generate could undergird a society of what he calls post-scarcity. That is, they could constitute the technical means for the creation of utopia. Post-scarcity as Bookchin uses the word, does not mean material abundance alone. Rather, the technological means for utopia have to be set in the context of a society that is itself utopian, an ecological, rational society. Quote, "The human relationships and psyches of the individual in a post-scarcity society must fully reflect the freedom, security, and self-expression that this abundance makes possible. Post-scarcity society, in short, is the fulfillment of the social and cultural potentialities latent in a technology of abundance." Unquote. Bookchin's ecological society would depend on at least two types of technology: the ecological technologies of renewable energy and the productive technologies that would eliminate scarcity. The judicious application of both would make possible a free society without toil or material want, without hierarchy or domination, and even without repression or guilt. In such a society, people would finally have the material base to fulfill their potentialities for freedom and rationality as human beings. Conditions of freedom. All the successful revolutions of the past have been particularistic revolutions of minority classes seeking to assert their specific interests over those of society as a whole. The great bourgeois revolutions of modern times offered an ideology of sweeping political reconstitution, but in reality they merely certified the social dominance of the bourgeoisie, giving formal political expression to the economic ascendancy of capital. The lofty notions of the nation, the free citizen, of equality before the law, concealed the mundane reality of the centralized state, the atomized, isolated man, the dominance of bourgeois interest. Despite their sweeping ideological claims, the particularistic revolutions replaced the rule of one class with that of another, one system of exploitation with another, one system of toil with another, and one system of psychological repression with another. What is unique about our era is that the particularistic revolution has now been subsumed by the possibility of the generalized revolution, complete and totalistic. Bourgeois society, if it achieved nothing else, revolutionized the means of production on a scale unprecedented in history. This technological revolution, culminating in cybernation, has created the objective, quantitative basis for a world without class rule, exploitation, toil, or material want. The means now exist for the development of the rounded man, the total man, freed of guilt and the workings of authoritarian modes of training, and given over to desire and the sensuous apprehension of the marvelous. It is now possible to conceive of man's future experience in terms of a coherent process in which the bifurcations of thought and activity, mind and sensuousness, discipline and spontaneity, individuality and community, man and nature, town and country, education and life, work and play are all resolved, harmonized, and organically wedded in a qualitatively new realm of freedom. Just as the particularized revolution produced a particularized, bifurcated society, so the general revolution can produce an organically unified, many-sided community. The great wound opened by propertied society in the form of the social question can now be healed. That freedom must be conceived of in human terms, not in animal terms, in terms of life, not of survival, is clear enough. Men do not remove their ties of bondage and become fully human merely by divesting themselves of social domination and obtaining freedom in its abstract form. They must be free concretely, free from material want, from toil, from the burden of devoting the greater part of their time, indeed the greater part of their lives, to the struggle with necessity. To have seen these material preconditions for human freedom, to have emphasized that freedom presupposes free time and the material abundance of abolishing free time as a social privilege, is the great contribution of Karl Marx to modern revolutionary theory. By the same token, the preconditions for freedom must not be mistaken for the conditions of freedom. Along with its positive aspects, technological advance has a distinctly negative, socially regressive side. If it is true that technological progress enlarges the historical potentiality for freedom, it is also true that the bourgeois control of technology reinforces the established organization of society and everyday life. Technology and the resources of abundance furnish capitalism with the means for assimilating large sections of society to the established system of hierarchy and authority. They provide the system with the weaponry, the detecting devices, and the propaganda media for the threat as well as the reality of massive repression. By their centralistic nature, the resources of abundance reinforce the monopolistic, centralistic, and bureaucratic tendencies in the political apparatus. In short, they furnish the state with historically unprecedented means for manipulating and mobilizing the entire environment of life, and for perpetuating hierarchy, exploitation, and unfreedom. The redemptive dialectic. Is there a redemptive dialectic that can guide the social development in the direction of an anarchic society where people will attain full control over their daily lives? Or does the social dialectic come to an end with capitalism, its possibilities sealed off by the use of a highly advanced technology for repressive and co-optive purposes? We must learn here from the limits of Marxism, a project which, understandably, in a period of material scarcity, anchored the social dialectic and the contradictions of capitalism in the economic realm. Marx, it has been emphasized, examined the preconditions for liberation, not the conditions of liberation. The Marxian critique is rooted in the past, in the era of material want and relatively limited technological development. Even its humanistic theory of alienation turns primarily on the issue of work and man's alienation from the product of his labor. Today, however, capitalism is a parasite on the future, a vampire that survives on the technology and resources of freedom. The industrial capitalism of Marx's time organized its commodity relations around a prevailing system of material scarcity. The state capitalism of our time organizes its commodity relations around a prevailing system of material abundance. A century ago, scarcity had to be endured. Today, it has to be enforced, hence the importance of the state in the present era. It is not that modern capitalism has resolved its contradictions and annulled the social dialectic, but rather that the social dialectic and the contradictions of capitalism have expanded from the economic to the hierarchical realms of society, from the abstract historic domain to the concrete minutiae of everyday experience, from the arena of survival to the arena of life. The dialectic of bureaucratic state capitalism originates in the contradiction between the repressive character of commodity society and the enormous potential freedom opened. The dialectic of bureaucratic state capitalism originates in the contradiction between the repressive character of commodity society and the enormous potential for freedom opened by technological advance. This contradiction also opposes the exploitative organization of society to the natural world, a world that includes not only the natural environment but also man's nature, his eros-derived impulses. The contradiction between the exploitative organization of society and the natural environment is beyond co-optation. The atmosphere, the waterways, the soil, and the ecology required for human survival are not redeemable by reforms, concessions, or modifications of strategic policy. There is no technology that can reproduce atmospheric oxygen in sufficient quantities to sustain life on this planet. There is no substitute for the hydrological systems of the Earth. There is no technique for removing massive environmental pollution by radioactive isotopes, pesticides, lead, and petroleum wastes. Nor is there the faintest evidence that bourgeois society will relent at any time in the foreseeable future in its disruption of vital ecological processes, in its exploitation of natural resources, in its use of the atmosphere and waterways as dumping areas for wastes, or in its cancerous mode of urbanization and land use. Even more immediate is the contradiction between the exploitative organization of society and man's eros-derived impulses, a contradiction that manifests itself as the banalization and impoverishment of experience in a bureaucratically manipulated, impersonal mass society. The eros-derived impulses in man can be repressed and sublimated, but they can never be eliminated. They are renewed with every birth of a human being, and with every generation of youth. It is not surprising today that the young, more than any economic class or stratum, articulate the life impulses in humanity's nature. The urgings of desire, sensuousness, and the lure of the marvelous. Thus, the biological matrix, from which hierarchical society emerged ages ago, reappears at a new level with the era that marks the end of hierarchy. Only now, this matrix is saturated with social phenomena. Short of manipulating humanity's germ plasm, the life impulses can be annulled only with the annihilation of man himself. The contradictions within bureaucratic state capitalism permeate all the hierarchical forms developed and overdeveloped by bourgeois society. The hierarchical forms that nurtured propertied society for ages and promoted its development. The state, city, centralized economy, bureaucracy, patriarchal family, and marketplace have reached their historic limits. They have exhausted their social functions as a mode of stabilization. It is not a question of whether these hierarchical forms were ever progressive in the Marxian sense of the term. Today, these forms constitute the target of all the revolutionary forces that are generated by modern capitalism, and whether one sees their outcome as nuclear catastrophe or ecological disaster. They now threaten the very survival of humanity. With the development of hierarchical forms into a threat to the very existence of humanity, the social dialectic, far from being annulled, acquires a new dimension. It poses the social question in an entirely new way. If man had to acquire the conditions of survival in order to live, as Marx emphasized, now he must acquire the conditions of life in order to survive. By this inversion of the relationship between survival and life, revolution acquires a new sense of urgency. No longer are we faced with Marx's famous choice of socialism or barbarism. We are confronted with the more drastic alternatives of anarchism or annihilation. The problems of necessity and survival have become congruent with the problems of freedom and life. The problem of want and work. Virtually all the utopias, theories, and revolutionary programs of the early 19th century were faced with the problem of necessity, of how to allocate labor and material goods at a relatively low level of technological development. These problems permeated revolutionary thought in a way comparable only to the impact of original sin on Christian theology. The fact that men would have to devote a substantial portion of their time to toil, for which they would get scant return, formed a major premise for all socialist ideology, authoritarian and libertarian, utopian and scientific, Marxist and anarchist. Implicit in the Marxist notion of a planned economy was the fact, incontestably clear in Marx's own day, that socialism would still be burdened by relatively scarce resources. Men would have to plan, in effect to restrict, the distribution of goods and would have to rationalize, in effect to intensify, the use of labor. Toil, under socialism, would be a duty, a responsibility that every able-bodied individual would have to undertake. Even Proudhon advanced this dour view. Quote, "Yes, life is a struggle," he wrote, "but this struggle is not between man and man, it is between man and nature, and it is everyone's duty to share it." Unquote. This austere, almost biblical emphasis on struggle and duty reflects the harsh quality of socialist thought during the Industrial Revolution. The problem of want and work, an age-old problem perpetuated by the early Industrial Revolution, produced the great divergence in revolutionary ideas between socialism and anarchism. In the event of a revolution, freedom would still be circumscribed by necessity. How was this world of necessity to be administered? How could the allocation of goods and duties be decided? Marx left this decision to state power, a transitional so-called proletarian state power, to be sure, but nevertheless a coercive body, established above society. According to Marx, the state would wither away as technology developed and enlarged the domain of freedom, granting humanity material plenty and the leisure to control its affairs directly. This strange calculus, in which necessity and freedom were mediated by the state, differed very little politically from the common run of bourgeois democratic radical opinion in the 19th century. The anarchist hope for the abolition of the state, on the other hand, rested largely on a belief in the viability of man's social instincts. Bakunin, for example, thought custom would impel individuals with antisocial proclivities to abide by collectivist values and needs without obliging society to use coercion. Kropotkin, who exercised more influence among anarchists in this area of speculation, invoked man's propensity for mutual aid, essentially a social instinct, as the guarantor of solidarity in an anarchist community, a concept that he derived from his study of natural and social evolution. The fact remains, however, that both the Marxist and the anarchist answers to the problem of want and work were shot through with ambiguity. The realm of necessity remained brutally present. It could not be conjured away by mere theory and speculation. The Marxists could hope to administer necessity by means of a state, and the anarchists to deal with it through free communities. But given the limited technological development of their time, in the last analysis, both schools depended on an act of faith to cope with the problems of want and work. Anarchists could argue against Marxists that any transitional state, however revolutionary its rhetoric and democratic its structure, would be self-perpetuating. It would tend to become an end in itself and preserve the very material and social conditions it had been created to remove. For such a state to wither away, that is, to promote its own dissolution, would require leaders and bureaucrats of superhuman moral qualities. The Marxists, in turn, could invoke history against the anarchists, showing that custom and mutualistic propensities have never been effective barriers to the pressures of material need, or to the onslaught of property, or to the development of exploitation and class domination. Accordingly, they could dismiss anarchism as an ethical doctrine that revived the mystique of the natural man and his inborn social virtues. The problem of want and work, of the realm of necessity, was not satisfactorily resolved by either doctrine in the last century. It is to the lasting credit of anarchism that it uncompromisingly retained its high ideal of freedom, the ideal of spontaneous organization, community and the abolition of all authority, even though this ideal remained only a vision of the future, of the time when technology would eliminate the realm of necessity entirely. Marxism increasingly compromised its ideal of freedom, painfully qualifying it with transitional stages and political expediencies, until, today, it is an ideology of naked power, pragmatic efficiency, and social centralization almost indistinguishable from the ideologies of modern state capitalism. In retrospect, it is astonishing how long the problem of want and work cast its shadow over revolutionary theory. In a span of only 9 decades, between 1850 and 1940, Western society created, passed through, and evolved beyond 2 major epochs of technological history: the Paleotechnic age of coal and steel, and the Neotechnic age of electric power, synthetic chemicals, electricity, and internal combustion engines. Ironically, both ages of technology seem to have enhanced the importance of toil in society. As the number of industrial workers increased in proportion to other social classes, labour, more precisely toil, acquired an increasingly high status in revolutionary thought. During this period, the propaganda of the socialists often sounded like a paean to toil. Not only was toil ennobling, but the workers were extolled as the only useful individuals in the social fabric. They were endowed with a supposedly superior instinctive ability that made them the arbiters of philosophy, art, and social organization. This puritanical work ethic of the left did not diminish with the passage of time, and in fact it required a certain urgency in the 1930s. Mass unemployment made jobs and social organization of labor the central themes of socialist propaganda in the 1930s. Instead of focusing their message on the emancipation of man from toil, socialists tended to depict socialism as a beehive of industrial activity, humming with work for all. Communists pointed to Russia as the land where every able-bodied individual was employed and where labor was continually in demand. Surprising as it may seem today, little more than a generation ago, socialism was equated with a work-oriented society, and liberty with the material security provided by full employment. The world of necessity had subtly invaded and corrupted the ideal of freedom. That the socialist notions of the last generation now seem anachronistic is not due to any superior insights that prevail today. The last 3 decades, particularly the late 1950s, mark a turning point in technological development. A technological revolution that has negated all the values, political schemes, and social perspectives held by mankind throughout all previous recorded history. After thousands of years of tortuous development, the countries of the Western world, and potentially all countries, are now confronted by the possibility of a materially abundant, even toilless era in which most of the means of life can be provided by machines. A new technology has developed that could largely replace the realm of necessity with the realm of freedom. So obvious is this fact to millions of people in the United States and Europe that it no longer requires elaborate explanations or theoretical exegeses. This technological revolution and the prospects it holds for society as a whole form the premises of radically new lifestyles among today's young people, a generation that is rapidly divesting itself of the values and age-old work-oriented traditions of its elders. Even recent demands for a guaranteed annual income faintly echo the new reality that currently permeates the thinking of the young. Owing to the development of a cybernetic technology, the notion of a toilless mode of life has become an article of faith to an ever-increasing number of young people. Cybernation and automation. For the first time in history, technology has become open-ended. The potential for technological development for providing machines as substitutes for labor is virtually unlimited. Technology has finally passed from the realm of invention to that of design, from fortuitous discoveries to systematic innovations. The meaning of this qualitative advance was stated in a rather freewheeling way by Vannevar Bush, the wartime director of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, in 1955. Quote, "Suppose 50 years ago that someone had proposed making a device which could cause an automobile to follow a white line down the middle of the road automatically, and even if the driver fell asleep. He would have been laughed at, and this idea would have been called preposterous. So it would have been then. But suppose someone called for such a device today, and was willing to pay for it, leaving aside the question of whether it would actually be of any genuine use whatever, any number of concerns would stand ready to contract and build it. No real invention would be required. There are thousands of young men in the country to whom the design of such a device would be a pleasure. They would simply take off the shelf some photocells, thermionic tubes, servo mechanisms and relays, and if urged, they would build what they would call a breadboard model, and it would work. The point is that the presence of a host of versatile, cheap, reliable gadgets, and the presence of men who fully understand all their queer ways, has rendered the building of automatic devices almost straightforward and routine. It is no longer a question of whether they can be built. It is rather a question of whether they are worth building." Unquote. Several developments have brought us to this open end, and a number of practical applications have profoundly affected the role of labour in industry and agriculture. Perhaps the most obvious has been the increasing interpenetration of scientific abstraction, mathematics, and analytic methods with the concrete, pragmatic, and rather mundane tasks of industry. This order of relationships is relatively new. Traditionally, speculation, generalization, and rational activity were sharply divorced from technology. This chasm reflected the sharp split between the leisured and the working classes in ancient and medieval society. Aside from the inspired works of a few rare men, applied science did not come into its own until the Renaissance, and it began to flourish only in the 18th and 19th centuries. The men who personify the application of science to technological innovation are not the inventive thinkers like Edison, but the systematic investigators with Catholic interests, like Faraday, who added simultaneously to man's knowledge of scientific principles and to engineering. In our day, this synthesis, once the work of a single inspired genius, is the work of anonymous teams. In another remarkable development, the machine has evolved from an extension of human muscles into an extension of the human nervous system. In the past, tools and machines enhanced man's muscular power over raw materials and natural forces. Not even the mechanical devices and engines developed during the 18th and 19th centuries replaced human muscles. Rather, they enlarged their effectiveness. Although these machines increased output enormously, workers' muscles and brains were still required to operate them, even for fairly routine tasks. Technological advance could be calculated in strict terms of labor productivity. One man using a given machine produced as many commodities as 5, 10, 50, or 100 had produced without the machine. The development of fully automatic machines for complex manufacturing operations required that these machines have a built-in ability to correct their own errors, sensory devices for replacing the visual, auditory, and tactile senses of the worker, and finally, devices that replace the worker's judgment, skill, and memory. These three principles presuppose the development of the technological means, the effectors, if you will, for applying the sensory, control, and mind-like devices in everyday industrial operations. Further, they presuppose that we can adapt existing machines, or develop new ones for handling, shaping, assembling, packaging, and transporting semi-finished and finished products. With the advent of the computer, we entered an entirely new dimension of industrial control systems. The computer is capable of performing all the routine tasks that burdened the mind of the worker a generation ago. By virtue of its speed, the computer can perform highly sophisticated mathematical and logical operations. It is arguable whether computer intelligence is, or ever will be, creative or innovative, although every few years bring sweeping changes in computer technology. But there is no doubt that the digital computer is capable of taking over all the onerous and distinctly uncreative mental tasks of man in industry, science, engineering, information retrieval, and transportation. Modern man, in effect, has produced an electronic mind for coordinating, building, and evaluating most of his routine industrial operations. Properly used within the sphere of competence for which they are designed, computers are faster and more efficient than man himself. Even current systems are now already obsolete. Quote, The next generation of computing machines operates 1,000 times as fast at a pulse rate of 1 in every 3/10 of a billionth of a second, observes Alice Mary Hilton. Quote, speeds of millionths and billionths of a second are not really intelligible to our finite minds, but we can certainly understand that the advance has been 1,000-fold within a year or two. 1,000 times as much information can be handled, or the same amount of information can be handled 1,000 times as fast. A job that takes more than 16 hours can be done in a minute, and without any human intervention. Such a system does not control merely an assembly line, but a complete manufacturing and industrial process." Unquote. The basic technological principles involved in cybernating can be applied to virtually every area of mass manufacture, from metallurgy to food processing, from electronics to toy making, from prefabricated bridges to prefabricated houses. Many phases of steel production, tool and die making, electronic equipment manufacture, and industrial chemical production are now partly or largely automated. To be sure, every industry has its own particular problems, and the application of a toilless technology to a specific plant would doubtless reveal a multitude of kinks that would require painstaking solutions. But there is practically no industry that cannot be fully automated if the product, the plant, the manufacturing procedures, and the handling methods are redesigned. In fact, the difficulty of describing how, where, or when a given industry will be automated arises not from assessing its unique problems, but from considering the enormous leaps that occur every few years in modern technology. Almost every account of applied automation today must be regarded as provisional. As soon as one describes a partially automated industry, technological advances make that description obsolete. There is one area of the economy, however, in which any technological advance is worth describing: the area of work, of toil, that is most brutalizing and degrading for man. If it is true, as Fourier said, that the moral level of a society can be gauged by the way it treats women, its sensitivity to human suffering can be gauged by the working conditions it provides for people in raw material industries, particularly in mines and quarries. In the ancient world, mining was often a form of penal servitude, reserved primarily for the most hardened criminals, the most intractable slaves, and the most hated prisoners of war. The mine is the day-to-day actualization of man's image of hell. It is a deadening, dismal, inorganic world that demands pure, mindless toil. Quote, "Field and forest and stream and ocean are the environment of life. The mine is the environment alone of ores, minerals, metals," writes Lewis Mumford. In hacking and digging the contents of the earth, the miner has no eye for the forms of things. What he sees is sheer matter, and until he gets to his veins, it is only an obstacle which he breaks through stubbornly and sends up to the surface. If the miner sees shapes on the walls of his cavern as the candle flickers, they are only the monstrous distortions of his pick or his arm, shapes of fear. Day has been abolished and the rhythm of nature broken. Continuous day and night production first came into existence here. The miner must work by artificial light even though the sun be shining outside. Still further down in the seams, he must work by artificial ventilation too, a triumph of the manufactured environment." Unquote. The abolition of mining as a human activity would symbolize, in its own way, the triumph of a liberatory technology. That we can point to this achievement already presages the freedom from toil implicit in the technology of our time. The first major step in this direction was the continuous miner, a giant cutting machine with 9-foot blades that slices up 8 tons of coal a minute from the coalface. It was this machine, together with mobile loading machines, power drills and roof bolting, that reduced mine employment in areas like West Virginia to about a third of 1948 levels, at the same time nearly doubling individual output. Coal mines still require miners to place and operate the machines. The most recent technological advances, however, have replaced operators by radar sensing devices and eliminate the miner completely. Adding sensing devices to automatic machinery could easily remove the worker from toil, not only in mines, but in agriculture. The wisdom of industrializing and mechanizing agriculture is highly questionable. But the fact remains that if society were to so choose, it could automate large areas of industrial agriculture, ranging from cotton picking to rice harvesting. Almost any machine, from a giant shovel in an open strip mine to a grain harvester in the Great Plains, could be operated either by cybernetic sensing devices or by remote control with television cameras. The effort needed to operate these devices and machines at a safe distance, in comfortable quarters, would be minimal, assuming that a human operator were required at all. It is easy to foresee a time, by no means remote, when a rationally organized economy could automatically manufacture small, packaged factories without human labor, when parts could be produced with so little effort that most maintenance tasks would be simply to remove a defective unit from a machine and replace it with another, a job no more difficult than pulling out and putting in a tray. Machines would make and repair most of the machines required to maintain such a highly industrialized economy. Such a technology, oriented entirely toward human needs and freed from all consideration of profit and loss, would eliminate the pain of want and toil, the penalty inflicted in the form of denial, suffering, and inhumanity exacted by a society based on scarcity and labor. Technology for life. In a future revolution, the most pressing task of technology will be to produce a surfeit of goods with a minimum of toil. The immediate purpose of this task will be to open the social arena permanently to the revolutionary people, to keep the revolution in permanence. Thus far, every social revolution has foundered because the peal of the tocsin could not be heard over the din of the workshop. Dreams of freedom and plenty were polluted by the mundane, workaday responsibility for producing the means of survival. In the brutal facts of history, as long as revolution meant continual sacrifice and denial for the people, the reins of power fell into the hands of the political professionals, the mediocrities of Thermidor. How well the liberal Girondins of the French Convention understood this reality can be judged by their effort to reduce the revolutionary fervour of the Parisian popular assemblies, the great sections of 1793, by decreeing that the meetings should close, quote, at 10 in the evening, unquote, or as Carlyle tells us, quote, before the working people come from their jobs, unquote. The decree proved ineffective, but it was well aimed. Essentially, the tragedy of past revolutions has been that sooner or later their doors had to close at 10 in the evening. The most critical function of modern technology must be to keep the doors of the revolution open forever. The future liberated men will choose from a large variety of mutually exclusive or combinable work styles, all of which will be based on unforeseeable technological innovations. or they may choose to submerge the cybernated machine to a technological world, divorcing it entirely from social life, the community, and creativity. All but hidden from society, machines would work for man. Free communities would stand at the end of a cybernated assembly line with baskets to cart the goods home. Industry, like the autonomic nervous system, would work on its own, subject to the repairs that our own bodies require in occasional bouts of illness. The fracture separating man from machine would not be healed, it would simply be ignored. Ignoring technology, of course, is no solution. Man would be closing off a vital human experience, the stimulus of productive activity, the stimulus of the machine. Technology can in fact play a vital role in forming the personality of man. Every art, as Lewis Mumford has argued, has its technical side, requiring the self-mobilization of spontaneity into expressed order and providing contact with the objective world during the most ecstatic moments of experience. A liberated society, I believe, would not want to negate technology, precisely because it is liberated and can strike a balance. It may well want to assimilate the machine to artistic craftsmanship. By this, I mean, the machine would remove the toil from the productive process, leaving its artistic completion to man. The machine, in effect, would participate in human creativity. There is no reason that automatic cybernated machinery cannot be used so that the finishing of products, especially those destined for personal use, is left to the community. The machine could absorb the toil involved in mining, smelting, transporting, and shaping raw materials, leaving the final stages of artistry and craftsmanship to the individual. Most of the stones that make up a medieval cathedral were carefully squared and standardized to facilitate their laying and bonding, a thankless, repetitive, and boring task that modern machines could now do rapidly and effortlessly. Once the stone blocks were set in place, the craftsmen made their appearance. Toil was replaced by creative human work. In a liberated community, the combination of industrial machines and the craftsman's tools could reach a degree of sophistication and of creative interdependence unparalleled in any period in human history. William Morris's vision of a return to craftsmanship will be freed of its nostalgic nuances. We could truly speak of qualitatively new advances in techniques, a technology for life. Having acquired a vitalizing aspect for the natural environment and its resources, the free decentralized community would give a new interpretation to the word need. Marx's realm of necessity, instead of expanding indefinitely, would tend to contract. Needs would be humanized and scaled by a higher valuation of life and creativity. Quality and artistry would supplant the current emphasis on quantity and standardization. Durability would replace the current emphasis on expendability. An economy of cherished things, sanctified by a sense of tradition and by a sense of wonder for the personality and artistry of dead generations, would replace the mindless seasonal restyling of commodities. Innovations will be made with a sensitivity for the natural inclinations of man, as distinguished from the engineered pollution of taste by the mass media. Conservation would replace waste in all things. Freed of bureaucratic manipulation, men would rediscover the beauty of a simpler, uncluttered material life. Clothing, diet, furnishings, and homes would be more artistic, more personalized, and more Spartan. Man would recover a sense of things that are for man as against the things that have been imposed upon man. The repulsive ritual of bargaining and hoarding would be replaced by the sensitive acts of making and giving. Things would cease to be the crutches for impoverished egos and the mediators between aborted personalities. They would become the products of rounded, creative individuals, and the gifts of integrated, developing selves. A technology for life would play the vital role of integrating one community with another. Rescaled to a revival of crafts and a new conception of material needs, technology could also function as the sinews of confederation. A national division of labour and industrial centralisation are dangerous because with them technology begins to transcend the human scale. It becomes increasingly incomprehensible and lends itself to bureaucratic manipulation. To the extent that control is shifted away from the community in real terms, technologically and economically, centralised institutions acquire real power over the lives of men and threaten to become sources of coercion. A technology for life must be based on the community. It must be tailored to the community and the regional level. On this level, however, the sharing of factories and resources could actually promote solidarity among community groups. It could serve to confederate them on the basis not only of common spiritual and cultural interests, but also of common material needs. Depending upon the resources and uniqueness of regions, a rational, humanistic balance could be struck between autarky, industrial confederation, and a national division of labour. Is society so complex that an advanced industrial civilization stands in contradiction to a decentralized technology for life? My answer is a categorical no. Much of the social complexity of our time originates in the paperwork, administration, manipulation, and constant wastefulness of capitalist enterprise. The petty bourgeois stands in awe of the bourgeois filing system, the rows of cabinets filled with invoices, accounting books, insurance records, tax forms, and the inevitable dossiers. He is spellbound by the expertise of industrial managers, engineers, style-mongers, financial manipulators, and the architects of market consent. He is mystified by the state, the police, courts, jails, federal offices, secretariats, the whole stinking, sick body of coercion, control, and domination. Modern society is indeed incredibly complex even beyond human comprehension, if we grant its premises: property, production for the sake of production, competition, capital accumulation, exploitation, finance, centralization, coercion, bureaucracy, and the domination of man by man. Linked to each of these premises are the institutions that actualize it. Offices, millions of personnel forms, immense tons of paper, desks, typewriters, telephones, and of course rows upon rows of filing cabinets. As in Kafka's novels, these things are real but strangely dreamlike, indefinable shadows on the social landscape. The economy has a greater reality to it and is easily mastered by the mind and senses, but it too is highly intricate. If we grant that buttons must be styled in 1,000 different forms, textiles varied endlessly in kind and pattern to create the illusion of innovation and novelty, bathroom cabinets filled to overflowing with a dazzling variety of pharmaceuticals and lotions, and kitchens cluttered with endless, imbecile appliances. If we singled out from this odious garbage one or two goods of high quality in the more useful categories, and if we eliminated the money economy, the state power, the credit system, the paperwork, and the police work required to hold society in an enforced state of want, insecurity, and domination, society would become not only reasonably human but fairly simple. Behind a single yard of high-quality electric wiring, to be sure, lies a copper mine, the machinery needed to operate it, a plant for producing insulating material, a copper smelting and shaping complex, and a transportation system for distributing the wiring. And behind each of these complexes are other mines, plants, machine shops, and so forth. Copper mines of a kind that can be exploited by existing machinery are not to be found everywhere, although enough copper and other useful metals can be recovered as scrap from the debris of our present society to provide future generations with all they need. But even if copper can be furnished only by a nationwide system of distribution, in what sense would there still have to be a division of labour in the current sense of the term? There need be none at all. First, copper could be distributed, together with other goods, among free autonomous communities, between those that mine it and those that require it. This distribution system need not require the mediation for centralized bureaucratic institutions. Second, and perhaps more significant, a community that lives in a region with ample copper resources would not be a mere mining community. Copper mining would be one of many economic activities in which it is engaged, a part of a larger, rounded, organic and economic arena. The same would hold for communities whose climate is most suitable for growing specialized foods or whose resources are rare and uniquely valuable to society as a whole. Each community would approximate local or regional autarky. It would seek to achieve wholeness because wholeness produces complete, rounded men who live in symbiotic relationship with their environment, even if a substantial portion of the economy fell within the sphere of a national division of labour. Even if a substantial portion of the economy fell within the sphere of a national division of labour, the overall economic weight of society would still rest with the community. If there is no distortion of communities, there will be no sacrifice of any portion of humanity to the interests of humanity as a whole. A basic sense of decency, sympathy, and mutual aid lies at the core of human behaviour. Even in this lousy bourgeois society, we do not find it unusual that adults rescue children from danger, even at the risk of imperiling their own lives. We do not find it strange that miners risk death to save their fellow workers in cave-ins, or that soldiers crawl under heavy fire to carry wounded comrades to safety. What shocks us are those occasions when aid is refused, when the cries of a girl being stabbed are ignored in a middle-class neighbourhood. Yet there is nothing in this society that would seem to warrant a molecule of human solidarity. What solidarity we do find exists despite the society, against all its realities, as an unending struggle between the innate decency of man and the innate indecency of society. Can we imagine how men would behave if this decency could find full release, if society earned the respect, even the love of the individual? We are still the offspring of a violent, blood-soaked, ignoble history, the end products of man's domination of man. We may never end this condition of domination. The future may bring us and the shoddy civilization down in a Wagnerian Götterdämmerung. How idiotic would it all be? But we may also end the domination of man by man. We may finally succeed in breaking the chain to the past and gain a humanistic anarchist society. It would be the height of absurdity, indeed of impudence, to gauge the behaviour of future generations by the very criteria we despise in our own time. Free men would not be greedy. One liberated community would not try to dominate another because it had a potential monopoly of copper. Computer experts would not try to enslave grease monkeys, and sentimental novels about pining tubercular virgins would not be written. We can ask only one thing of the free men and women of the future: to forgive us that it took so long to get there, and that it was such a hard pull. Like Brecht, we can ask that they try not to think of us too harshly, that they give us their sympathy and understand that we lived in the depths of a social hell. But then, they will surely know what to think without our telling them. The fetishization of needs. Scarcity is not merely a functional phenomenon that can be described primarily in terms of needs or wants. Obviously, without a sufficiency in the means of life, life itself is impossible. And without a certain excess in these means, life is degraded to a cruel struggle for survival, irrespective of the level of needs. Leisure time, under these conditions, is not free time, that fosters intellectual advances beyond the magical, artistic, and mythopoeic. To a large extent, the time of a community on the edge of survival is suffering time. It is a time when hunger is the all-encompassing fear that persistently lives with the community. A time when the diminution of hunger is the community's constant preoccupation. Clearly, a balance must be struck between a sufficiency of the means of life, a relative freedom of time to fulfill one's ability on the most advanced levels of human achievement, and ultimately a degree of self-consciousness, complementarity, and reciprocity that can be called truly human in full recognition of humanity's potentialities. Not only the functional dictates of needs and wants, but also a concept of human beings as more than thinking animals, to use Paul Shepard's expression, must be introduced to define what we mean by scarcity. These distinctions raise a second and perhaps more complex problem. Scarcity can not only impair human survival, but impede the actualization of human potentialities. Hence, scarcity can be defined in terms of its biological impact and also its cultural consequences. There is a point at which society begins to intervene in the formation of needs to produce a very special type of scarcity, a socially induced scarcity that expresses social contradictions. Such scarcity may occur even when technological development seems to render material scarcity completely unwarranted. Let me emphasize that I am not referring here to new or more exotic wants that social development may turn into needs. A society that has enlarged the cultural goals of human life may generate material scarcity even when the technological conditions exist for achieving outright superfluity in the means of life. The issue of scarcity is not merely a matter of quantity or even of kind. It can also be a socially contradictory hypostasization of needs as such. Just as capitalism leads to production for the sake of production, so too it leads to consumption for the sake of consumption. The great bourgeois maxim, grow or die, has its counterpart in buy or die. And just as the production of commodities is no longer related to their function as use values, as objects of real utility, so wants are no longer related to humanity's sense of its real needs. Both commodities and needs acquire a blind life of their own. They assume a fetishized form, an irrational dimension that seems to determine the destiny of the people who produce and consume them. Marx's famous notion of the fetishization of commodities finds its parallel in the fetishization of needs. Production and consumption, in effect, acquire suprahuman qualities that are no longer related to technological development and the subject's rational control of the conditions of existence. They are governed instead by a ubiquitous market, by a universal competition not only between commodities, but also between the creation of needs, a competition that removes commodities and needs from rational cognition and personal control. Needs, in effect, become a force of production, not a subjective force. They become blind in the same sense that the production of commodities becomes blind. Orchestrated by forces that are external to the subject, they exist beyond its control, like the production of the very commodities that are meant to satisfy them. This autonomy of needs is developed at the expense of the autonomy of the subject. It reveals a fatal flaw in subjectivity itself, in the autonomy and spontaneity of the individual to control the conditions of his or her own life. To break the grip of the fetishization of needs, to dispel it, is to recover freedom of choice, a project that is tied to the freedom of the self to choose. The words freedom and choice must be emphasized. They exist conjointly and are tied to the ideal of the autonomous individual who is possible only in a free society. Although a hunter-gatherer community may be free from the needs that beleaguer us, it may still answer to very strict material imperatives. Such freedom as it has is the product not of choice but of limited means of life. What makes it free are the very limitations of its toolkit, not an expansive knowledge of the material world. In a truly free society, however, needs will be formed by consciousness and by choice, not simply by environment and toolkits. The affluence of a free society will be transformed from a wealth of things into a wealth of culture and individual creativity. Hence, want would depend not only on technological development, but also on the cultural context in which it is formed. Nature's so-called stinginess and technology's level of development would be important, not only as secondary factors in defining scarcity and need. The problems of needs and scarcity, in short, must be seen as a problem of selectivity, of choice. A world in which needs compete with needs just as commodities compete with commodities is the warped realm of a fetishized, limitless world of consumption. This world of limitless needs has to be developed by the immense armamentarium of advertising, the mass media, and the grotesque trivialization of daily life, with its steady disengagement of the individual from any authentic contact with history. Although choice presupposes a sufficiency in the means of life, it does not imply the existence of a mindless abundance of goods that smothers the individual's capacity to select use values rationally, to define his or her needs according to qualitative, ecological, humanistic, indeed philosophical criteria. Rational choice presupposes not only a sufficiency in the means of life with minimal labor to acquire them, it presupposes, above all, a rational society. Freedom from scarcity, or post-scarcity, must be seen in this light if it is to have any liberatory meaning. The concept presupposes that individuals have the material possibility of choosing what they need, not only a sufficiency of available goods from which to choose, but a transformation of work, both qualitatively and quantitatively. But not one of these achievements is adequate to the idea of post-scarcity if the individual does not have the autonomy, moral insight, and wisdom to choose rationally. Choice is vitiated by the association of needs with the consumption for the sake of consumption, with the use of advertising and the mass media to render the acquisition of goods an imperative, to make need into necessity devoid of rational judgment. What is ultimately at stake for the individual, whose needs are rational, is the achievement of an autonomous personality and selfhood. Just as work, to use Marxist concepts, defines the subject's identity and provides it with a sense of the ability to transform or alter reality, so needs to define the subject's rationality and provide it with a capacity to transform and alter the nature of the goods produced by work. In both cases, the subject is obliged to form judgments that reflect the extent to which it is rational or irrational, free and autonomous, or under the sway of forces beyond its control. Post-scarcity presupposes the former, consumerism the latter. If the object of capitalism or socialism is to increase needs, the object of anarchism is to increase choice. However much the consumer is deluded into the belief that he or she is choosing freely, the consumer is heteronomous and under the sway of a contrived necessity. The free subject, by contrast, is autonomous and spontaneously fulfills his or her rationally conceived wants. In summary, it is not in the diminution or expansion of needs that the true history of needs is written. Rather, it is in the selection of needs, as a function of the free and spontaneous development of the subject, that needs become qualitative and rational. Needs are inseparable from the subjectivity of the needer and the context in which his or her personality is formed. The autonomy that is given to use values in the formation of needs leaves out the personal quality, human powers, and intellectual coherence of their user. It is not industrial productivity that creates mutilated use values, but social irrationality that creates mutilated users. Scarcity does not mean the same thing when we apply it to a so-called savage, peasant, slave, serf, artisan, or a proletarian any more than it means the same thing when it is applied to a chieftain, lord, master, noble, guild master, or merchant. The material need of a so-called savage, peasant, slave, serf, artisan, and proletarian are not so decisively different from each other, but the most important differences that do arise from the fact that their individual definitions of scarcity have changed significantly as a result of differences between need structures. Often, the needs of these oppressed classes are generated by their ruling class counterparts. The history of widespread in the anthropology of needs, for example, is a metaphor for the extent to which tastes associated with gentility, not with physical well-being and survival, are turned into the needs of the lowly as compellingly in the fetishism of needs, or as the very means of survival. Similarly, the ascetic rejection by the lowly of their rulers' needs has functioned as a compensating role in imparting to the oppressed a lofty sense of moral and cultural superiority over their betters. In both cases, the fetishism of needs has impeded humanity in using its techniques rationally and selecting its needs consciously. Our own skewed concepts of scarcity and needs are even more compelling evidence of this fetishism. Until comparatively recent times, needs retained some degree of contract with material reality and were tempered by some degree of rationality. For all the cultural differences that surrounded the concept of scarcity and needs in the past, their fetishization was almost minimal in comparison with our own times. But with the emergence of a complete market society, the ideal of both limitless production and limitless needs became thoroughly mystified, no less by socialist ideologues than by their bourgeois counterparts. The restraints that Greek social theorists like Aristotle tried to place on the market, however much they were honoured in the breach, were completely removed, and objects of use values began to infiltrate the lofty human goals that society had elaborated from the days of their conception in the polis. The ideals of the past, in effect, had become so thoroughly bewitched by things that they were soon to become things rather than ideals. Honour, today, is more important as a credit rating than as a sense of moral probity. Personality is the sum of one's possessions and holdings rather than the sense of self-awareness and self-cultivation. One should continue this list of contrasts indefinitely. Having demolished all the ethical and moral limits that once kept it in hand, the market society in turn has demolished almost every historic relationship between nature, techniques, and material well-being. No longer is nature's so-called stinginess a factor in explaining scarcity, nor is scarcity conceived as a function of technical development that explains the creation or satisfaction of needs. Both the culture and the techniques of modern capitalism have united to produce crises not of scarcity, but of abundance, or at least the expectation of abundance, all chit-chat about diminishing resources aside. Western society may accept the reality of economic crises, inflation and unemployment, and popular credulity has not rejected the myth of a so-called stingy nature that is running out of raw materials and energy resources. Abundance, all the more because it is being denied for structural economic reasons rather than natural ones, still orchestrates the popular culture of present-day society. To mix solid Victorian metaphors with contemporary ones, if so-called savages had to perform heroic technical feats to extricate themselves from the claw and fang world of the jungle and arrive at a sense of their humanity, then modern consumers in the market society will have to perform equally heroic ethical feats to extricate themselves from the shopping malls and recover their own sense of humanity. To disembed themselves from the shopping mall, they may require more powerful agents than ethics. They may well require a superfluity of goods so immense in quantity that the prevailing fetishism of needs will have to be dispelled on its own terms. Hence, the ethical limits that were so redolent with meaning from Hellenic times onward may be inadequate today. We have arrived at a point in history's account of need where the very capacity to select needs, which freedom from material scarcity was expected to create, has been subverted by a strictly appetitive sensibility. Society may well have to be overindulged to recover its capacity for selectivity. To lecture society about its insatiable appetites, as our resource-conscious environmentalists are wont to do, is precisely what the modern consumer is not prepared to hear. And to impoverish society with contrived shortages, economic dislocations, and material deprivation is certain to shift the mystification of needs over to a more sinister social ethics, the mystification of scarcity. This ethos, already crystallized into the lifeboat ethic, triage, and the new bourgeois imagery of claw and fang called survivalism, marks the first step toward eco-fascism. Chapter 6. Marxism. Introduction. Although Marx's writings had a great influence on Bookchin's ideas, it became clear to him early on that a degree of authoritarianism, particularly an acceptance of domination, recurred in the Marxian writings. Even in the 1940s, he was cognizant that a centralized state was essential to Marx's views and to the new socialist dispensation that he would create. Moreover, even as Marx and Engels attacked class society, they had taught that hierarchical relationships were indispensable to a socialist society, just as a factory needed hierarchical relationships in order to operate. In time, Bookchin realized that the ideological rationales for material scarcity that were typical of bourgeois society had been recapitulated in Marxist theory as well. Just as ruling elites had used scarcity to justify their authority, Marxism insisted that the domination of non-human nature not only made class society historically inevitable, but was a historical precondition for human liberation. Bookchin's assertion that the idea of dominating nature first arose from society overturned this rationale. Common to bourgeois and Marxist ideology alike, where Marxists argued that an emancipatory society could be created by eliminating class society alone, Bookchin maintained that it was necessary to eliminate hierarchy and domination as well. Where Marxists argued that domination had arisen originally as a mode of organizing human labor, Bookchin argued that domination originated in the rankings of social hierarchy, which often had little to do with material production. The socialist school that followed upon Marx's own death, Bookchin concluded, was thus tainted by the imperative to dominate human beings and first nature alike. As Bookchin summarized it himself, in connection with a criticism of Frankfurt School theorists Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, quote, "However much they opposed domination, neither Adorno nor Horkheimer singled out hierarchy as an underlying problematic in their writings. Indeed, their residual Marxian premises led to a historical fatalism that saw any liberatory enterprise as hopelessly tainted by the need to dominate nature and consequently man. This position stands completely at odds with my own view that the notion, and no more than an unrealizable notion, of dominating nature stems from the domination of human by human. This is not a semantic difference in accounting for the origins of domination. Like Marx, the Frankfurt School saw nature as a domineering force over humanity that human guile and class rule had to exorcise before a classless society was possible. The Frankfurt School, no less than Marxism, placed the onus for domination primarily on the demanding forces of nature. My own writings radically reverse this very traditional view of the relationship between society and nature. I argue that the idea of dominating nature first arose within society as part of its institutionalization into gerontocracies that placed the young in varying degrees of servitude to the old, and in patriarchies that placed women in varying degrees of servitude to men, not in any endeavor to control nature or natural forces. Various modes of social institutionalization, not modes of organizing human labor, so crucial to Marx, were the first sources of domination, which is not to deny Marx's thesis that class society was economically exploitative. Hence, domination can be definitively removed only by resolving problematics that have their origins in hierarchy and status, not in class and the technological control of nature alone." Unquote. It is easy to conclude from his various critiques that Bookchin rejected Marxism altogether and sought to annul it. Yet even in his most bitter polemics against 1960s Marxists, he did not abandon Marxism altogether. On the contrary, his lifelong trajectory has been to preserve the dialectical approach of Marx in order to transcend Marxism itself dialectically. Thus, in any study of his work, it is important to identify the aspects of Marxism that he did and did not reject. He rejected, of course, the necessity of hierarchy and domination, the exclusivity of class analysis, the hegemonic role of the proletariat. He rejected, too, the repressive regimes that ruled in the name of Marxism. But he respected many other aspects of Marx's work and incorporated them into social ecology, such as its insights into capitalist development, its theory of the commodity, and the notion that complete freedom has material preconditions. Perhaps most importantly, he respected the dialectical form of reasoning that Marx had inherited from Hegel and that Bookchin himself inherited from Marx. Bookchin considers all of these contributions to be lasting and essential to the revolutionary tradition, regardless of other limitations in the Marxist literature. Marxism and domination. The stream of human progress has been a divided one. The development toward material security and social complexity has generated contrapuntal forces that yield material insecurity and social conflict, unique to civilization as such. On the one side, without the agrarian economy that the early Neolithic introduced, society would have been mired indefinitely in a brute subsistence economy, living chronically on the edge of survival. Nature, so the social theorists of the past century held, is normally so-called stingy, an ungiving and deceptive so-called mother. She has favoured humanity with her bounty only in a few remote areas of the world. Rarely has she been the giving nurturer created in distant times by mythopoeic thought. The so-called savage of Victorian ethnography must always struggle, or wrestle, to use Marx's term, with her to perpetuate life, which is ordinarily miserable and mercifully brief, tolerable at times but never secure, and only marginally plentiful and idyllic. Humanity's emergence from the constrictive world of natural scarcity has thus been perceived as a largely technical problem of placing the ungiving forces of nature under social command, creating and increasing surpluses, dividing labour, notably separating crafts from agriculture, and sustaining intellectually productive urban elites. Thus, given the leisure time to think and administer society, these elites could create science, enlarge the entire sphere of human knowledge, and sophisticate human culture. As Proudhon plaintively declared, echoing the prevailing spirit of the time, quote, "Yes, life is a struggle, but the struggle is not between man and man. It is between men and nature, and it is each one's duty to share it." Unquote. Marx assumed the same view toward the so-called burden of nature, but he placed considerable emphasis on human domination as an unavoidable feature of humanity's domination of the natural world. Until the development of modern industry, both Marx and Engels argued, the new surpluses produced by pre-capitalist techniques may vary quantitatively, but rarely are they sufficient to provide abundance and leisure for more than a fortunate minority. Given the relative low level of pre-industrial techniques, enough surpluses can be produced to sustain a privileged class of rulers, perhaps even a substantial one under exceptionally favourable geographic and climatic conditions. But these surpluses are not sufficient to free society as a whole from the pressures of want, material insecurity and toil. If such limited surpluses were equitably divided among the multitudes who produced them, a social condition would emerge in which want is made general, as Marx observed, quote, "And with want, the struggle for necessities and all the old shit would necessarily be reproduced." Unquote. An egalitarian division of the surpluses would merely yield a society based on equality in poverty, an equality that would simply perpetuate the latent conditions for the restoration of class rule. Ultimately, the abolition of classes presupposes the development of the productive forces, the advance of technology to a point where everyone can be free from the burdens of want, material insecurity, and toil. As long as surpluses are merely marginal, social development occurs in a grey zone between a remote past in which productivity is too low to support classes, and a distant future in which it is sufficiently high to abolish class rule. Hence emerges the other side of humanity's drama, the negative side of its development, which conveys the real meaning of the social problem as used by Marxian theorists. Technical progress exacts a penalty for the benefits it ultimately confers on humanity. To resolve the problem of natural scarcity, the development of techniques entails the reduction of humanity to a technical force. People become instruments of production, just like the tools and machines they create. They, in turn, are subject to the same forms of coordination, rationalization, and control that society tries to impose on nature and inanimate technical instruments. Labour is both the medium where humanity forges its own self-formation and the object of social manipulation. It involves not only the projection of human powers into free expression and selfhood, but their repression by the performance principle of toil into obedience and self-renunciation. Self-repression and social repression form the indispensable counterpoint to personal emancipation and social emancipation. Marxian theory sees man as the embodiment of two aspects of material reality. First, as a producer who defines himself by labor. Second, as a social being whose functions are primarily economic. When Marx declares in the German ideology that, quote, men may be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion or anything else you like, but they begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, unquote. He essentially deals with humanity as a force in the productive process that differs from other material forces only to the degree that man can conceptualize productive operations that animals perform instinctively. It is difficult to realize how decisively this notion of humanity breaks with the classical concept. To Aristotle, men fulfilled their humanity to the degree that they could live in a polis and achieve the good life. Hellenic thought as a whole distinguished human beings from animals by virtue of their rational capacities. If a mode of production is not simply to be regarded as a means of survival, but as a definite mode of life, such that men are what they produce and how they produce, humanity, in effect, can be regarded as an instrument of production. The domination of man by man is primarily a technical phenomenon rather than an ethical one. Within this incredibly reductionist framework, whether it is valid for man to dominate man is to be judged mainly in terms of technical needs and possibilities, however distasteful such a criterion might have seemed to Marx himself had he faced it in all its brute clarity. Society, in turn, becomes a mode of labor that is to be judged by its capacity to meet material needs. Class society remains unavoidable as long as the mode of production fails to provide the free time and material abundance for human emancipation. Until the appropriate technical level is achieved, man's evolutionary development remains incomplete. Indeed, popular communistic visions of earlier eras are mere ideology because, quote, only want is made general, unquote. Indeed, popular communistic visions of earlier eras are mere ideology because only want is made general by premature attempts to achieve an egalitarian society, and with want, the struggle for the necessity and all the old shit will necessarily be reproduced. Finally, even when technics reaches a relatively high degree of development, quote, the realm of freedom does not commence until the point is passed where labor under the compulsion of necessity and of external utility is required. In the very nature of things, it lies beyond the sphere of material production in the strict meaning of the term. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature in order to satisfy his wants, in order to maintain his life and reproduce it, so civilized man has to do it, and he must do it in all forms of society and under all possible modes of production. With his development, the realm of natural necessity expands, because his wants increase, but at the same time, the forces of production increase, by which these wants are satisfied. The freedom in this field cannot consist of anything else but of the fact that socialized man, the associated producers, regulate their interchange with nature rationally, bring it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by some blind power, that they accomplish their task with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most adequate to their human nature and most worthy of it. But it always remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human power which is its own end, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can flourish only upon the realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its fundamental premise. Unquote. The bourgeois conceptual framework reaches its apogee here in images of the unlimited expansion of needs that stands opposed to ideological limits to need. That is, the Hellenic concepts of measure, balance and self-sufficiency. The rationalization of production and labour as desiderata in themselves of a strictly technical nature, the sharp dichotomy between freedom and necessity, and the conflict with nature as a condition of social life in all its forms. Class or classless, propertied or communistic. Accordingly, socialism now moves within an orbit in which, to use Max Horkheimer's formulation, quote, domination of nature involves domination of man, unquote. Not only, quote, the subjugation of external nature, human and non-human, unquote, but human nature. Following his split from the natural world, man can hope for no redemption from class society and exploitation until he, as a technical force among the techniques created by his own ingenuity, can transcend his objectification. The precondition for his transcendence is quantitatively measurable. The, quote, shortening of the working day is its fundamental premise, unquote. Until these preconditions are achieved, man remains under the tyranny of social law, the compulsion of need and survival. The proletariat, no less than any other class in history, is captive to the impersonal processes of history. Indeed, as the class that is most completely dehumanized by bourgeois conditions, it can transcend its objectified status only through, quote, urgent, no longer disguisable, absolutely imperative need, unquote. For Marx, quote, the question is not what this or that proletarian, or even the whole proletariat at the moment, considers as its aim. The question is what the proletariat is, and what, consequently, on that being, it will be compelled to do, unquote. Its being here is that of object, and social law functions as compulsion, not as destiny. The subjectivity of the proletariat remains a product of its objectivity, ironically, a notion that finds a certain degree of truth in the fact that any radical appeal merely to the objective factors that enter into the forming of a proletarian consciousness or class consciousness strike back like a whiplash against socialism in the form of a working class that has bought into capitalism, that seeks to share in the affluence provided by the system. Thus, where reaction is the real basis of action, and need is the basis of motivation, the bourgeois spirit becomes the world spirit of Marxism. To the degree that the classical view of self-realization through the polis recedes before the Marxian view of self-preservation through socialism, the bourgeois spirit acquires a degree of sophistication that makes its earlier spokesman, Hobbes, Locke, seem naive. The incubus of domination now fully reveals its authoritarian logic. Just as necessity becomes the basis of freedom, authority becomes the basis of rational coordination. This notion, already implicit in Marx's harsh separation of the realms of necessity and freedom, a separation Fourier sharply challenged, is made explicit in Engels' essay on authority. To Engels, the factory is a natural fact of technics, not a specifically bourgeois mode of rationalizing labor. Hence, it will exist under communism as well as capitalism. It will persist, quote, independently of all social organization, unquote. To coordinate a factory's operations requires, quote, imperious obedience, unquote, in which factory hands lack all autonomy. Class society or classless. The realm of necessity is also a realm of command and obedience, of ruler and ruled. In a fashion totally congruent with all class ideologists from the inception of class society, Engels weds socialism to command and rule as a natural fact. Domination is reworked from a social attribute into a precondition for self-preservation in a technically advanced society. To structure a revolutionary project around social law that lacks ethical content, order that lacks meaning, a harsh opposition between man and nature, compulsion rather than consciousness, all of these taken together with domination as a precondition for freedom, debase the concept of freedom and assimilate it to its opposite, coercion. Consciousness becomes the recognition of its lack of autonomy, just as freedom becomes the recognition of necessity. A politics of liberation emerges that reflects the development of advanced capitalist society into nationalized production, planning, centralization, the rationalized control of nature, and the rationalized control of human beings. If the proletariat cannot comprehend its own destiny by itself, a party that speaks in its name becomes justified as the authentic expression of that consciousness, even if it stands opposed to the proletariat itself. If capitalism is the historic means whereby humanity achieves the conquest of nature, the techniques of bourgeois industry need merely be reorganized to serve the goals of socialism. If ethics are merely ideology, socialist goals are the product of history rather than reflection, and it is by criteria mandated by history that we are to determine the problems of means and ends, not by reason and disputation. If ethics are merely ideology, socialist goals are the product of history rather than reflection, and it is by criteria mandated by history that we are to determine the problems of means and ends, not by reason and disputation. Marxism and Leninism. The myth of the proletariat. For our age, Marx's greatest contribution to revolutionary thought is his dialectic of social development. Marx laid bare the great movement from primitive communism through private property to communism in its higher form. A communal society resting on a liberatory technology. In this movement, according to Marx, man passes on from the domination of man by nature to the domination of man by man, and finally to the domination of nature by man and from social domination as such. Within this larger dialectic, Marx examines the dialectic of capitalism itself, a social system that constitutes the last historical stage in the domination of man by man. Here, Marx not only makes profound contributions to contemporary revolutionary thought, particularly in his brilliant analysis of the commodity relationship, but also exhibits those limitations of time and place that play so confining a role in our own time. The most serious of these limitations emerges from Marx's attempt to explain the transition from capitalism to socialism, from a class society to a classless society. It is vitally important to emphasize that this explanation was reasoned out almost entirely by analogy with the transition of feudalism to capitalism, that is, from one class society to another class society, from one system of property to another. Accordingly, Marx points out that just as the bourgeoisie developed within feudalism as a result of the split between town and country, more precisely between crafts and agriculture, so the modern proletariat developed within capitalism as a result of the advance of industrial technology. Both classes, we are told, develop social interests of their own. Indeed, revolutionary social interests that throw them against the old society in which they were spawned. If the bourgeoisie gained control over economic life long before it overthrew feudal society, the proletariat, in turn, gains its own revolutionary power by the fact that it is disciplined, united, organized by the factory system. In both cases, the development of the productive forces becomes incompatible with the traditional system of social relations. Quote, "The integument is burst asunder." Unquote. The old society is replaced by the new. The critical question we face is this: can we explain the transition from a class society to a classless society by means of the same dialectic that accounts for the transition from one class society to another? This is not a textbook problem that involves the juggling of logical abstractions, but a very real and concrete issue for our time. There are profound differences between the development of the bourgeoisie and the feudalism, and the development of the proletariat and the capitalism, which Marx either failed to anticipate or never faced clearly. The bourgeoisie controlled economic life long before it took state power. It had become the dominant class materially, culturally, and ideologically before it asserted its dominance politically. The proletariat does not control economic life. Despite its indispensable role in the industrial process, the industrial working class is not even a majority of the population, and its strategic economic position is being eroded by cybernation and other technological advances. Hence it requires an act of high consciousness for the proletariat to use its power to achieve a social revolution. Until now, the achievement of this consciousness has been blocked by the fact that the factory milieu is one of the most well-entrenched arenas of the work ethic, of hierarchical systems of management, of obedience to leaders, and in recent times, of production committed to superfluous commodities and armaments. The factory serves not only to discipline, unite, and organize the workers, but to do so in a thoroughly bourgeois fashion. In the factory, capitalistic production not only renews the social relations of capitalism with each working day, as Marx observed, it also renews the psyche, values, and ideology of capitalism. Marx sensed this fact sufficiently to look for reasons more compelling than the mere fact of exploitation or conflicts over wages and hours to propel the proletariat into revolutionary action. In his general theory of capitalist accumulation, he tried to delineate the harsh, objective laws that forced the proletariat to assume a revolutionary role. Accordingly, he developed his famous theory of immiseration. Competition between capitalists compels them to undercut each other's prices, which in turn leads to a continual reduction of wages and the absolute impoverishment of the workers. The proletariat is compelled to revolt because with the process of competition and the centralization of capital, there, quote, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, unquote. But capitalism has not stood still since Marx's day. Writing in the middle years of the 19th century, Marx could not have expected to have grasped the full consequences of his insights into the centralization of capital and the development of technology. He could not be expected to have foreseen that capitalism would develop not only from mercantilism into the dominant industrial form of his day, from state-aided trading monopolies into highly competitive industrial units, but further, that with the centralization of capital, capitalism would return to its mercantilist origins on a higher level of development and reassume the state-aided monopolistic form. The economy tends to merge with the state, and capitalism begins to plan its development instead of leaving it exclusively to the interplay of competition and market forces. To be sure, the system does not abolish the traditional class struggle, but manages to contain it, using its immense technological resources to assimilate the most strategic sections of the working class. Thus, the full thrust of the immiseration theory is blunted, and in the United States, the traditional class struggle fails to develop into the class war. It remains entirely within bourgeois dimensions. Marxism, in fact, becomes ideology. It is assimilated by the most advanced forms of the state capitalist movement, notably Russia. By an incredible irony of history, Marxian socialism turns out to be in large part the very state capitalism that Marx failed to anticipate in the dialectic of capitalism. The proletariat, instead of developing into a revolutionary class within the womb of capitalism, turns out to be an organ within the body of bourgeois society. A qualitatively new situation emerges when man is faced with a transformation from a repressive class society based on material scarcity into a liberatory classless society based on material abundance. From the decomposing traditional class structure, a new human type is created in ever-increasing numbers, the revolutionary. This revolutionary begins to challenge not only the economic and political premises of hierarchical society, but hierarchy as such. He not only raises the need for social revolution, but also tries to live in a revolutionary manner to the degree that this is possible in the existing society. He not only attacks the forms created by the legacy of domination, but also improvises new forms of liberation that take their poetry from the future. This preparation for the future, this experimentation with liberatory post-scarcity forms of social relations, may be illusory if the future involves a substitution of one class society by another. It is indispensable, however, if the future involves a classless society built on the ruins of a class society. What then will be the so-called agent of revolutionary change? It will be literally the great majority of society, drawn from all the different traditional classes and fused into a common revolutionary force by the decomposition of the institutions, social forms, values, and lifestyles of the prevailing class structure. Typically, its most advanced elements are the youth, a generation that has known no chronic economic crisis, and that this becoming less and less oriented toward the myth of material security to spread among the generation of the 30s. If it is true that a social revolution cannot be achieved without the active or passive support of the workers, it is no less true that it cannot be achieved without the active or passive support of the farmers, technicians, and professionals. Above all, a social revolution cannot be achieved without the support of the youth, from which the ruling class recruits its armed forces. If the ruling class retains its armed might, the revolution is lost no matter how many workers rally to its support. This has been vividly demonstrated not only by Spain in the 30s, but by Hungary in the 50s and Czechoslovakia in the 60s. The revolution of today, by its very nature, indeed by its pursuit of wholeness, wins not only the soldier and the worker, but the very generation from which soldiers, workers, technicians, farmers, scientists, professionals, and even bureaucrats have been recruited. Discarding the tactical handbooks of the past, the revolution of the future follows the path of least resistance, eating its way into the most susceptible areas of the population, irrespective of their so-called class position. It is nourished by all the contradictions of bourgeois society, not simply by the contradictions of the 1860s and 1917. Hence, it attracts all those who feel the burdens of exploitation, poverty, racism, imperialism, and yes, those whose lives are frustrated by consumerism, suburbia, the mass media, the family, school, the supermarket, and the prevailing system of repressed sexuality. Here, the forms of the revolution becomes as total as its content, classless, propertyless, hierarchyless, and wholly liberating. The myth of the party. Social revolutions are not made by parties, groups, or cadres. They occur as a result of deep-seated historical forces and contradictions that activate large sections of the population. They occur not merely because the masses find the existing society intolerable, as Trotsky argued, but also because of the tension between the actual and the possible, between what is and what could be. Abject misery alone does not produce revolutions. More often than not, it produces an aimless demoralization, or worse, a private, personalized struggle to survive. The Russian Revolution of 1917 weighs on the brain of the living like a nightmare because it was largely the product of intolerable conditions, a devastating imperialistic war. Whatever dreams it had were virtually destroyed by an even bloodier civil war, by famine and by treachery. What emerged from the revolution were the ruins not of an old society, but of whatever hopes existed to achieve a new one. The Russian Revolution failed miserably. It replaced Tsarism with state capitalism. The Bolsheviks were the tragic victims of their own ideology and paid with their lives in great numbers during the purges of the 1930s. To attempt to acquire any unique wisdom from this scarcity revolution is ridiculous. What we can learn from the revolutions of the past is what all revolutions have in common, and their profound limitations compared with the enormous possibilities that are now open to us. The most striking feature of the past revolutions is that they began spontaneously, whether it be the French Revolution of 1798, the revolutions of 1848, the Paris Commune, the 1905 revolution in Russia, the overthrow of the Tsar in 1917, the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, or the French General Strike of 1968. The opening stages are generally the same. The period of ferment explodes spontaneously into a mass upsurge. Whether the upsurge is successful depends on its resoluteness and on whether the troops go over to the people. The so-called glorious party, when there is one, almost invariably lags behind the events. In February 1917, the Petrograd organization of the Bolsheviks opposed the calling of strikes precisely on the eve of the revolution that was destined to overthrow the Tsar. Fortunately, the workers ignored the Bolshevik so-called directives and went on strike anyway. In the events that followed, no one was more surprised by the revolution than the so-called revolutionary parties, including the Bolsheviks. As the Bolshevik leader Kayurov recalled, quote, "Absolutely no guiding initiatives from the party were felt. The Petrograd Committee had been arrested, and the representative from a central committee, Comrade Shliapnikov, was unable to give any directives for the coming day." Unquote. Perhaps this was fortunate. Before the Petrograd committees were arrested, its evaluation of the situation and its own role had been so dismal that, had the workers followed its guidance, it is doubtful that the revolution would have occurred when it did. The same kind of story could be told of the upsurges that preceded 1917 and those that followed. To cite only the most recent, the student uprising and general strike in France during May to June 1968. There is a convenient tendency to forget that close to a dozen so-called tightly centralized Bolshevik-type organizations existed in Paris at this time. It is rarely mentioned that virtually every one of these so-called vanguard groups disdained the student uprising up to May 7th, when the street fighting broke out in earnest. The Trotskyist Jeunesse Communiste Révolutionnaire was a notable exception, and it merely coasted along, essentially following the initiatives of the March 22nd movement. Up to May the 7th, all of the Maoist groups criticized the student uprising as peripheral and unimportant. The Trotskyist Fédération des étudiants révolutionnaires regarded it as, quote, adventuristic, and tried to get the students to leave the barricades on May the 10th. The Communist Party, of course, played a completely treacherous role. Far from leading the popular movement, the Maoists and Trotskyists were its captives throughout. Ironically, most of these Bolshevik groups used manipulative techniques shamelessly in the Sorbonne Student Assembly in an effort to, quote, control it, introducing a disruptive atmosphere that demoralized the entire body. Finally, to complete the irony, all of these Bolshevik groups were to babble about the need for centralized leadership when the popular movement collapsed, a movement that occurred despite their directives and often in opposition to them. Revolutions and uprisings worthy of any note not only have an initial phase that is magnificently anarchic, but also tend spontaneously to create their own forms of revolutionary self-management. The Parisian sections of 1793-4 were the most remarkable forms of self-management to be created by any of the social revolutions in history. More familiar in form were the councils, or so-called Soviets, that the Petrograd workers established in 1905. Although less democratic than the sections, the councils were to reappear in a number of later revolutions. Still, another form of revolutionary self-management was the factory committees that the anarchists established in the Spanish Revolution of 1936. Finally, the sections reappeared as student assemblies and action committees in the May to June uprising and general strike in Paris in 1968. At this point, we must ask what the so-called Revolutionary Party plays in all these developments. In the beginning, as we have seen, it tends to be an inhibitory function, not a vanguard role. Where it exercises influence, it tends to slow down the flow of events, not coordinate the revolutionary forces. This is not accidental. The party is structured along hierarchical lines that reflect the very society it professes to oppose. Despite its theoretical pretensions, it is a bourgeois organism, a miniature state, with an apparatus and a cadre whose function it is to seize power, not dissolve power. Rooted in the pre-revolutionary period, it assimilates all the forms, techniques, and mentality of bureaucracy. Its membership is schooled in obedience, in the preconceptions of a rigid dogma, and is taught to revere the leadership. The party's leadership, in turn, is schooled in habits born of command, authority, manipulation, and egomania. This situation is worsened when the party participates in parliamentary elections. In election campaigns, the vanguard party models itself completely on existing bourgeois forms and even acquires the paraphernalia of the electoral party. The situation assumes truly critical proportions when the party acquires large presses, costly headquarters, and a large inventory of centrally controlled periodicals, and develops a paid apparatus. In short, a bureaucracy with vested material interests. As the party expands, the distance between the leadership and the ranks invariably increases. Its leaders not only become personages, they lose contact with the living situation below. The local groups, which know their own immediate situation better than any remote leader, are obliged to subordinate their insights to directives from above. The leadership, lacking any direct knowledge of local problems, responds sluggishly and prudently. Although it stakes out a claim to the larger view, a greater theoretical competence, the competence of the leadership, tends to diminish as one ascends the hierarchy of command. The more one approaches the level where the real decisions are made, the more conservative is the nature of the decision-making process, the more bureaucratic and extraneous are the factors that come into play, the more considerations of prestige and retrenchment supplant creativity, imagination, and a disinterested dedication to revolutionary goals. The party becomes less efficient from a revolutionary point of view, the more it seeks efficiency by means of hierarchy, cadres, and centralization. Although everyone marches in step, the orders are usually wrong, especially when events move rapidly and take unexpected turns, as they do in all revolutions. The party is efficient in only one respect, in molding society in its own hierarchical image, if the revolution is successful. It recreates bureaucracy, centralization, and the state. It fosters the very social conditions that justify this kind of society. Hence, instead of withering away, the state controlled by the so-called glorious party preserves the very conditions that necessitate the existence of a state, and the party to guard it. On the other hand, this kind of party is extremely vulnerable in periods of repression. The bourgeoisie has only to grab its leadership to destroy virtually the entire movement. With its leaders in prison or in hiding, the party becomes paralyzed. Obedient membership has no one to obey and tends to flounder. Demoralization sets in rapidly. The party decomposes not only because of the repressive atmosphere, but also because of its poverty of inner resources. The foregoing account is not a series of hypothetical inferences. It is a composite sketch of all the mass Marxian parties of the past century, the Social Democrats, the Communists, and the Trotskyist party of Ceylon, the only mass party of its kind. To claim that these parties failed to take their Marxian principles seriously merely conceals another question. Why did this failure happen in the first place? The fact is, these parties were co-opted into bourgeois society because they were structured along bourgeois lines. The germ of treachery existed in them from birth. It cannot be stressed too strongly that the Bolsheviks tended to centralize their party to the degree that they became isolated from the working class. This relationship has rarely been investigated in latter-day Leninist circles, although Lenin was honest enough to admit it. The story of the Russian Revolution is not merely the story of the Bolshevik Party and its supporters. Beneath the veneer of official events described by Soviet historians, there was another, more basic development. The spontaneous movement of the workers and revolutionary peasants, which later clashed sharply with the bureaucratic policies of the Bolsheviks. With the overthrow of the Tsar in February 1917, workers in virtually all the factories of Russia spontaneously established factory committees, staking out an increasing claim on industrial operations. In June 1917, an all-Russian conference of factory committees was held in Petrograd that called for the organization of thorough control by labor over production and distribution. The demands of this conference are rarely mentioned in Leninist accounts of the Russian Revolution, despite the fact that the conference aligned itself with the Bolsheviks. Trotsky, who describes the factory committees as, quote, the most direct and indubitable representation of the proletariat in the whole country, unquote, deals with them only peripherally in his massive three-volume history of the revolution. Yet so important were these spontaneous organisms of self-management that Lenin, despairing of winning the Soviets in the summer of 1917, was prepared to jettison the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," for "all power to the factory committees." This demand would have catapulted the Bolsheviks into an anarcho-syndicalist position, although it is doubtful that they would have remained there for very long. With the October Revolution, all the factory committees seized control of the plants, ousting the bourgeoisie and completely taking control of industry. In accepting the concept of workers' control, Lenin's famous decree of November 14, 1917, merely acknowledged an accomplished fact. The Bolsheviks dared not oppose the workers at this early date, but they began to whittle down the power of the factory committees. In January 1918, a scant 2 months after decreeing workers' control, Lenin began to advocate that the administration of the factories be placed under trade union control. The story that the Bolsheviks patiently experimented with workers' control, only to find it inefficient and chaotic, is a myth. Their so-called patience did not last more than a few weeks. Not only did Lenin oppose direct workers' control within a matter of weeks after the November 14th decree, even union control came to an end shortly after it had been established. By the summer of 1918, almost all of Russian industry had been placed under bourgeois forms of management. As Lenin put it, the, quote, revolution demands precisely in the interests of socialism that the masses unquestionably obey the single will of the leaders of the labour process, unquote. Thereafter, workers' control was denounced not only as inefficient, chaotic and impractical, but also as petit bourgeois. The left communist Osinsky bitterly attacked all of these spurious claims and warned the party, quote, socialism and socialist organization must be set up by the proletariat itself, or they will not be set up at all. Something else will be set up, state capitalism, unquote. In the, quote, interests of socialism, unquote, the Bolshevik Party elbowed the proletariat out of every domain it had conquered by its own efforts and initiative. The party did not coordinate the revolution or even lead it, it dominated it. First, workers' control and later union control were replaced by an elaborate hierarchy as monstrous as any structure that existed in pre-revolutionary times. In later years, Osinsky's prophecy became reality. The problem of who is to prevail, the Bolsheviks or the Russian masses, was by no means limited to the factories. The issue reappeared in the countryside as well as in the cities. A sweeping peasant war had buoyed up the movement of the workers. Contrary to official Leninist accounts, the agrarian upsurge was by no means limited to a redistribution of the land into private plots. In the Ukraine, peasants influenced by the anarchist militias of Nestor Makhno and guided by the communist maxim, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs, established a multitude of rural communes. Elsewhere, in the North and in Soviet Asia, several thousands of these organisms were established, partly on the initiative of the left social revolutionaries, and in large measure as a result of traditional collectivist impulses that stemmed from the Russian village, the mir. It matters little whether these communes were numerous or embraced little numbers of peasants. The point is that they were authentic, popular organisms, the nuclei of a moral and social spirit that ranged far above the dehumanizing values of bourgeois society. The Bolsheviks frowned upon these organisms from the very beginning and eventually condemned them. To Lenin, the preferred, the more socialist form of agricultural enterprise was the state farm, an agricultural factory in which the state owned the land and farming equipment, appointing managers who hired peasants on a wage basis. One sees in these attitudes towards workers' control and agricultural communes the essential bourgeois spirit and mentality that permeated the Bolshevik Party, a spirit and mentality that emanated not only from its theories but from its corporate mode of organization. In December 1918, Lenin launched an attack on the communes on the pretext that peasants were being forced to enter them. Actually, little, if any, coercion was being used to organize these communistic forms of self-management. As Robert G. Wesson, who studied the Soviet commune in detail, concludes, quote, "Those who went into communes must have done so largely of their own volition." Unquote. The communes were not suppressed, but their growth was discouraged until Stalin merged the entire development into forced collectivization drives of the late 1920s and early 1930s. By 1920, the Bolsheviks had isolated themselves from the Russian working class and peasantry. Taken together, the elimination of workers' control, the suppression of the Makhanovsky, the restrictive political atmosphere in the country, the inflated bureaucracy, and the crushing material poverty inherited from the Civil War years, generated a deep hostility toward Bolshevik rule. With the end of hostilities, a movement surged up from the depths of Russian society for a third revolution, not to restore the past, as the Bolsheviks claimed, but to realize the very goals of freedom, economic as well as political, that had rallied the masses around the Bolshevik program of 1917. The new movement found its most conscious form in the Petrograd proletariat and among the Kronstadt sailors. It also found expression in the party. The growth of anti-centralist and anarcho-syndicalist tendencies among the Bolsheviks reached a point where a bloc of oppositional groups oriented toward those issues gained 124 seats at a Moscow provincial conference, as against 154 for supporters of the Central Committee. On March 2nd, 1921, the Red Sailors of Kronstadt rose in open rebellion, raising a banner of a third revolution of the toilers. The Kronstadt program centered on demands for free elections to the Soviets, freedom of speech and press for the anarchists and the left socialist parties, free trade unions, and the liberation of all prisoners who belonged to socialist parties. The most shameless stories were fabricated by the Bolsheviks to account for this uprising, acknowledged in later years as brazen lies. The revolt was characterized as a white guard plot, despite the fact that a great majority of Communist Party members in Kronstadt joined the sailors, precisely as communists, in denouncing the party leaders as betrayers of the October Revolution. As R. V. Daniels observes in his study of Bolshevik oppositional movements, quote, Ordinary communists were indeed so unreliable that the government did not depend upon them either in the assault on Kronstadt itself or in keeping order in Petrograd, where Kronstadt's hopes for support chiefly rested. The main body of troops employed were Chekists and officer cadets from Red Army training schools. The final assault on Kronstadt was led by the top officialdom of the Communist Party. A large group of delegates to the 10th Party Congress was rushed from Moscow for this purpose." Unquote. So weak was the regime internally that the elite had to do its own dirty work. We have discussed these events in detail because they lead to a conclusion that the latest crop of Marxist-Leninists tend to avoid. The Bolshevik Party reached its maximum degree of centralization in Lenin's day, not to achieve a revolution or suppress a White Guard counter-revolution, but to effect a counter-revolution of its own against the very social forces it professed to represent. Factions were prohibited and a monolithic party created not to prevent a capitalist restoration, but to contain a mass movement of workers for Soviet democracy and social freedom. The Lenin of 1921 stood opposed to the Lenin of 1917. Thereafter, Lenin simply floundered. This man, who above all had sought to anchor the problems of his party in social contradictions, found himself literally playing an organizational numbers game in a last-ditch attempt to arrest the very bureaucratization he had himself created. There is nothing more pathetic and tragic than Lenin's last years. Paralyzed by a simplistic body of Marxist formulas, he could think of no better countermeasures than organizational ones. He proposes the formation of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection to correct bureaucratic deformations in the party and state, and his body falls under Stalin's control and becomes highly bureaucratic in its own right. Lenin then suggests that the size of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection be reduced and that it be merged with the Control Commission. He advocated enlarging the Central Committee. Thus, it rolls along. This body to be enlarged, that one to be merged with another, still a third to be modified or abolished. The strange ballet of organizational forms continues up to his very death, as though the problem could be resolved by organizational means. As Moshe Lewin, an obvious admirer of Lenin, admits, the Bolshevik leader, quote, approached the problem of government more like a chief executive of a strictly elitist turn of mind. He did not apply methods of social analysis to the government and was content to consider it purely in terms of organizational methods. Unquote. If it is true that in the bourgeois revolutions the, quote, phrase went beyond the content, unquote, in the Bolshevik Revolution, the forms replaced the content. The Soviets replaced the workers and their factory committees. The party replaced the Soviets. The Central Committee replaced the party. And the Political Bureau replaced the Central Committee. In short, means replaced ends. This incredible substitution of form for content is one of the most characteristic traits of Marxism-Leninism. In France, during the May-June events, all the Bolshevik organizations were prepared to destroy the Sorbonne Student Assembly in order to increase their influence and membership. Their principal concern was not the revolution or the authentic social forms created by the students, but the growth of their own parties. Only one force could have arrested the growth of bureaucracy in Russia, a social force. Had the Russian proletariat and peasantry succeeded in increasing the domain of self-management through the development of viable factory committees, rural communes, and free Soviets, the history of the country might have taken a dramatically different turn. There can be no question that the failure of socialist revolutions in Europe after the First World War led to the isolation of the revolution in Russia. The material poverty of Russia, coupled with the pressure of the surrounding capitalist world, clearly militated against the development of a socialist or a consistently libertarian society. But by no means was it ordained that Russia had to develop along state capitalist lines. Contrary to Lenin and Trotsky's initial expectations, the revolution was defeated by internal forces, not by invasions of armies from abroad. Had the movement from below restored the initial achievements of the revolution in 1917, a multifaceted social structure might have developed, based on workers' control of industry, on a freely developing peasant economy in agriculture, and on a living interplay of ideas, programs, and political movements. At the very least, Russia would not have been imprisoned in totalitarian chains, and Stalinism would not have poisoned the world revolutionary movement, paving the way for fascism and the Second World War. The development of the Bolshevik Party, however, precluded this development, Lenin's or Trotsky's so-called good intentions notwithstanding. By destroying the power of the factory committees in industry, and by crushing Makhanovsky, the Petrograd workers, and the Kronstadt sailors, the Bolsheviks virtually guaranteed the triumph of the Russian bureaucracy over Russian society. The centralized party, a completely bourgeois institution, became the refuge of counter-revolution in its most sinister form. This was covert counter-revolution that draped itself in the red flag and the terminology of Marx. Ultimately, what the Bolsheviks suppressed in 1921 was not an ideology or a white guard conspiracy, but an elemental struggle of the Russian people to free themselves of their shackles and take control of their own destiny. For Russia, this meant the nightmare of Stalinist dictatorship. For the generation of the 1930s, it meant the horror of fascism and the treachery of the communist parties in Europe and the United States. The two traditions. It would be incredibly naive to suppose that Leninism was the product of a single man. The disease lies much deeper, not only in the limitations of Marxian theory, but in the limits of the social era that produced Marxism. If this is not clearly understood, we will remain as blind to the dialectic of events today as Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky were in their own day. For us, this blindness will be all the more reprehensible because behind us lies a wealth of experience that these men lacked in developing their theories. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels were centralists, not only politically, but socially and economically. They never denied this fact, and their writings are studied with glowing encomiums to political, organizational, and economic centralization. As early as March 1850, in the Address of the Central Council to the Communist League, they called upon the workers to strive not only for, quote, the single and indivisible German Republic, but also strive in it for the most decisive centralization of power in the hands of the state authority, unquote. Lest the demand be taken lightly, it was repeated continually in the same paragraph, which concludes, quote, as in France in 1793, so today in Germany of the carrying through of the strictest centralization is the task of the really revolutionary party, unquote. The same theme reappeared continually in later years. With the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War, for example, Marx wrote to Engels, quote, The French need a thrashing. If the Prussians win, the centralization of state power will be useful for the centralization of the German working class." Unquote. Marx and Engels, however, were not centralists because they believed in the virtues of centralism per se. Quite the contrary. Marxism and anarchism have always agreed that a liberated communist society would entail sweeping decentralization, the dissolution of bureaucracy, the abolition of the state, and the breakup of the large cities. Quote, "Abolition of the antithesis between town and country is not merely possible," noted Engels in Anti-Düring. Quote, "It has become a direct necessity. The present poisoning of the air, water, and land can be put to an end only by the fusion of town and country." Unquote. To Engels, this would involve a, quote, "uniform distribution of the population over a whole country." Unquote. In short, the physical decentralization of the cities. The origins of Marxian centralism are in problems arising from the formation of the national state. Until well into the latter half of the 19th century, Germany and Italy were divided into a multitude of independent duchies, principalities, and kingdoms. The consolidation of these geographical units into unified nations, Marx and Engels believed, was a sine qua non for the development of modern industry and capitalism. Their praise of centralism was engendered not by any centralistic mystique, but by the events of the period in which they lived. The development of technology, trade, a unified working class, and a national state. Their concern on this score, in short, is with the emergence of capitalism, with the tasks of the bourgeois revolution in an era of unavoidable material scarcity. Marx's approach to a proletarian revolution, on the other hand, is markedly different. He enthusiastically praised the Paris Commune as a, quote, "model to all the industrial centers of France." Unquote. "This regime," he wrote, quote, "once established in Paris and the secondary centers, the old centralized government would in the provinces too have to give way to the self-government of the producers." Unquote. The unity of the nation, to be sure, would not disappear, and the central government would exist during the transition to communism, but its functions would be limited. Our object is not to bandy about quotations from Marx and Engels, but to emphasize how key tenets of Marxism, which are accepted so uncritically today, were in fact the product of an era that has long been transcended by the development of capitalism in the United States and Western Europe. In his day, Marx was occupied not only with the problems of the proletarian revolution, but also with the problems of the bourgeois revolution, particularly in Germany, Spain, Italy, and Eastern Europe. He was dealing with problems of transition from capitalism to socialism in capitalist countries that had not advanced much beyond the coal-steel technology of the Industrial Revolution, and with the problems of transition from feudalism to capitalism in countries that had scarcely advanced much beyond handicrafts and the guild system. To state these concerns broadly, Marx was occupied above all with the preconditions of freedom, technological development, national unification, material abundance, rather than with the conditions of freedom, decentralization, the formation of communities, the human-scale direct democracy. His theories were still anchored in the realm of survival, not in the realm of life. Once this is grasped, it is possible to place Marx's theoretical legacy in meaningful perspective, to separate its rich contributions from its historically limited, indeed paralyzing shackles on our own time. The Marxian dialectic, the many seminal insights provided by historical materialism, the superb critique of the commodity relationship, many elements of the economic theories, the theory of alienation, and above all, the notion that freedom has material preconditions. These are lasting contributions to revolutionary thought. By the same token, Marx's emphasis on the industrial proletariat as the so-called agent of revolutionary change, his class analysis in explaining the transition from a class to a classless society, his concept of the proletarian dictatorship, his emphasis on centralism, his theory of capitalist development, which tends to jumble state capitalism with socialism, his advocacy of political action through electoral parties. These and many related concepts are false in the context of our time and were misleading even in his own day. They emerged from the limitations of his vision, more properly from the limitations of his time. They make sense only if one remembers that Marx regarded capitalism as historically progressive, as an indispensable stage in the development of socialism, and they have practical applicability only to a time when Germany in particular was confronted by bourgeois democratic tasks and national unification. We are not trying to say that Marx was correct in holding this approach, merely that the approach makes sense when viewed in its time and place. Chapter 7. Anarchism. Introduction. In the epilogue to his 1962 History of Anarchism, George Woodcock concluded that anarchism as a movement was all but dead. During the past 40 years, he wrote, quote, "The influence the movement once established has dwindled, by defeat after defeat and by the slow draining of hope, almost to nothing. Nor is there any reasonable likelihood of a renaissance of anarchism as we have known it. History suggests that movements which fail to take the chances it offers them are never born again." Unquote. Within only a few years of Woodcock's interment of anarchism in the cemetery of defunct social theories, Bookchin was breathing life back into it. With the emergence of the ecological issue and the new potentiality for post-scarcity in the post-war period, anarchism ceased to be merely a utopian fantasy and seemed, on the contrary, to be a logical consequence of developments in European and American history. Releasing anarchism from the grip of traditional but historically superseded notions, Bookchin brought to the surface tendencies in anarchism that had lain dormant or received insufficient attention in previous generations, especially its relevance to ecology and its emphasis on communalism and confederation. Recasting it in terms of an opposition to hierarchy and domination, and melding it with the call for an ecological society, Bookchin advanced his new anarchism within the 1960s counterculture as the only credible alternative to the destruction of the planet. In reaction to Marxist authoritarianism, Bookchin was looking for revolutionary institutions that would be genuinely emancipatory, for forms of freedom that would be popular, direct, democratic, and decentralized, in contrast to the domineering centralism he despised. The legacy of freedom that he traced through Western history was in large part a search for these institutions, the millenarian Christian sects and democratic communes of medieval Europe, the town meetings of colonial New England, the sectional assemblies of revolutionary Paris. Anarchism's appeal to Bookchin lay not only in its libertarian principles, but in the attention it had given to such institutions, particularly the anarcho-syndicalist collectives of revolutionary Spain. Consistently, the anarchism to which he adhered was a communalistic social anarchism, an anarcho-communism that sought a condition of positive freedom for society as a whole, and not the individualistic anarchism represented by the tendency of Max Stirner that sought negative liberty for the isolated ego. Thus, Bookchin did not embrace anarchism in toto, any more than he had rejected Marxism in toto. He had no patience for its sometime glorifications of individual autonomy at the expense of the community, or for its erstwhile distrust of organizations and institutions as such, or for its tendencies to antinomianism, rejecting all socially established morality, or for its propensities toward anti-intellectualism. On the contrary, he argued that it is precisely through community and institutions, democratic and self-managed, that individual freedom is possible, that a generally accepted, even objectively grounded ethics is a necessary component of that community, and that anarchism must become a theoretically coherent body of ideas, rather than content itself with anti-intellectual adventurism. Utopian anarchism appealed widely to alienated youth of the 1960s, leading to the very renaissance that Woodcock had thought unlikely, a renaissance that continues, however diminished in momentum to this day. As historian Peter Marshall affirms, quote, "The thinker who has most renewed anarchist thought and action since World War II is undoubtedly Murray Bookchin." Unquote. The two traditions. Anarchism. Just as the Russian Revolution included a subterranean movement of the masses that conflicted with Bolshevism, so there is a subterranean movement in history that conflicts with all systems of authority. This movement has entered into our time under the name of anarchism, although it has never been encompassed by a single ideology or body of sacred texts. Anarchism is a libidinal movement of humanity against coercion in any form, reaching back in time to the very emergence of propertied society, class rule, and the state. From this period onward, the oppressed have resisted all forms that sought to imprison the spontaneous development of social order. Anarchism has surged to the foreground of the social arena in periods of major transition from one historical era to another. The declining ancient and feudal worlds witnessed the upsurge of mass movements, in some cases wildly Dionysian in character, that demanded an end to all systems of authority, privilege, and coercion. The anarchic movement of the past failed largely because material scarcity, a function of the low level of technology, vitiated an organic harmonization of human interests. Any society that could promise little more materially than equality of poverty invariably engendered deep-seated tendencies to restore a new system of privilege. In the absence of a technology that could appreciably reduce the working day, the need to work vitiated social institutions based on self-management. The Girondins of the French Revolution shrewdly recognized that they could use the working day against revolutionary Paris. To exclude radical elements from the sections, they tried to enact legislation that would end all assembly meetings before 10 p.m., the hour when Parisian workers returned from their jobs. Indeed, it was not only the manipulative techniques and the treachery of the vanguard organizations that brought the anarchic phases of past revolutions to an end. It was also the material limits of past eras. The masses were always compelled to return to a lifetime of toil and were rarely free to establish organs of self-management that could last beyond the revolution. Anarchists such as Bakunin and Kropotkin, however, were by no means wrong in criticizing Marx for his emphasis on centralism and his elitist notions of organization. Was centralism absolutely necessary for technological advances in the past? Was the nation-state indispensable to the expansion of commerce? Did the workers' movement benefit from the emergence of highly centralized economic enterprises and the indivisible state? We tend to accept these tenets of Marxism too uncritically, largely because capitalism developed within a centralized political arena. The anarchists of the last century warned that Marx's centralistic approach, insofar as it affected the events of the time, would so strengthen the bourgeoisie and the state apparatus that the overthrow of capitalism would be extremely difficult. The Revolutionary Party, by duplicating these centralistic, hierarchical features, would reproduce hierarchy and centralism in the post-revolutionary society. Bakunin, Kropotkin, and Malatesta were not so naive as to believe that anarchism could be established overnight. In imputing this notion to Bakunin, Marx and Engels willfully distorted the Russian anarchists' views. Nor did the anarchists of the last century believe that the abolition of the state involved, quote, laying down arms, immediately after the revolution, to use Marx's obscurantist words, thoughtlessly repeated by Lenin in State and Revolution. Indeed, much that passes for Marxism in State and Revolution is pure anarchism. For example, the substitution of revolutionary militias for professional armed bodies, and the substitution of organs of self-management for parliamentary bodies. What is authentically Marxist in Lenin's pamphlet is the demand for strict centralism, the acceptance of a new bureaucracy, and the identification of Soviets with a state. The anarchists of the last century were deeply preoccupied with the question of achieving industrialization without crushing the revolutionary spirit of the masses and rearing new obstacles to emancipation. They feared that centralization would reinforce the ability of the bourgeoisie to resist the revolution and instill in the workers a sense of obedience. They tried to rescue all those pre-capitalist communal forms, such as the Russian mir and the Spanish pueblo, that might provide a springboard to a free society, in not only a structural sense, but also a spiritual one. Hence, they emphasized the need for decentralization, even under capitalism. In contrast to the Marxian parties, their organizations gave considerable attention to what they called integral education, the development of the whole man, to counteract the debasing and banalizing influence of bourgeois society. The anarchists tried to live by the values of the future to the extent that this was possible under capitalism. They believed in direct action to foster the initiative of the masses, to preserve the spirit of revolt, to encourage spontaneity. They tried to develop organizations based on mutual aid and brotherhood, in which control would be exercised from below upward, not downward from above. We must pause here to examine the nature of anarchist organizational forms in some detail, if only because the subject has been obscured by an appalling amount of rubbish. Anarchists, or at least anarcho-communists, accept the need for organization. It should be as absurd to have to repeat this point as to argue over whether Marx accepted the need for social revolution. The real question is not organization versus non-organization, but rather what kind of organization the anarcho-communists tried to establish. What the different kinds of anarcho-communist organizations have in common is organic developments from below, not bodies engineered into existence from above. They are social movements combining a creative revolutionary lifestyle with a creative revolutionary theory. Not political parties whose mode of life is indistinguishable from the surrounding bourgeois environment and whose ideology is reduced to rigid, tried and tested programs. As much as is humanly possible, they try to reflect the liberated society they seek to achieve, not slavishly duplicating the prevailing system of hierarchy, class and authority. They are built around intimate groups of brothers and sisters, affinity groups, whose ability to act in common is based on initiative, on convictions freely arrived at, and on a deep personal involvement, not on a bureaucratic apparatus fleshed out by a docile membership and manipulated from above by a handful of all-knowing leaders. The anarcho-communists do not deny the need for coordination between groups, for discipline, for meticulous planning, and for unity in action. But they believe that coordination, discipline, planning, and unity in action must be achieved voluntarily, by means of a self-discipline nourished by conviction and understanding, not by coercion and a mindless, unquestioning obedience to orders from above. They seek to achieve the effectiveness imputed to centralism, by means of voluntarism and insight, not by establishing a hierarchical, decentralized structure. Depending upon needs or circumstances, affinity groups can achieve this effectiveness through assemblies, action committees, and local, regional, or national conferences, but they vigorously oppose the establishment of an organizational structure that becomes an end in itself, or committees that linger on after their practical tasks have been completed, of a leadership that reduces the revolutionary to a mindless robot. These conclusions are not the result of flighty individualist impulses. Quite to the contrary, they emerge from an exacting study of past revolutions, of the impact centralized parties have had on the revolutionary process, and the nature of social change in an era of potential material abundance. Anarcho-communists seek to preserve and extend the anarchic phase that opens all the great social revolutions. Even more than Marxists, they recognize that revolutions are produced by deep historical processes. No central committee makes a social revolution. At best, it can stage a coup d'etat, replacing one hierarchy with another, or worse, arrest a revolutionary process if it exercises any widespread influence. A central committee is an organ for acquiring power, for recreating power, for gathering to itself what the masses have achieved by their own revolutionary efforts. One must be blind to all that has happened over the past 2 centuries not to recognize these essential facts. In the past, Marxists could make an intelligible, although invalid, claim for the need for a centralized party, because the anarchic phase of the revolution was nullified by material scarcity. Economically, the masses were always compelled to return to a daily life of toil. The revolution closed at 10 o'clock, quite aside from the reactionary intentions of the Girondins of 1793. It was arrested by the low level of technology. Today, even this excuse has been removed by the development of post-scarcity technology. notably in the United States and Western Europe. A point has now been reached where the masses can begin, almost overnight, to expand drastically the realm of freedom in the Marxian sense, to acquire the leisure time needed to achieve the highest degree of self-management. What the May to June 1968 events in France demonstrated was the need not for a Bolshevik-type party, but for greater consciousness among the masses. Paris demonstrated that an organization is needed to propagate ideas systematically, and not ideas alone, but ideas that promote the concept of self-management. What the French masses lacked was not a central committee or a Lenin to organize or command them, but the conviction that they could have operated the factories instead of merely occupying them. It is noteworthy that not a single Bolshevik-type party in France raised the demand for self-management. That demand was raised only by the anarchists and situationists. There is a need for revolutionary organization, but its function must always be kept clearly in mind. Its first task is propaganda to patiently explain, as Lenin put it. In the revolutionary situation, the revolutionary organization presents the most advanced demands. It is prepared at every turn of events to formulate, in the most concrete fashion, the immediate task that should be performed to advance the revolutionary process. It provides the boldest elements in action and in the decision-making organs of the revolution. In what way, then, do anarcho-communist groups differ from the Bolshevik type of party? Certainly not on issues as the need for organization, planning, coordination of propaganda in all its forms, or on the need for a social program. Fundamentally, they differ from the Bolshevik type of party in their belief that genuine revolutionaries must function within the framework of the forms created by the revolution, not within the forms created by the party. What this means is that their commitment is to revolutionary organs of self-management, not to the revolutionary organization, to the social forms, not to the political forms. Anarcho-communists seek to persuade the factory committees, assemblies, or Soviets to make themselves into genuine organs of popular self-management, not to dominate them, manipulate them, or hitch them to an all-knowing political party. Anarcho-communists seek not to rear a state structure over these popular revolutionary organs, but on the contrary, to dissolve all the organizational forms developed in the pre-revolutionary period, including their own, into these genuine revolutionary organs. These differences are decisive. Despite their rhetoric and slogans, the Russian Bolsheviks never believed in the Soviets. They regarded them as instruments of the Bolshevik party. By 1921, the Soviets were virtually dead, and all decisions were made by the Bolshevik Central Committee and Political Bureau. Not only do anarcho-communists seek to prevent Marxist parties from repeating this, they also wish to prevent their own organizations from playing a similar role. Accordingly, they try to prevent bureaucracy, hierarchy, and elites from emerging in their midst. No less important, they attempt to remake themselves, to root out from their own personalities those authoritarian traits and elitist propensities that are assimilated in hierarchical society almost from birth. The concern of the anarchist movement with lifestyle is a preoccupation not merely with its own integrity, but with that of the revolution itself. In the midst of all the confusing ideological cross-currents of our time, one question must always remain in the foreground. What the hell are we trying to make a revolution for? To recreate hierarchy, dangling a shadowy dream of future freedom before the eyes of humanity? To promote further technological advance, to create an even greater abundance of goods than exists today? To get even with the bourgeoisie? To bring the Communist Party to power? Or the Socialist Workers' Party? To emancipate such abstractions as the proletariat, the people, history, society? Or is it finally to dissolve hierarchy, class rule, and coercion to make it possible for each individual to gain control of his everyday life? Is it to make each moment as marvelous as it could be, and the lifespan of each individual to utterly fulfilling experience? We need hardly argue the inane question of whether individual development can be severed from social and communal development. Obviously, the two go together. The basis for a free human being is a free society. These issues aside, we are still faced with the question that Marx raised in 1850. When will we begin to take our poetry from the future instead of the past? The dead must be permitted to bury the dead. Marxism is dead because it was rooted in the era of material scarcity, limited in its possibilities by material want. The most important social message of Marxism is that freedom has material preconditions. We must survive in order to live. With the development of a technology that could not have been conceived by the wildest science fiction of Marx's day, the possibility of a post-scarcity society now lies before us. All the institutions of propertied society, class rule, hierarchy, the patriarchal family, bureaucracy, the city, the state, have been exhausted. Today, decentralization is not only desirable as a means of restoring the human scale, it is necessary to recreate a viable ecology to preserve life on this planet from destructive pollutants and soil erosion, to preserve a breathable atmosphere and the balance of nature. Anarchy and libertarian utopias. The radical theorists and utopists following upon the French Revolution exhibited more expansive ideals of freedom than their predecessors in the Enlightenment, and they were to sum up with a sweeping body of alternatives to the course followed by history, alternatives that were naively ignored by their socialist successors. Both of these legacies are of immense importance for modern radicalism, the expansiveness of their ideals and the alternatives that confronted humanity. The anarchist thinkers and libertarian utopists were deeply sensitive to choices that could have been made in redirecting human society along rational and liberatory lines. They raised the far-reaching questions of whether community and individuality could be brought into harmony with each other, whether the nation was the necessary, indeed the ethical successor to the community or commune, whether the state was the unavoidable successor to city and regional confederations, whether the communal use of resources had to be supplanted by private ownership, whether the artisanal production of goods and small, humanly scaled agricultural operations were destined by historical necessity to be abandoned for giant assembly lines and mechanized systems of agribusiness. Finally, they raised the question of whether ethics had to give way to statecraft, and what would be the destiny of politics if it tried to adapt itself to centralized states. They saw no contradictions between material well-being and a well-ordered society, between substantive equality and freedom, or between sensuousness, play, and work. They envisioned a society where abundance would be possible, and a gender-blind political culture would emerge as the work week, superfluous production, and excessive consumption diminished. These questions, anticipated nearly 2 centuries ago, and infused with the moral fervour of more than 2,000 years of heretical movements like the Joachimites, have surfaced in the late 20th century with a vengeance. Words like precursors have become simply meaningless from the standpoint of our crisis-ridden society, which must re-evaluate the entire history of ideas and the alternatives opened by social history. What is immediately striking about their work is their acute sense of the alternatives to abuses. We cannot ignore the differences that distinguish the anarchist theorists and the libertarian utopists of the last century from those of a more distant past. Anarchic tendencies such as the primitive Christians, the radical Gnostics, the medieval Brotherhood of the Free Spirit, the Joachimites, and the Anabaptists viewed freedom more as a result of a supernaturalistic visitation than as the product of human activity. This basically passive receptive mentality, based on mystical underpinnings, is crucial. That certain pre-modern tendencies in the anarchic tradition did act to change the world does not alter the fact that even their very actions were seen as the expression of a theistic preordination. In their eyes, action stemmed from the transmutation of the deity's will into human will. It was the product of a social alchemy that was possible because of a supernatural decision, not because of human autonomy. The philosopher's stone of change in the early approach reposed in heaven, not on earth. Freedom had to come, as it were, from agents that were suprahuman, be they Christ in the second coming or a new Messiah. Generally, in accord with Gnostic thinking, there were always elites like psychics who were free of evil or leaders blessed with moral perfection. History, in effect, was as much of a clock as it was a Joachimite chronicle, ticking away metaphysical time until the sins of the world became so intolerable that they activated the deity, who no longer forswore his creation as well as the suffering of the poor, deprived, and the oppressed. The Renaissance, the Enlightenment, and above all, the 19th century radically altered this naive social dispensation. The Age of Revolutions, as we may properly characterize the period from the late 1770s to the mid-20th century, banished supernatural visitations and a passive receptive stance by the oppressed from its historical agenda. The oppressed had to act if they wished to free themselves. They had to make their own history willfully, an incisive concept that Jean-Jacques Rousseau, for all his failings, added to the history of radical ideas, and for which he deserves immortality. The oppressed had to reason. There was no appeal to powers other than their own minds. The combination of reason and will, of thought and action, of reflection and intervention, changed the whole landscape of radicalism, divesting it of its mystical, religious, and intuitive qualities, which regrettably are beginning to return today in a disempowered and psychotherapized world. The radicalism of the Age of Revolutions, however, went further. The Joachimite treatment of history moves, not unlike the Marxist, to the drumbeat of an inexorable final days, an end, even a Hegelian absolute, where all that was had to be, in some sense, all that unfolded and followed the guidance of a hidden hand, be it of God, spirit, and the cunning of reason, to use Hegel's language, or of economic interest, however concealed that interest may have been from those who were influenced by it. There were no real alternatives to what was, is, or even would be, as absurd debates about the inevitability of socialism revealed a generation or two ago. The emphasis of anarchist and libertarian utopists on choice in history created a radical new point of departure from the increasingly teleological visions of religious and later scientific socialisms. In great part, this emphasis explains the attention the 19th century anarchists and libertarian utopists placed on individual autonomy, the individual's capacity to make choices based on rational and ethical judgments. This view is markedly different from the liberal tradition with which anarchist views of individuality have been associated by their opponents, particularly by Marxists. Liberalism offered the individual a modicum of freedom, to be sure, but one that was constructed by the so-called invisible hand of the competitive marketplace, not by the capacity of free individuals to act according to ethical considerations. The so-called free entrepreneur, on whom liberalism modelled its image of individual autonomy, was in fact completely trapped in a market collectivity, however so-called emancipated he seemed from the overtly medieval world of guilds and religious obligations. He was the plaything of a so-called higher law of market interactions based on competing egos, each of whom cancelled out his egoistic interests in the formation of a general social interest. Anarchism and the libertarian utopists never cast the free individual in this light. The individual had to be free to function as an ethical being, according to anarchist theorists, not as a narrow egoist in making rational, hopefully disinterested choices between rational and irrational alternatives in history. The Marxist canard that anarchism is a product of liberal or bourgeois individualism has its roots in ideologies that are bourgeois to their very core, such as those based on the myths of an invisible hand, liberalism, spirit, Hegelianism, and economic determinism, Marxism. The anarchist and libertarian utopist emphasis on individual freedom meant the emancipation of history itself from an ahistorical preordination, and stressed the importance of ethics in influencing choice. The individual is, indeed, truly free and attains true individuality when he or she is guided by a rational, humane, and high-minded notion of the social and communal good. Finally, anarchist visions of a new world, particularly libertarian utopias, imply that society can always be remade. Indeed, utopia is, by definition, the world as it should be according to the canons of reason, in contrast to the world as it is, according to the blind, unthinking interaction of uncomprehending forces. The 19th century anarchist tradition, less graphic and pictorial than the utopists, who painted canvases of new and detailed images, reasoned out its theories in accordance with human history, not theological, mystical, or metaphysical history. The world had always made itself through the agency of real, flesh and blood human beings, facing real choices at turning points of history, and it could remake itself along proven, alternative lines that confronted people in the past. Indeed, much of the anarchist tradition is not a primitivistic yearning for the past, as Marxist historians like Hobsbawm would have us believe, but a recognition of past possibilities that remain unfulfilled, such as the far-reaching importance of community, confederation, self-management of the economy, and a new balance between humanity and nature. Marx's famous injunction that the dead should bury the dead is meaningless, however well-intended it may be, when the present tries to parody the past. Only the living can bury the dead, and only if they understand what is dead and what is still living, indeed, what is intensely vital in the body-strewn battlefields of history. Herein lies the power of William Godwin's concern for individual autonomy, for the ethical person whose mind is unfettered but the social burdens of superhuman forces and all forms of domination, including deities as well as statesmen, the authority of custom as well as the authority of the state. Herein, too, lies the power of Proudhon's concern for municipalism and confederalism as principles of association, indeed, as ways of life whose freedom is unfettered by the nation-state as well as the pernicious role of property. Herein lies Bakunin's hypostasization of popular spontaneity and the transformative role of the revolutionary act, of the deed as an expression of will that is unfettered by constraints of compromise and parliamentary cretinism. Herein finally lies the power of Kropotkin's ecological visions and his practical concern with human scale, decentralization, and the harmonization of humanity with nature as distinguished from the explosive growth of urbanization and centralization. Let me pause to examine the issue of emancipation of another kind, the emancipation of the body in the form of a new sensuousness and of the human spirit in the form of an ecological sensibility. These issues rarely figure in discussions of social renovation, although they have a prominent place in utopian thinking. A sense of sheer joie de vivre is closely wedded to the anarchic tradition, despite the arid patches of asceticism that surface in its midst. Emma Goldman's admonition, "If I can't dance in your revolution, I don't want it," is typically anarchic in its disposition. A colourful tradition exists that dates back centuries to artisan and even certain peasant anarchists who demanded as much for the emancipation of the senses as they did for their communities. The Ophites in the backwash of antiquity reread the biblical scriptures to make knowledge the key to salvation, the snake and Eve the agents of freedom, the ecstatic release of the flesh the medium for the full expression of the soul. The brethren of the free spirit, an abiding movement over many different names in medieval Europe, rejected the ecclesiastical reverence for self-denial and celebrated their version of Christianity as a message of sheer libertinism as well as social liberation. In Rabelais' Abbey of Thalem's narrative, the maxim, "Do as thou wilt," removed all restraint from the members of its playful order, who were free to rise, dine, love, and cultivate all the pleasures of the flesh and the mind as they chose. The technical limits of past eras, the fact that pleasure could rarely be separated from parasitism in a demanding world of toil, made all of those movements and utopias elitist. What the brethren of the free spirit stole from the rich in turn took from the poor. What the members of the Abbey of Thalem enjoyed as a matter of right was expropriated from the labour of builders, food cultivators, cooks, and the grooms who served them. Nature was not bountiful, it was assumed, except in the few usually favoured areas of the world. Emancipation of the senses was often assumed by the poor and their revolutionary prophets to be a ruling class privilege, although it was more widespread in villages and towns than we have been led to believe. And even the oppressed had their dreams of utopistic pleasures, of visions where nature was indeed bountiful and rivers flowed with milk and honey. But always this marvellous dispensation was the product of a being other than themselves, who bestowed the gift of plenty upon them in the form of a promised land, be it a deity or an irascible demon, rather than technology and new, more equitable arrangements of work and distribution. Between the closing years of the French Revolution and the mid-19th century, the ideals of freedom had acquired a solidly naturalistic, technologically viable, and solidly material base. Here was a remarkable turning point in history when humanity, by whatever action, might well have swerved from a path of market-oriented and profit-oriented expansion to one of community-oriented and ecology-oriented harmony. A harmony between human and human that could have been projected by virtue of a new sensibility into a harmony of humanity and nature. If the latter half of the century engulfed society in a degree of industrial development that would remake the natural world into a synthetic one, the first half was filled with the promise of a new integration between society and nature and a cooperative commonwealth that would have satisfied the most generous impulses toward freedom. That this did not occur was due in no small measure to the bourgeois spirit that enfolded Euro-American society, and no less significantly to the revolutionary project of remaking society that had found such expression in the utopians, visionary socialists, and anarchists who followed in the wake of the French Revolution. The revolutionary project had acquired a richly ethical heritage, a commitment to reconciling the dualities of mind, body, and society that pitted reason against sensuality, work against play, town against country, and humanity against nature. Utopian and anarchist thought, at their best, saw these contradictions clearly and tried to overcome them with an ideal of freedom based on complementarity, the irreducible minimum, and the equality of unequals. The contradictions were seen as evidence of a society mired in evil, indeed, as a civilization, to use Fourier's word, that was turned against humanity and culture by the irrational direction it had followed up to that time. Reason, in its power to be employed speculatively, beyond the existing state of affairs, was becoming a crude rationalism based on the efficient exploitation of labour and natural resources. Science, in its searching probe of reality and its underlying order, was turning into a cult of scientism, little more than the instrumental engineering of control over people and nature. Technology, with its promise of ameliorating labour, was turning into a technocratic ensemble of means for exploiting the human and non-human world. The anarchist theorists and the libertarian utopists, despite their understandable belief that reason, science, and techniques could be creative forces for remaking society, voiced a collective protest against the reduction of these forces to purely instrumental ends. They were acutely aware, as we can now see retrospectively from the vantage point of our own historical malaise, of the rapid transitions through which the century was going. Their fiery demands for immediate change along liberatory lines was permeated by a sense of anxiety that society as a whole was faced with embourgeoisement, to use Bookchin's word expressing the remarkable anticipatory fears and the fatalism that gripped him in the last years of his life. Contrary to the Philistine judgments of Gerald Brennan and Eric Hobsbawm, anarchist emphases on propaganda of the deed were not primitive acts of violence or mere catharsis in the face of public passivity to the horrors of industrial capitalism. They were, in great part, the product of a desperate insight into the fact that a historical moment in social development was being lost, a loss that would produce immense obstacles in the future to the realization of the revolutionary project. Imbued with ethical and visionary concepts, they rightly saw their time as one that demanded immediate human emancipation, not as one stage in the long history of humanity's evolution toward freedom, with its endless preconditions and technological substructures. What the anarchist theorists and libertarian utopists did not see is that ideals of freedom were themselves faced with embourgeoisement. No one, Perhaps not even Marx himself, who played so important a role in this infection, could have anticipated that the attempt to make the emancipatory project into a science, under the rubric of so-called scientific socialism, would make it even more of a dismal science than economics. Indeed, it would divest it of its ethical heart, its visionary spirit, and its ecological substance. No less compelling, Marx's so-called scientific socialism developed in tandem with the bourgeoisie's sinister undoing of the objective as well as the ideological premises of the revolutionary project, by justifying the absorption of decentralized units into the centralized state, confederalist visions into chauvinistic nations, and humanly scaled technologies into all-devouring systems of mass production. Cultures of revolt. Growing industry, commerce, and commodification did not seep completely into the neighborhood of life of the new cities, nor did it totally destroy the conditions for the regeneration of domestic life. The buffeting that towns and cities of the 19th century took from industrialization, however disastrous its initial effects on traditional lifeways, did not destroy the inherently village-like subcultures of workers and middle-class people who were only a generation or two removed from a more rural culture. Like the ethnic groups that entered the New World through New York City throughout much of the 19th and early 20th centuries, displacement was followed by resettlement and recommunalization, even in the most desperately poor slums of the overpopulated cities of Europe and America. The pub in the industrial cities of England, the cafe in France, and the beer hall in Germany, no less than the various community centers around which ethnic ghettos formed in New York and other American cities, provided foci for a distinctly working-class culture, largely artisan in its outlook, class-oriented in its politics, and knit together by mutual self-help groups. This recolonization of community life was greatly abetted by the organized labor movement in all its different forms. Socialist clubs, trade union centers, local cooperatives, mutual aid societies, and educational groups created a public space that included classes in reading, writing, literature, and history. The socialist clubs and union centers provided libraries, periodicals, lectures, and discussion groups to elevate worker consciousness as well as mobilize them for political and economic ends. Picnics, athletic activities, and outdoor forays into the countryside served to add a very intimate dimension to purely educational projects. The Casas del Pueblo, established by Spanish socialists, and the Centros Obreros, established by the Spanish anarchists, which existed up to the late 1930s, are reminders of the vigorous development of community life even in the most depressed areas of Europe. Indeed, of an underground culture that always paralleled the received culture of the elite orders and classes. There was always a plebeian cultural domain at the base of society, even in the most dismal and squalid parts of ancient, medieval, and modern cities, that was beyond the reach of the conventional culture and the state apparatus. No economy or state had the technical means, until very recently, to freely infiltrate this domain and dissolve it for a lasting period of time. Left to itself, the underground world of the oppressed remained a breeding ground for rebels and conspirators against the prevailing authority. No less urban in character than agrarian, it also remained a school for a grassroots politics that, by definition, involved groups of ordinary people, even in sizable communities, in the plebeian political sphere, and often brought them into outright rebellion. This underground school created new political forms and new citizens to deal with changing social conditions. Even after the great boulevards of Baron Haussmann ripped into the plebeian quartier of Paris, opening the city to artillery fire and cavalry charges against barricades, the sizable neighbourhood pockets left behind retained an imperturbably rebellious vitality that finally culminated in the Paris Commune. Few of Europe's major cities were spared crowd actions and uprisings in the 19th century, indeed well into the first half of the 20th. As industrial capitalism spread out from England into Western Europe and America, the initial destabilization it produced as a result of urbanization and mechanization was followed by a regeneration of popular culture along new patterns that also included the integration of old ones. Just as the French village was reproduced as quartiers in French cities, and the Spanish pueblo as barrios in Spanish cities, so the Jewish shtetl, the Little Italies and the Little Irelands, were reproduced in altered form, but with much of their cultural flavour, personal intimacies and traditional values in world cities such as New York. Even the industrial cities replicated on a local basis the specific cultural origins of their variegated populations and regions. Every class culture was always a community culture, indeed a civic culture, a fact that links the period of the Industrial Revolution and its urban forms with pre-capitalist cultures of the past. This continuity has been largely overlooked by contemporary socialists and sociologists. While the factory and mill formed the first line of the class struggle in the last century, a struggle that in no way should be confused with the class war that is supposed to yield working class insurrections, its lines of supply reached back into the neighbourhoods and towns where workers lived and often mingled with middle class people, farmers and intellectuals. Wage earners had human faces, not merely mystified proletarian faces, and functioned no less as human beings than as class beings. Accordingly, they were fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, citizens and neighbours, not only factory hands. Their concerns included issues such as war and peace, environmental dislocations, educational opportunities, the beauty of their surroundings, as well as its ugliness, and in times of international conflict, a heavy dose of jingoism and nationalism. Indeed, a vast host of problems and concerns that were broadly human, not only class-oriented and rooted in wages and working conditions. This communal dimension of the industrial era is of tremendous importance in understanding how class conflicts often spilled over beyond economic issues into broadly social, even utopian concerns. Indeed, as long as the market did not dissolve the communal dimension of industrialism, there was a richly fecund, highly diversified, cooperative, and innovative domain of social and political life to which the proletariat could retreat after working hours, a domain that retained a vital continuity with pre-capitalist lifeways and values. This partly municipal, partly domestic terrain formed a strong countervailing force to the impact of an industrial economy and a nation-state. Here, workers mingled with a great variety of individuals, particularly artisans, intellectuals, and farmers who brought their produce into the towns. In a purely human fashion that revealed all the facets of their personalities, they developed a sense of shared, active citizenship. This communal or municipal citizenship kept political life alive, even in highly centralized and bureaucratized nation-states. It would be difficult to understand not only the radical uprisings of the 19th century, but those of the 20th, particularly the series of urban and agrarian uprisings that culminated in the Spanish Civil War, without keeping this communal dimension of the class struggle clearly in mind. Every class movement from the late 18th to the early 20th centuries was also a civic movement, a product of neighbourhood, town and village consociation, not only of the factory, farm and office. It was not until a technology developed that could make deep, perhaps decisive inroads into this underground municipal domain that politics and citizenship were faced with the total commodification of society, the supremacy of statecraft, and the subversion of the city's ecological diversity and creativity. Spanish anarchism. The collectives. However much the fortunes of Spanish anarchism varied from region to region and from period to period, whatever revolutionary movement existed in Spain during this 60-year period, 1875 to 1935, was essentially anarchist. Even after the First World War, as anarchism began to ebb before Marxian social democratic and later Bolshevik organizations, Spanish anarchism retained its enormous influence and its revolutionary élan. Viewed from a radical standpoint, the history of the Spanish labor movement remained libertarian and often served to define the contours of the Marxist movements in Spain. Generally speaking, a small but well-organized group of anarchists in a socialist area drove the socialists to the left, observes Gerald Brennan. Quote, whereas in predominantly anarchist areas, socialists were outstandingly reformist. Unquote. It was not socialism, but anarchism that determined the metabolism of the Spanish labor movement. The great general strikes that swept repeatedly over Spain, the recurring insurrections in Barcelona and in the towns and villages of Andalusia, and the gun battles between labor militants and employer-hired thugs in the Mediterranean coastal cities. It is essential to emphasize that Spanish anarchism was not merely a program embedded in a dense theoretical matrix. It was a way of life, partly the life of the Spanish people as it was lived in the closely knit villages of the countryside, and the intense neighbourhood life of the working class barrios, partly too the theoretical articulation of that life as projected by Bookchin's concepts of decentralization, mutual aid, and popular organs of self-management. Inasmuch as Spain's long tradition of agrarian collectivism was distinctly pre-capitalist, Spanish Marxism regarded it as anachronistic, in fact as, quote, historically reactionary, unquote. Spanish socialism built its agrarian program around the Marxist tenet that the peasantry and its social forms could have no lasting revolutionary value until they were, quote, proletarianized and industrialized. Indeed, the sooner the village decayed, the better, and the more rapidly the peasantry became a hereditary proletariat, quote, disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself, unquote, a distinctly hierarchical and authoritarian mechanism, the more rapidly Spain would advance to the tasks of socialism. Spanish anarchism, by contrast, followed a decisively different approach. It sought out the pre-capitalist collectivist traditions of the village, nourished what was living and vital in them, evoked their revolutionary potentialities as liberatory modes of mutual aid and self-management, and deployed them to vitiate the obedience, hierarchical mentality, and authoritarian outlook fostered by the factory system. Ever mindful of the embourgeoisement of the proletariat, the Spanish anarchists tried to use the pre-capitalist traditions of the peasantry and working class against the assimilation of the workers' outlook to an authoritarian industrial rationality. In this respect, their efforts were favoured by the continuous fertilization of the Spanish proletariat by rural workers, who renewed these traditions daily as they migrated to the cities. The revolutionary elan of the Barcelona proletariat, like that of the Petrograd and Parisian proletariats, was due in no small measure to the fact that these workers never solidly sedimented into a hereditary working class, totally removed from pre-capitalist traditions, whether of the peasant or the craftsman. Along the Mediterranean coastal cities of Spain, many workers retained a living memory of a non-capitalist culture, one in which each moment of life was not strictly regulated by the punch clock, the factory whistle, the foreman, the machine, the highly regulated working day, or the atomizing world of the large city. Spanish anarchism flourished within a tension created by these antagonistic traditions and sensibilities. Indeed, where a Germanic proletariat, to use another of Bookchin's cutting phrases, emerged in Spain, it drifted either toward the UGT or toward the Catholic unions. Its political outlook, reformist when not overtly conservative, often clashed with the more déclassé working class of Catalonia and the Mediterranean coast, leading to conflicting tendencies within the Spanish proletariat as a whole. Ultimately, in my view, the destiny of Spanish anarchism depended upon its ability to create libertarian organizational forms that could synthesize the pre-capitalist collectivist traditions of the village with an industrial economy and a highly urbanized society. I speak here of no mere programmatic alliance between the Spanish peasantry and proletariat, but more organically of new organizational forms and sensibilities that imparted a revolutionary libertarian character to two social classes that lived in conflicting cultures. That Spain required a well-organized libertarian movement was hardly a matter of doubt among the majority of Spanish anarchists. But would this movement reflect a village society or a factory society? Where a conflict existed, could the two be melded in the same movement without violating the libertarian tenets of decentralization, mutual aid, and self-administration? In the classical era of proletarian socialism between 1848 and 1939, an era that stressed the hegemony of the industrial proletariat in all social struggles, Spanish anarchism followed a historic trajectory that revealed at once the limitations of the era itself and the creative possibilities of anarchic forms of organization. By comparison with the cities, the Spanish villages that were committed to anarchism raised very few organizational problems. Brennan's emphasis on the braceros notwithstanding, the strength of agrarian anarchism in the south and in the Levant lay in the mountain villages, not among the rural proletariat that worked the great plantations of Andalusia. In these relatively isolated villages, a fierce sense of independence and personal dignity whetted the bitter social hatreds engendered by poverty, creating the rural patriarchs of anarchism whose entire families were devoted almost apostolically to the idea. For these sharply etched and rigorously ascetic individuals, defiance of the state, the church, and conventional authority in general was almost a way of life. Knit together by the local press, and at various times there were hundreds of anarchist periodicals in Spain, they formed the sinews of agrarian anarchism from the 1870s onward, and to a large extent the conscience of Spanish anarchism throughout its history. Their agrarian collectives reflected to a remarkable extent the organizational forms that the anarchists fostered among all the villages under their influence before the 1936 revolution. The revolution in rural communities essentially enlarged the old IWMA, International Working Men's Association, and later CNT, National Confederation of Labour, nuclei, membership groups, or quite simply clans of closely knit anarchist families into popular assemblies. These usually met weekly and formulated the policy decisions of the community as a whole. The assembly form comprised the organizational ideal of village anarchism from the days of the first truly Bookchinist Congress of the Spanish IWMA in Cordoba in 1972, stressing the libertarian traditions of Spanish village life. Where such popular assemblies were possible, their decisions were executed by a committee elected from the assembly. Apparently, the right to recall committee members was taken for granted, and they certainly enjoyed no privileges, emoluments, or institutional power. Their influence was a function of their obvious dedication and capabilities. It remained a cardinal principle of Spanish anarchists never to pay their delegates, even when the CNT numbered 1 million members. Normally, the responsibilities of elected delegates had to be discharged after working hours. Almost all of the evenings of anarchist militants were occupied with meetings of one sort or another. Whether at assemblies or committees, they argued, debated, voted, and discussed the idea, to which they dedicated not only their leisure hours, but their very lives. For the greater part of the day, they were working men and women, obrera consciente, who abjured smoking and drinking, avoided brothels and the bloody bullring, purged their talk of foul language, and by their probity, dignity, respect for knowledge, and militancy tried to set a moral example for their entire class. They never used the word God in daily conversation. Salud was preferred over adios, and avoided all official contact with clerical and state authorities. Indeed, to the point where they refused to legally validate their lifelong free unions with marital documents and never baptized or confirmed their children. One must know Catholic Spain to realize how far-reaching were these self-imposed mores, and how quixotically consistent some of them were with the puritanical traditions of the country. The prospect for libertarian organization in the cities and factories could not depend upon the long tradition of village collectivism, the strong sense of community, the realm of toil, hierarchy, industrial discipline, and brute material necessity. Community was more a function of the bourgeois division of labour, with its exploitative, even competitive connotations, than of humanistic cooperation, playfully creative work, and mutual aid. Working class solidarity depended less upon a shared meaningful life nourished by self-fulfilling work than on a common enemy, the boss, who exploded any illusion that under capitalism the worker was more than an industrial resource, an object to be coldly manipulated and ruthlessly exploited. If anarchism can be partly regarded as a revolt of the individual against the industrial system, the profound truth that lies at the heart of the revolt is that the factory routine not only blunts the sensibility of the worker to the rich feast of life, it degrades the worker's image on his or her human potentialities, of his or her capacities to take direct control of the means of administering social life. It is not surprising that the most communistic collectives in the Spanish Revolution appeared in the countryside rather than in the cities, among villagers who were still influenced by archaic collectivistic traditions and were less ensnared in the market economy than their urban cousins. The ascetic values that so greatly influenced these highly communistic collectives often reflected the extreme poverty of the areas in which they were rooted. Cooperation and mutual aid in such cases formed the preconditions for survival of the community. Elsewhere, in the more arid areas of Spain, the need for sharing water and maintaining irrigation works was an added inducement to collective farming. Here, collectivization was also a technological necessity, but one that even the Republic did not interfere with. What makes these rural collectives important is not only that many of them practiced communism, but that they functioned so effectively under a system of popular self-management. This belies the notion, held by so many authoritarian Marxists, that economic life must be scrupulously planned by a highly centralized social power, and the odious canard that popular collectivization, as distinguished from statist nationalization, necessarily pits collectivized enterprises against each other in competition for profits and resources. In the cities, however, collectivization of the factories, communication systems, and transport facilities took a very different form. Initially, at the beginning of the Spanish Revolution in July 1936, nearly the entire economy in areas controlled by the CNT-FAI, the Iberian Anarchist Federation, had been taken over by committees elected from among the workers and were loosely coordinated by higher union committees. As time went on, this system was increasingly tightened. The higher committee began to preempt the initiative from the lower, although their decisions still had to be ratified by the workers of the facilities involved. The effect of this process was to tend to centralize the economy of CNT-FAI areas in the hands of the union. The extent to which this process unfolded varied greatly from industry to industry and area to area, and with the limited knowledge we have at hand, generalizations are very difficult to formulate. With the entry of the CNT-FAI into the Catalan government in the late summer of 1936, the process of centralization continued, and the union-controlled facilities became wedded to the state. By early 1938, a political bureaucracy had largely supplanted the authority of the workers' committees in all Republican-held cities. Although workers' control existed in theory, it had virtually disappeared in fact. The wave of collectivizations that swept over Spain in the summer and autumn of 1936 has been described as the greatest experiment in workers' self-management Western Europe has ever seen. A revolution more far-reaching than any that occurred in Russia during 1917 to 21 and the years before and after it. In anarchist industrial areas like Catalonia, an estimated 3/4 of the economy was placed under workers' control, as it was in anarchist rural areas like Aragon. The figures tapers downward where the UGT shared power with the CNT or else predominated. 50% in anarchist and socialist Valencia and 30% in socialist and liberal Madrid. In the more thoroughly anarchist areas, particularly among the agrarian collectives, money was eliminated and the material means of life were allocated strictly according to need rather than work, following the traditional precepts of a libertarian communist society. As a recent BBC Granada television documentary puts it, quote, "The ancient dream of a collective society without profit or property was made reality in the villages of Aragon. All forms of production were owned by the community, run by their workers." Unquote. The administrative apparatus of Republican Spain belonged almost entirely to the unions and their political organizations. Police in many cities were replaced with armed workers' patrols, militia units were formed everywhere, in factories, on farms, and in socialist and anarchist community centres and union halls, initially including women as well as men. A vast network of local revolutionary committees coordinated the feeding of the cities, the operations of the economy, and the meting out of justice, indeed, almost every facet of Spanish life from production to culture, bringing the whole of Spanish society in the Republican zone into a well-organized and coherent whole. This historically unprecedented appropriation of society by its most oppressed sectors, including women who were liberated from all the constraints of a highly traditional Catholic country, be it the prohibition of abortion and divorce or a degraded status in the economy, was the work of the Spanish proletariat and peasantry. It was a movement from below that overwhelmed even the revolutionary organizations of the oppressed, including the CNT-FAI. Critique of lifestyle anarchism. Today's reactionary social context greatly explains the emergence of a phenomenon in Euro-American anarchism that cannot be ignored: the spread of individualist anarchism. In a time when even respectable forms of socialism are in pell-mell retreat from principles that might in any way be construed as radical issues of lifestyle, are once again supplanting social action and revolutionary politics in anarchism. In the traditionally individualist liberal United States and Britain, the 1990s are awash in self-styled anarchists who, their flamboyant radical rhetoric aside, are cultivating a latter-day anarcho-individualism that I will call lifestyle anarchism. Its preoccupations with the ego and its uniqueness, and its polymorphous concepts of resistance, are steadily eroding the socialistic character of the libertarian traditions. No less than Marxism and other socialisms, anarchism can be profoundly influenced by the bourgeois environment it professes to oppose, with the result that the growing inwardness and narcissism of the yuppie generation have left their mark upon many avowed radicals. Ad hoc adventurism, personal bravura, an aversion to theory oddly akin to the anti-rational biases of postmodernism, celebrations of theoretical incoherence, pluralism, a basically apolitical and anti-organizational commitment to imagination, desire and ecstasy, and an intensely self-oriented enchantment of everyday life, reflect the toll that social reaction has taken on Euro-American anarchism over the past 2 decades. What stands out most compellingly in today's lifestyle anarchism is its appetite for immediacy, rather than reflection, for a naive one-to-one relationship between mind and reality. Not only does this immediacy immunize libertarian thinking from demands for nuanced and mediated reflection, it precludes rational analysis, and for that matter, rationality itself. Consigning humanity to the non-temporal, non-spatial, and non-historical, a primal notion of temporality based on the eternal cycles of nature, it thereby divests mind of its creative uniqueness and its freedom to intervene in the natural world. In the end, the individual ego becomes the supreme temple of reality, excluding history and becoming, democracy and responsibility. Indeed, lived contact with society as such is rendered tenuous by a narcissism so all-embracing that it shrivels consociation to an infantilized ego that is little more than a bundle of shrieking demands and claims for its own satisfactions. civilization merely obstructs the ecstatic social realization of its ego's desires. Reified as the ultimate fulfillment of emancipation, as though ecstasy and desire were not products of cultivation and historical development, but merely innate impulses that appear ab novo in a desocialized world. Like the petty bourgeois Stirnerite ego, primitivist lifestyle anarchism allows no room for social institutions, political organizations, and radical programs, still less a public sphere, which they automatically identify with statecraft. The sporadic, the unsystematic, the incoherent, the discontinuous, and the intuitive supplant the consistent, purposive, organized, and rational. Indeed, any sustained and focused activity apart from publishing a zine or pamphlet or burning a garbage can. Imagination is counterposed to reason and desire to theoretical coherence, as though the two were in radical contradiction to each other. Goya's admonition that imagination without reason produces monsters is altered to leave the impression that imagination flourishes on an unmediated experience with an unnuanced oneness. Thus is social nature essentially dissolved into biological nature, innovative humanity into adaptive animality, temporality into pre-civilizatory eternality, history into an archaic cyclicity. A bourgeois reality whose economic harshness grows starker and crasser with every passing day is shrewdly mutated by lifestyle anarchism into the constellations of self-indulgence, incoherentness, indiscipline, and incoherence. In the 1960s, the situationists, in the name of a theory of the spectacle, in fact produced a reified spectacle of the theory, but they at least offered organizational correctives such as workers' councils and gave their aestheticism some ballast. Lifestyle anarchism, by assailing organization, programmatic commitment, and serious social analysis, apes the worst aspects of situationist aestheticism without adhering to the project of building a movement. As the detritus of the 1960s, it wanders aimlessly within the bounds of the ego, renamed by John Zerzan the bounds of nature, and makes a virtue of bohemian incoherence. What is most troubling is that the self-indulgent aesthetic vagaries of lifestyle anarchism significantly erode the socialist core of a left libertarian ideology that once could claim social relevance and weight precisely for its uncompromising commitment to emancipation, not outside of history in the realm of the subjective, but within history in the realm of the objective. The great cry of the First International, which anarcho-syndicalism and anarcho-communism retained after Marx and his supporters abandoned it, was the demand, quote, "No rights without duties, no duties without rights," unquote. For generations, this slogan adorned the mastheads of what we must now retrospectively call social anarchist periodicals. Today, it stands radically at odds with the basically egocentric demand for desire armed, and with Taoist contemplation and Buddhist nirvanas. Where social anarchism called upon people to rise in revolution and seek the reconstruction of society, the irate petty bourgeois who populate the subcultural world of lifestyle anarchism call for episodic rebellion and the satisfaction of their desiring machines, to use the phraseology of Deleuze and Guattari. the steady retreat from the historic commitment of classical anarchism to social struggle, without which the self-realization of the fulfillment of desire in all its dimensions, not merely the instinctive, cannot be achieved, is inevitably accompanied by a disastrous mystification of experience and reality. The ego, identified almost fetishistically as the locus of emancipation, turns out to be identical to the so-called sovereign individual of laissez-faire individualism. Detached from its social moorings, it achieves not autonomy, but the heteronymous selfhood of petty bourgeois enterprise. Indeed, far from being free, the ego in its sovereign selfhood is bound hand and foot to the seemingly anonymous laws of the marketplace, the laws of competition and exploitation, which render the myth of the individual freedom into another fetish concealing the implacable laws of capital accumulation. Lifestyle anarchism, in effect, turns out to be an additional mystifying bourgeois deception. Its acolytes are no more so-called autonomous than the movements of the stock market, than price fluctuations and the mundane facts of bourgeois commerce. All claims to autonomy notwithstanding, this middle-class so-called rebel, with or without a brick in hand, is entirely captive to the subterranean market forces that occupy all the allegedly free terrains of modern social life, from cooperatives to rural communes. Capitalism swells around us, not only materially but culturally. As Zerzan so memorably put it to a puzzled interviewer who asked about the television set in the home of this foe of technology, quote, "Like all other people, I have to be narcotized," unquote. That lifestyle anarchism itself is a narcotizing self-deception can be best seen in Max Stirner's The Ego and His Own, where the ego's claim to so-called uniqueness in the temple of the sacrosanct so-called self far outranks John Stuart Mill's liberal pieties. Indeed, with Stirner, egoism becomes a matter of epistemology. Cutting through the maze of contradictions and woefully incomplete statements that fill The Ego and His Own, one finds Stirner's so-called unique ego to be a myth, because its roots lie in its seeming other, society itself. Indeed, quote, "Truth cannot step forward as you do," Stirner addresses the egoist, "cannot move, change, develop. Truth awaits and recruits everything from you, and itself is only through you, for it exists only in your head." Unquote. The Stirnerite egoist, in effect, bids farewell to objective reality, to the facticity of the social, and thereby to fundamental social change and all ethical criteria and ideals beyond personal satisfaction amidst the hidden demons of the bourgeois marketplace. This absence of mediation subverts the very existence of the concrete, not to speak of the authority of the Stirnerite ego itself, a claim so all-encompassing as to exclude the social roots of the self and its formation in history. Nietzsche, quite independently of Stirner, carried this view of truth to its logical conclusion by erasing the facticity and reality of truth as such. What then is truth? He asked. Quote, "A mobile array of metaphors, metonyms, and anthropomorphisms, in short, a sum of human relations, which have been enhanced, transposed, and embellished poetically and rhetorically." Unquote. With more forthrightness than Stirner, Nietzsche contended that facts are simply interpretations. Indeed, he asked, quote, "Is it necessary to posit an interpreter behind the interpretations?" Unquote. Apparently not, for, quote, "Even this is invention, hypothesis." Unquote. Following Nietzsche's unrelenting logic, we are left with a self that not only essentially creates its own reality, but also must justify its own existence as more than a mere interpretation. Such egoism thus annihilates the ego itself, which vanishes into the mist of Stirner's own unstated premises. Similarly divested of history, society, and facticity beyond its own metaphors, lifestyle anarchism lives in an asocial domain in which the ego, with its cryptic desires, must evaporate into logical abstractions. But reducing the ego to intuitive immediacy, anchoring it in mere animality, in the so-called bounds of nature, or in so-called natural law, would amount to ignoring the fact that the ego is the product of an ever-formative history. Indeed, a history that, if it is to consist of more than mere episodes, must avail itself of reason as a guide to standards of progress and regress, necessity and freedom, good and evil, and, yes, civilization and barbarism. Indeed, an anarchism that seeks to avoid the shoals of sheer solipsism on the one hand, and the loss of the so-called self as a mere so-called interpretation on the other, must become explicitly socialist or collectivist. That is to say, that it must be a social anarchism that seeks freedom through structure and mutual responsibility, not through a vaporous, nomadic ego that eschews the preconditions for social life. Stated bluntly, between the socialist pedigree of anarcho-syndicalism and anarcho-communism, which have never denied the importance of self-realization and the fulfillment of desire, and the basically liberal, individualistic pedigree of lifestyle anarchism, which fosters social ineffectuality, if not outright social negation, there exists a divide that cannot be bridged unless we completely disregard the profoundly different goals, methods, and underlying philosophy that distinguish them. Stirner's own project, in fact, emerged in a debate with the socialism of Wilhelm Weitling and Moses Hess, where he invoked egoism precisely to counterpose to socialism. Quote, "Personal insurrection, rather than general revolution, was Stirner's message," unquote. James J. Martin admiringly observes. A counterposition that lives on today in lifestyle anarchism and its yuppie filiations, as distinguished from social anarchism with its roots in historicism, the social matrix of individuality, and its commitment to a rational society. The very incongruity of these essentially mixed messages, which coexist on every page of the lifestyle zines, reflects the feverish voice of the squirming petty bourgeois. If anarchism loses its socialist core and collectivist goal, if it drifts off into aestheticism, ecstasy and desire, and incongruously into Taoist quietism and Buddhist self-effacement as a substitute for a libertarian program, politics, and organization, it will come to represent not social regeneration and a revolutionary vision, but social decay and a petulant, egoistic rebellion. Worse, it will feed the wave of mysticism that is already sweeping affluent members of the generation now in their teens and 20s. Lifestyle anarchism's exaltation of ecstasy, certainly laudable in a radical and social matrix, but here unabashedly intermingled with sorcery, is producing a dreamlike absorption into spirits, ghosts, and Jungian archetypes rather than a rational and dialectical awareness of the world. A return to mere animality, or shall we call it de-civilization, is a return not to freedom but to instinct, to the domain of so-called authenticity that is guided more by genes than by brains. Nothing could be further from the ideals of freedom spelled out in ever-expansive forms by the great revolutions of the past, and nothing could be more unrelenting in its sheer obedience to biochemical imperatives such as DNA, or more in contrast to the creativity, ethics, and mutuality opened up by culture and struggles for rational civilization. There is no freedom in so-called wildness, if, by sheer ferality, we mean the dictates of inborn behavioral patterns that shape mere animality. To malign civilization without due recognition of its enormous potentialities for self-conscious freedom, a freedom conferred by reason as well as emotion, by insight as well as desire, by prose as well as poetry, is to retreat back into the shadowy world of brutishness, when thought was dim and intellection was only an evolutionary promise. Toward a democratic communalism. My picture of lifestyle anarchism is far from complete. The personalistic thrust of this ideological clay allows it to be moulded in many forms, provided that words like imagination, sacred, intuitive, ecstasy, and primal embellish its surface. Social anarchism, in my view, is made of fundamentally different stuff, heir to the Enlightenment tradition, with due regard to that tradition's limits and incompleteness. Depending upon how it defines reason, social anarchism celebrates the thinking human mind without in any way denying passion, ecstasy, imagination, play, and art. Yet, rather than reify them into hazy categories, it tries to incorporate them into everyday life. It is committed to rationality while opposing the rationalization of experience, to technology while opposing the mega-machine, to social institutionalization while opposing class rule and hierarchy, to a genuine politics based on the confederal coordination of municipalities or communes by the people in direct face-to-face democracy, while opposing parliamentarism and the state. This commune of communes, to use a traditional slogan of earlier revolutions, can be appropriately designated as communalism. Opponents of democracy as rule to the contrary notwithstanding, it describes the democratic dimension of anarchism as a majoritarian freedom rather than autonomy in the sense I have counterposed them. It sharply breaks with the psycho-personal Stirnerite, liberal, and bohemian ego as a self-contained sovereign by asserting that individuality does not emerge ab novo, dressed at birth in so-called natural rights, but sees individuality in great part as the ever-changing work of historical and social development, a process of self-formation that can be neither petrified by biologism nor arrested by temporarily limited dogmas. The sovereign self-sufficient so-called individual has always been a precarious basis upon which to anchor a left libertarian outlook. As Max Horkheimer once observed, quote, "Individuality is impaired when each man decides to fend for himself. The absolutely isolated individual has always been an illusion. The most esteemed personal qualities, such as independence, will to freedom, sympathy, and the sense of justice, are social as well as individual virtues. The fully developed individual is the consummation of a fully developed society." Unquote. If a left libertarian vision of a future society is not to disappear in a bohemian and lumpen demimonde, it must offer a resolution to social problems, not flit arrogantly from slogan to slogan, shielding itself from rationality with bad poetry and vulgar graphics. Democracy is not antithetical to anarchism, nor are majority rule and non-consensual decisions incommensurable with a libertarian society. That no society can exist without institutional structures is transparently clear to anyone who has not been stupefied by Stirner and his kind. By denying institutions and democracy, lifestyle anarchism insulates itself from social reality, so that it can fume all the more with futile rage, thereby remaining a subcultural caper for gullible youth and bored consumers of black garments and ecstasy posters. To argue that democracy and anarchism are incompatible because any impediment to the wishes of even a minority of one constitutes a violation of personal autonomy is to advocate not a free society, but L. Susan Brown's collection of individuals. In short, a herd. No longer would imagination come to power. Power, which always exists, will belong either to the collective in a face-to-face and clearly institutionalized democracy, or to the egos of a few oligarchs who will produce a tyranny of structurelessness. In the United States and much of Europe, precisely at a time when mass disillusionment with the state has reached unprecedented proportions, anarchism is in retreat. Dissatisfaction with government as such runs high on both sides of the Atlantic, and seldom in recent memory has there been a more compelling popular sentiment for new politics, even a new social dispensation that can give to people a sense of direction that allows for security and ethical meaning. If the failure of anarchism to address this situation can be attributed to any single source, the insularity of lifestyle anarchism and its individualistic underpinnings must be singled out for aborting the entry of a potential left libertarian movement into an ever-contracting public sphere. To its credit, anarcho-syndicalism in its heyday tried to engage in a living practice and create an organized movement, so alien to lifestyle anarchism, within the working class. Its major problems lay not in its desire for structure and involvement, for program and social mobilization, but in the waning of the working class as a revolutionary subject, particularly after the Spanish Revolution. To say that anarchism lacked a politics, however, conceived in its original Greek meaning as the self-management of the community, the historic commune of communes, is to repudiate a historic and transformative practice that seeks to radicalize the democracy inherent in any republic and to create a municipalist confederal power to countervail the state. The most creative feature of traditional anarchism is its commitment to four basic tenets: a confederation of decentralized municipalities, an unwavering opposition to statism, a belief in direct democracy, and a vision of libertarian communist society. The most important issue that left libertarianism, libertarian socialism no less than anarchism, faces today is, what will it do with these four powerful tenets? How will we give them social form and content? In what ways and by what means will we render them relevant to our time and bring them to the service of an organized popular movement for empowerment and freedom? Anarchism must not be dissipated in self-indulgent behavior like that of the primitivistic Adamites of the 16th century, who, quote, wandered through the woods naked, singing and dancing, unquote, as Kenneth Rexroth contemptuously observed, spending, quote, their time in continuous sexual orgy, unquote, until they were hunted down and exterminated, much to the relief of a disgusted peasantry whose lands they had plundered. It must not retreat into the primitivistic demimonde of the John Zerzans and George Bradfords. I would be the last to contend that anarchists should not live their anarchism as much as possible on a day-to-day basis, personally as well as socially, aesthetically as well as pragmatically. But they should not live an anarchism that diminishes, indeed effaces, the most important features that have distinguished anarchism as a movement, practice, and program from statist socialism. Anarchism today must resolutely retain its character as a social movement, a programmatic as well as activist social movement, a movement that melds its embattled vision of a libertarian communist society with its forthright critique of capitalism, unobscured by names like industrial society. In short, social anarchism must resolutely affirm its differences with lifestyle anarchism. If a social anarchist movement cannot translate its fourfold tenets, municipal confederalism, opposition to statism, direct democracy, and ultimately libertarian communism, into a lived practice in a new public sphere, if these tenets languish like its memories of past struggles in ceremonial pronouncements and meetings, worse still, if they are subverted by the so-called libertarian ecstasy industry and by quietistic Asian theisms, then its revolutionary socialistic core will have to be restored under a new name. Certainly, it is already no longer possible, in my view, to call oneself an anarchist without adding a qualifying adjective to distinguish oneself from lifestyle anarchists. Minimally, social anarchism is radically at odds with anarchism focused on lifestyle. Minimally, social anarchism is radically at odds with anarchism focused on lifestyle, neo-situationist paeans to ecstasy, and the sovereignty of the ever-shriveling petty bourgeois ego. The two diverge completely in their defining principles, socialism or individualism. Between a committed revolutionary body of ideas and practice on the one hand, and a vagrant yearning for privatistic ecstasy and self-realization on the other, there can be no commonality. Mere opposition to the state may well unite fascistic lumpens with Stirnerite lumpens, a phenomenon that is not without its historical precedents. Chapter 8: Libertarian Municipalism. Introduction. Bookchin's anarchism shares with traditional anarchism an opposition to the nation-state and a search for libertarian alternatives, but it differs with traditional anarchism on the tangible nature of the alternatives it embraces. Anarchism, in the main, looks to non-political arenas of society as the sites for constructing its alternatives. Variously, the factory, the cooperative, even the individual lifestyle, The typical ambition of anarchism is to create not libertarian politics, but libertarian social institutions. Or as Martin Buber once put it, quote, to substitute society for state to the greatest degree possible, moreover, a society that is genuine and not a state in disguise. Unquote. Such anarchism has traditionally rejected politics, considering politics synonymous with the nation-state itself. Much of traditional anarchism even rejects grassroots democratic politics. George Woodcock may be overstating the case when he writes, quote, no conception of anarchism is further from the truth than that which regards it as an extreme form of democracy. Democracy advocates the sovereignty of the people. Anarchism advocates the sovereignty of the person. Unquote. Still, his characterization is valid for wide sectors of anarchist thought. By contrast, Bookchin looks precisely to politics as the necessary realm for the creation of libertarian alternatives. But politics, for him, is not the professional activity of those who hold office in a nation-state. Rather, politics is direct democracy, the popular self-management of the community by free citizens. A politics he calls the democratic dimension of anarchism. It seeks to create or recreate a vital public sphere based on cooperation and community. Politics in this sense has flourished at earlier periods of history, especially in ancient Athens, the medieval communes, colonial New England, and revolutionary Paris. But in modern times, it has been eroded or even crushed by the nation-state in the service of ruling elites. Bookchin names this politics libertarian municipalism, arguing that the most immediate sphere for community self-management is the urban neighborhood, or in rural areas, the town. He advocates that those who would create revolutionary institutions today should form popular assemblies in their municipalities. This small, intimate scale of political life would allow people to become active citizens and recreate the public sphere, democratically making decisions on matters that affect their common life. They would municipalize the economy, managing their community's economic life through their popular assemblies. Private property would be abolished and goods would be distributed according to need. Post-scarcity technologies would minimize the time consumed by labor, making possible broad political participation. To address large-scale problems that affect an entire region, and as an antidote to the problem of local parochialism, the democratized popular assemblies of neighboring municipalities would confederate themselves into larger networks. These confederations would ultimately constitute a counterpower to the state, the corporations, and the market, and they could expand at the expense of those forces, ultimately mobilizing a confrontation with them. Bookchin has been outlining this political program in various works since 1972. In the years that have passed since then, the need for an emancipatory left that can combat a globalizing capitalism and looming ecological destruction has become ever more urgent. Libertarian municipalism may well represent the sought-after alternative, a concrete revolutionary path to an ecological, rational society. While efforts have been made in disparate locales to put this program into practice, it as yet lacks a movement committed wholeheartedly to carrying it out. Whether that movement will emerge remains to be seen. The new municipal agenda. Any agenda that tries to restore and amplify the classical meaning of politics and citizenship must clearly indicate what they are not, if only because of the confusion that surrounds the two words. Politics is not statecraft, and citizens are not constituents or taxpayers. Statecraft consists of operations that engage the state, the exercise of its monopoly of violence, its control of the entire regulative apparatus of society in the form of legal and ordinance-making bodies, and its governance of society by means of professional legislators, armies, police forces, and bureaucracies. Statecraft takes on a political patina when so-called political parties attempt, in various power plays, to occupy the offices that make state policy and execute it. This kind of so-called politics has an almost tedious typicality. A so-called political party is normally a structured hierarchy, fleshed out by a membership that functions in a top-down manner. It is a miniature state, and in some countries, such as the former Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, a party actually constituted the state itself. The Soviet and Nazi examples of the party qua state were the logical extension of the party into the state. Indeed, every party has its roots in the state, not in the citizenry. The conventional party is hitched to the state like a garment to a mannequin. However varied the garment and its design may be, it is not part of the body politic. It merely drapes it. There is nothing authentically political about this phenomenon. It is meant precisely to contain the body politic, to control it, and to manipulate it, not to express its will, or even permit it to develop a will. In no sense is a conventional political party derivative of the body politic or constituted by it. Leaving metaphors aside, so-called political parties are replications of the state when they are out of power, and are often synonymous with the state when they are in power. They are formed to mobilize, to command, to acquire power, and to rule. Thus, they are as inorganic as the state itself, an excrescence of society that has no real roots in it, no responsive to it beyond the needs of faction, power, and mobilization. Politics, by contrast, is an organic phenomenon. It is organic in the very real sense that it is the activity of a public body, a community, if you will, just as the process of flowering is an organic activity of a plant. Politics, conceived as an activity, involves rational discourse, public empowerment, the exercise of practical reason, and its realization in a shared, indeed participatory, activity. It is the sphere of societal life beyond the family and the personal needs of the individual that still retains the intimacy, involvement, and sense of responsibility enjoyed in private arenas of life. Groups may form to advance specific political views and programs, but these views and the programs are no better than their capacity to answer to the needs of an active public body. By contrast, political movements in their authentic sense emerge out of the body politic itself, and although their programs are formulated by theorists, they also emerge from the lived experiences and traditions of the public itself. The populist movements that swept out of agrarian America and Tsarist Russia, or the anarcho-syndicalist and peasant movements of Spain and Mexico, articulated a deeply felt, albeit often unconscious, public desires and needs. At their best, genuine political movements bring to consciousness the very subterranean aspirations of discontented people and eventually turn this consciousness into political cultures that give coherence to incoherent and formless public desires. The immediate goal of a libertarian municipalist agenda is not to exercise sudden and massive control by representatives, and their bureaucratic agents over the existing economy, its immediate goal is to reopen a public sphere in flat opposition to statism, one that allows for maximum democracy in the literal sense of the term, and to create in embryonic form the institutions that give power to a people generally. If this perspective can be initially achieved only by morally empowered assemblies on a limited scale, at least it will be a form of popular power that can, in time, expand locally and grow over wide regions. That its future is unforeseeable does not alter the fact that its development depends upon the growing consciousness of the people, not upon the growing power of the state, and how that consciousness, concretized in high democratic institutions, will develop may be an open issue, but it will surely be a political adventure. The recovery and development of politics must, I submit, take its point of departure from the citizen and his or her immediate environment beyond the familial and private arenas of life. There can be no politics without community, and by community I mean a municipal association of people reinforced by its own economic power, its own institutionalization of the grassroots, and the confederal support of nearby communities organized into a territorial network on a local and regional scale. Parties that do not intertwine with these grassroots forms of popular organization are not political in the classical sense of the term. In fact, they are bureaucratic and antithetical to the development of a participatory politics and participating citizens. The authentic unit of political life, in effect, is the municipality, whether as a whole, if it is humanly scaled, or in various subdivisions, notably the neighborhood. A new political agenda can be a municipal agenda only if we are to take our commitments to democracy seriously. Otherwise, we will be entangled with one or another variant of statecraft, a bureaucratic structure that is demonstrably inimical to a vibrant public life. The living cells that forms the basic unit of political life is the municipality, from which everything, such as citizenship, interdependence, confederation, and freedom emerges. There is no way to piece together any politics unless we begin with its most elementary forms, the villages, towns, neighborhoods, and cities in which people live on the most intimate level of political interdependence beyond private life. It is on this level that they can begin to gain a familiarity with the political process, a process that involves a good deal more than voting and information. It is on this level, too, that they can go beyond the private insularity of family life, a life that is currently celebrated for its inwardness and seclusion, and improvise those public institutions that make for a broad community, participation, and consociation. In short, it is through the municipality that people can reconstitute themselves from isolated monads into an innovative body politic and create an existentially vital, indeed protoplasmic civic life that has continuity and institutional form as well as civic content. I refer here to the block organizations, neighborhood assemblies, town meetings, civic confederations, and the public arenas for discourse that go beyond such episodic, single-issue demonstrations and campaigns, valuable as they may be to redress social injustices. But protest alone is not enough. Indeed, it is usually defined by what protesters oppose, not by the social changes they may wish to institute. To ignore the irreducible civic unit of politics and democracy is to play chess without a chessboard, for it is on this civic plane that the long-range endeavour of social renewal must eventually be played out. All statist objections aside, the problem of restoring municipal assemblies seems formidable if it is cast in strictly structural and spatial terms. New York City and London have no way of assembling if they try to emulate ancient Athens, with its comparatively small citizen body. Both cities, in fact, are no longer cities in the classical sense of the term, and hardly rate as municipalities even by 19th century standards of urbanism. Viewed in strictly macroscopic terms, they are sprawling urban belts that suck up millions of people daily from communities at a substantial distance from their commercial centres. But they are also made up of neighbourhoods, that is to say, of smaller communities that have a certain measure of identity, whether defined by a shared cultural heritage, economic interests, a commonality of social views, or even as aesthetic tradition such as Greenwich Village in New York or Camden Town in London. However much their administration as logistical, sanitary, and commercial artifacts requires a high degree of coordination by experts and their aides, they are potentially open to political and, in time, physical decentralization. Popular, even block assemblies can be formed irrespective of the size of a city, provided its cultural components are identified and their uniqueness fostered. At the same time, I should emphasize that the libertarian municipalist, or equivalently communalist, views I propound here are meant to be a changing and formative perspective, a concept of politics and citizenship to ultimately transform cities and urban megalopolises, ethically as well as spatially, and politically as well as economically. Insofar as these views gain public acceptance, they can be expected not only to enlarge their vision and embrace confederations of neighborhoods, but also to advance a goal of physically decentralizing urban centers, to the extent that mere electoral constituents are transformed by education and experience into active citizens. The issue of humanly scaled communities can hardly be avoided as the next step toward a stable and viable form of city life. It would be foolhardy to try to predict in any detail a series of such next steps or the pace of which they will occur. Suffice it to say that, as a perspective, libertarian municipalism is meant to be an ever-developing, creative and reconstructive agenda, as well as an alternative to the centralized nation-state and to an economy based on profit, competition and mindless growth. Minimally then, attempts to initiate assemblies can begin with populations that range anywhere from a modest residential neighborhood to a dozen neighborhoods or more. They can be coordinated by strictly mandated delegates who are rotable, recallable, and above all, rigorously instructed in written form to either support or oppose whatever issues that appear on the agenda of local confederal councils composed of delegates from several neighborhood assemblies. There is no mystery involved in this form of organization. The historical evidence for their efficacy and their continual reappearance in times of rapid social change is considerable and persuasive. The Parisian sections of 1793, despite the size of Paris, between 700,000 and 1 million, and the logistical difficulties of the era, a time when nothing moved faster than a horse, functioned with a great deal of success on their own, coordinated by sectional delegates in the Paris Commune. They were notable not only for their effectiveness in dealing with political issues based on a face-to-face democratic structure. They also played a major role in provisioning the city, in preventing the hoarding of food, and in suppressing speculation, supervising the maximum for fixed prices, and carrying out many other complex administrative tasks. Thus, from a minimal standpoint, No city need be considered so large that popular assemblies cannot start, least of all one that has definable neighbourhoods that might interlink with each other on ever broader confederations. The real difficulty is largely administrative: how to provide for the material amenities of city life, support complex logistical and traffic burdens, or maintain a sanitary environment. This issue is often obscured by a serious confusion between the formulation of policy and its administration. For a community to decide in a participatory manner what specific course of action it should take in dealing with a technical problem does not oblige all its citizens to execute that policy. The decision to build a road, for example, does not mean that everyone must know how to design and construct one. That is a job for engineers who can offer alternative designs, a very important political function of experts to be sure, but one whose soundness the people in assembly can be free to decide. To design and construct a road is strictly an administrative responsibility, albeit one that is always open to public scrutiny. If the distinction between policymaking and administration is kept clearly in mind, the role of popular assemblies and the people who administer their decisions easily distinguishes logistical problems from political ones, which are ordinarily entangled with each other in discussions on decentralistic politics. Superficially, the assembly system is referendum politics. It is based on a social contract to share decision-making with the population at large, and abide by the rule of the majority in dealing with problems that confront a municipality, a regional confederation of municipalities, or for that matter, a national entity. That a municipality can be as parochial as a tribe is fairly obvious, and is no less true today than it has been in the past. Hence, any municipal movement that is not confederal, that is to say, that does not enter into a network of mutual obligations to towns and cities in its own region, can no more be regarded as a truly political entity in any traditional sense than a neighbourhood that does not work with other neighbourhoods in the city in which it is located. Confederation, based on shared responsibilities, full accountability of confederal delegates to their communities, the right to recall, and firmly mandated representatives, forms an indispensable part of a new politics. To demand that existing towns and cities replicate the nation-state on a local level is to surrender any commitment to social change as such. What is confederalism, as conceived in the libertarian municipalist framework, and as it would function in a free ecological society? It would above all be a network of councils whose members or delegates are elected from popular, face-to-face democratic assemblies in the various villages, towns, and even neighbourhoods of large cities. These confederal councils would become the means for interlinking villages, towns, neighbourhoods, and cities into confederal networks. Power thus would flow from the bottom up instead of from the top down. And in confederations, the flow of power from the bottom up would diminish from the scope of the federal council, ranging territorially from localities to regions and from regions to ever broader territorial areas. The members of these confederal councils would be strictly mandated, recallable, and responsible to the assemblies that choose them, for the purpose of coordinating and administering the policies formulated by the assemblies themselves. The functions of the councils would be purely administrative and practical, unlike representatives in republican systems of government, who have policy-making powers. Indeed, the confederation would make the same distinction that is made on the municipal level between policy-making and administration. policy making would remain exclusively the right of the popular community assemblies, based on the practices of participatory democracy. Administration, the coordination and execution of adopted policies, would be the responsibility of the confederal councils. Wherever policy making slips from the hands of the people, it is devoured by its delegates, who quickly become bureaucrats. A crucial element in giving reality to confederalism is the interdependence of communities for an authentic mutualism, based on shared resources, produce, and policy making. While a reasonable measure of self-sufficiency is desirable for each locality and region, confederalism is a means for avoiding local parochialism on the one hand, and an extravagant national and global division of labour on the other. Unless a community is obliged to count on others, generally to satisfy important material needs and realise common political goals, interlinking it to a greater whole, exclusivity and parochialism become genuine possibilities. Only insofar as confederation is an extension of participatory administration by means of confederal networks can decentralization and localism prevent the communities that compose larger bodies of association from parochially withdrawing into themselves at the expense of wider areas of human consociation. Confederalism is thus a way of perpetuating interdependence among communities and regions. Indeed, it is a way of democratizing that interdependence without surrendering the principle of local control. Through confederation, a community can retain its identity and roundedness while participating in a sharing way with the larger whole that makes up a balanced ecological society. Thus, libertarian municipalism is not an effort simply to take over city councils, to construct a more environmentally friendly city government. These adherents or opponents of libertarian municipalism, in effect, look at the civic structures that exist before their eyes now, and essentially, all rhetoric to the contrary notwithstanding, take them as they exist. Libertarian municipalism, by contrast, is an effort to transform and democratize city governments, to root them in popular assemblies, to knit them together along confederal lines, to appropriate a regional economy along confederal and municipal lines. In fact, libertarian municipalism gains its life and its integrity precisely from the dialectical tension it proposes between the nation-state and the municipal confederation. Its law of life, to use an old Marxian term, consists precisely in its struggle with the state. Then, tension between municipal confederations and the state must be clear and uncompromising, since these confederations would exist primarily in opposition to statecraft. They cannot be compromised by state, provincial, or national elections, much less achieved by these means. Libertarian municipalism is formed by its struggle with the state, strengthened by this struggle, indeed defined by this struggle. Divested of this dialectical tension with the state, of this duality of power that must ultimately be actualized in a free commune of communes, libertarian municipalism becomes little more than sewer socialism. Why is the assembly crucial to self-governance? Is it not enough to use the referendum, as the Swiss do today, and resolve the problems of democratic procedure in a simple and seemingly uncomplicated way? Why can't policy decisions be made electronically at home, as third-wave enthusiasts have suggested, by so-called autonomous individuals, each listening to debates and voting in the privacy of his or her home? A number of vital issues involving the nature of citizenship and the recovery of an enhanced classical vision of politics must be considered in answering these questions. The so-called autonomous individual, qua voter, who in liberal theory forms the irreducible unit of the referendum process, is a fiction. Left to his or her own private destiny in the name of autonomy and independence, the individual becomes an isolated being whose very freedom is denuded of the living social and political matrix from which his or her individuality acquires its flesh and blood. The notion of independence, which is often confused with independent thinking and freedom, has been so marbled by pure bourgeois egoism that we tend to forget that our individuality depends heavily on community support systems and solidarity. It is not by childishly subordinating ourselves to the community on the one hand, or by detaching ourselves from it on the other, that we become mature human beings. What distinguishes us as social beings, hopefully with rational institutions, from solitary beings who lack any serious affiliations, is our capacities for solidarity with one another, for mutually enhancing our self-development and creativity, and attaining freedom within a socially creative and institutionally rich collectivity. Citizenship, apart from community, can be as debasing to our political selfhood as citizenship in a totalitarian state. In both cases, we are thrust back to the condition of dependence that characterizes infancy and childhood. We are rendered dangerously vulnerable to manipulation, whether by powerful personalities in private life or by the state and by corporations in economic life. In neither case do we attain individuality or community. Both, in fact, are dissolved by removing the communal ground on which genuine individuality depends. Rather, it is interdependence within an institutionally rich and rounded community, which no electronic media can produce, that fleshes out the individual with the rationality, solidarity, sense of justice, and ultimately the reality of freedom that makes for a creative and concerned citizen. Paradoxical as it may seem, the authentic elements of a rational and free society are communal, not individual. Conceived in more institutional terms, the municipality is not only the basis for a free society, it is the irreducible ground for genuine individuality as well. The significance of the municipality is all the greater because it constitutes the discursive arena in which people can intellectually and emotionally confront one another. Indeed, experience one another through dialogue, body language, personal intimacy, and face-to-face modes of expression in the course of making collective decisions. I speak here of the all-important process of communizing, of the ongoing intercourse of many levels of life that makes for solidarity, not only the neighborliness so indispensable for truly organic interpersonal relationships. The referendum conducted in the privacy of one's voting booth, or as some third-wave enthusiasts would have it, in the electronic isolation of one's home, privatizes democracy and thereby subverts it. Voting, like registering one's preferences for a particular soap or detergent in an opinion poll, is the total quantification of citizenship, politics, individuality, and the very formation of ideas as a mutually informative process. The mere vote reflects a pre-formulated percentage of our perceptions and values, not in their full expression. It is the technical debasing of views into mere preferences, of ideals into mere taste, of overall comprehension into quantification, such that human aspirations and beliefs can be reduced to numerical digits. Finally, The autonomous individual, lacking any community context, support systems, and organic intercourse, is disengaged from the character-building process, the paideia, that the ancient Athenians assigned to politics as one of its most important educational functions. True citizenship and politics entail the ongoing formation of personality, education, and the growing sense of public responsibility and commitment that render communizing and an active body politic meaningful, indeed, that give it existential substance. It is not in the privacy of the school, any more than in the privacy of the voting booth, that these vital personal and political attributes are formed. They require a public presence, embodied by vocal and thinking individuals, a responsive and discursive public sphere to achieve reality. Patriotism, as the etymology of the word indicates, is the nation-state's conception of the citizen as a child, the obedient creature of the nation-state conceived as a paterfamilias or stern father, who orchestrates belief and commands devotion. To the extent that we are the sons and daughters of our fatherland, we place ourselves in an infantile relationship to the state. Solidarity, or philia, by contrast, implies a sense of commitment. It is created by knowledge, training, experience, and reason. In short, by a political education developed during the course of political participation. Philia is the result of the educational and self-formative process that paideia is meant to achieve. In the absence of a humanly scaled, comprehensible, and institutionally accessible municipality, this all-important function of politics and its embodiment in citizenship is simply impossible to achieve. In the absence of philia, or the means to create it, we gauge political involvement by the percentage of voters who participate in the political process, a degradation of words that totally denatures their authentic meaning and eviscerates their ethical content. Be they large or small, the initial assemblies and the movement that seeks to foster them in civic elections remain the only real schools for citizenship we have. There is no civic curriculum other than a living and creative political realm that can give rise to people who take management of public affairs seriously. What we must clearly do in an era of commodification, rivalry, anomie, and egoism is to consciously create a public sphere that will inculcate the values of humanism, cooperation, community, and public service in the everyday practice of civic life. Grassroots citizenship goes hand in hand with grassroots politics. The Athenian polis, for all its many shortcomings, offers us remarkable examples of how a high sense of citizenship can be reinforced not only by systematic education, but by an etiquette of civic behavior and an artistic culture that adorns ideals of civic service with the realities of civic practice. Deference to opponents in debates, the use of language to achieve consensus, ongoing public discussion in the agora, in which even the most prominent of the polis's figures were expected to debate public issues with the least known. The use of wealth not only to meet personal needs, but to adorn the polis itself, thus placing a high premium on the disaccumulation rather than the accumulation of wealth. A multitude of public festivals, dramas, and satires largely centered on civic affairs and the need to foster civic solidarity. All of these and many other aspects of Athens' political culture created the civic solidarity and responsibility that made for actively involved citizens with a deep sense of civic mission. For our part, we can do no less, and hopefully, in time, considerably more. The development of citizenship must become an art, not merely an education, and a creative art in the aesthetic sense that appeals to the deeply human desire for self-expression in a meaningful political community. It must be a personal art in which every citizen is fully aware of the fact that his or her community entrusts its destiny to his or her moral probity and rationality. If the ideological authority of state power and statecraft today rests on the assumption that the citizen is an incompetent being, the municipalist conception of citizenship rests on precisely the opposite. Every citizen will be regarded as competent to participate directly in the affairs of state. Indeed, it is more important he or she would be encouraged to do so. Every means would be provided, whether aesthetic or institutional, to foster participation in full, as an educative and ethical process that turns the citizen's latent competence into an actual reality. Social and political life would be consciously orchestrated to foster a profound sensitivity, indeed an active sense of concern for the adjudications of differences without denying the need for vigorous dispute when it is needed. Public service would be seen as a uniquely human attribute, not a gift that the citizen confers on the community or an onerous task that he or she must fulfill. Cooperation and civic responsibility would become expressions of acts of sociability and philia, not ordinances that the citizen is expected to honour in the breach and evade where he or she can do so. Put bluntly and clearly, the municipality would become a theatre in which life in its most meaningful public form is the plot, a political drama whose grandeur imparts nobility and grandeur to the citizenry that forms the cast. By contrast, our modern cities have become, in large part, agglomerations of bedroom apartments in which men and women spiritually wither away and their personalities become trivialized by the petty concerns of amusement, consumption, and small talk. The last and one of the most intractable problems we must face is economic. Today, economic issues tend to center on who owns what, who owns more than whom, and above all, how disparities in wealth are to be reconciled with a sense of civic commonality. Nearly all municipalities have been fragmented by differences in economic status, pitting poor, middle, and wealthy classes against each other, often to ruin the municipal freedom itself, as the bloody history of Italy's medieval and Renaissance cities so clearly demonstrates. These problems have not disappeared in recent times. Indeed, in many cases, they are as severe as they have ever been. But what is unique about our time, a fact so little understood by many liberals and radicals in North America and Europe, is that entirely new trans-class issues have emerged that concern environment, growth, transportation, cultural degradation, and the quality of urban life generally. Issues that have been produced by urbanization, not by citification. Cutting across conflicting class interests are such trans-class issues as the massive dangers of thermonuclear war, growing state authoritarianism, and ultimately global ecological breakdown. To an extent unparalleled in American history, an enormous variety of citizens' groups have brought people of all class backgrounds into common projects around problems, often very local in character, that concern the destiny and welfare of their community as a whole. Issues such as the siting of nuclear reactors or nuclear waste dumps, the dangers of acid rain, and the presence of toxic dumps, to cite only a few of the many problems that beleaguer innumerable American and British municipalities, have united an astonishing variety of people into movements that share concerns that render a ritualistic class analysis of their motives a matter of secondary importance. Carried still further, their absorption of small communities by larger ones, of cities by urban belts, and urban belts by standard metropolitan statistical areas, or conurbations, has given rise to militant demands for communal integrity and self-government, an issue that surmounts strictly class and economic interests. The literature on the emergence of these trans-class movements, so secondary to internecine struggles within cities of earlier times, is so immense that to merely list the sources would require a sizable volume. I have given this brief overview of an emerging general social interest over old particularistic interests to demonstrate that a new politics could easily come into being. Indeed, one that would be concerned not only with restructuring the political landscape on a municipal level, but the economic landscape as well. The old debates between private property and nationalized property are becoming threadbare. Not that these different kinds of ownership and the forms of exploitation they imply have disappeared. Rather, that they are being increasingly overshadowed by new realities and concerns. Private property, in the traditional sense, with its case for perpetuating the citizen as an economically self-sufficient and politically self-empowered individual, is fading away. It is disappearing not because so-called creeping socialism is devouring so-called free enterprise, but because creeping corporatism is devouring everyone, ironically in the name of so-called free enterprise. The Greek ideal of the politically sovereign citizen who can make a rational judgment in public affairs because he is free from material need or clientage has been reduced to a mockery. The oligarchical character of economic life threatens democracy such as it is, not only on a national level, but also on a municipal level, where it still preserves a certain degree of intimacy and leeway. We come here to a breakthrough approach to a municipalist economics that innovatively dissolves the mystical aura surrounding corporatized property and nationalized property. Indeed, workplace elitism and workplace democracy. I refer to the municipalization of property, as opposed to its corporatization or its nationalization. Libertarian municipalism proposes that land and enterprises be placed increasingly in the custody of the community. More precisely, the custody of citizens in free assemblies and their deputies in confederal councils. In such a municipal economy, confederal, interdependent and rational by ecological, not simply technological standards, we would expect that the special interests that divide people today into workers, professionals, managers and the like would be melded into a general interest in which people see themselves as citizens, guided strictly by the needs of their community and region, rather than by personal proclivities and vocational concerns. Here, citizenship would come into its own, and rational as well as ecological interpretations of the public good would supplant class and hierarchical interests. As for the workplace, public democracy would be substituted for the traditional images of productive management and operation, so-called economic democracy, and so-called economic collectivization. Significantly, economic democracy in the workplace is no longer incompatible with a corporatized or nationalized economy. Quite to the contrary, the effective use of workers' participation in production, even the outright handing over of industrial operations to the workers who perform them, has become another form of time-studied assembly line rationalization, another systematic abuse of labor by bringing labor itself into complicity with its own exploitation. Many workers, in fact, would like to get away from their workplaces and find more creative types of work, not simply participate in planning their own misery. What economic democracy meant in its profoundest sense was free, democratic access to the means of life, the guarantee of freedom from material want, not simply the involvement of workers in onerous, productive activities that could be better turned over to machines. It is a blatant bourgeois trick in which many radicals unknowingly participate, that economic democracy has been reinterpreted to mean employee ownership, or that workplace democracy has come to mean workers' participation in an industrial management, rather than freedom from the tyranny of the factory, rationalized labor, and planned production. A municipal politics based on communalist principles scores a significant advance over all these conceptions by calling for the municipalization of the economy and its management by the community as part of a politics of self-management. Syndicalist demands for the collectivization of industry and workers' control of individual industrial units are based on contractual and exchange relationships between all collectivized enterprises, thereby indirectly re-privatizing the economy and opening it to traditional forms of private property, even if each enterprise is collectively owned. By contrast, libertarian municipalism literally politicizes the economy by dissolving economic decision-making into the civic domain. Neither factory nor land becomes a separate or potentially competitive unit within a seemingly communal collective. Nor do workers, farmers, technicians, engineers, professionals, and the like perpetuate their vocational identities as separate interests that exist apart from the citizen body in face-to-face assemblies. Property is integrated into the municipality as the material component of a civic framework. Indeed, as a part of a larger whole that is controlled by the citizen body in assembly as citizens, not as workers, farmers, professionals, or any other vocationally oriented special interest groups. What is equally important, the famous contradiction or antagonism between town and country, so crucial in social theory and history, is transcended by the township, the traditional New England jurisdiction, in which an urban entity is the nucleus of its agricultural and village environs, not a domineering urban entity that stands opposed to them. A township, in effect, is a small region within still larger ones, such as the county and larger political jurisdictions. So conceived, the municipalization of the economy should be distinguished not only from corporatization, but also from seemingly more radical demands such as nationalization and collectivization. Nationalization of the economy invariably has led to bureaucratic and top-down economic control. Collectivization, in turn, could easily lead to a privatized economy in a collectivized form with the perpetuation of class or caste identities. By contrast, municipalization would bring the economy as a whole into the orbit of the public sphere, where economic policy could be formulated by the entire community. Notably, its citizens in face-to-face relationships working to achieve a greater interest that surmounts separate, vocationally defined specific interests. The economy would cease to be merely an economy in the conventional sense of the term, composed of capitalistic, nationalized, or so-called worker-controlled enterprises. It would become the economy of the polis or the municipality. The municipality, more precisely, the citizen body in face-to-face assembly. The municipality, more precisely, the citizen body in face-to-face assembly, would absorb the economy into its public business, divesting it of a separate identity that can become privatized into a self-serving enterprise.